October. And someone said to me, when drinking stage, has got batter or batsman in there? I said, been batsman all along, I'm not changing it for something to happen.
It's like that in terms of TV shows.
Oh, mate.
Aussie Cows.
Well, you think of all the excellent shows that were on telly 40 years ago, and how many of them we've played now? Even in the 90s, they used to play things like Country On.
Surely we can still have some chance. Maybe not.
Okay. We'll have to go around the wicket. Oh, did that pull off? Yeah. That was my worry.
2-3 metres short, huh?
Yeah, we might have to move it round the wicket, not over the wicket.
What if
But that's going to have an effect on that end.
Yeah. How close can I go?
We can go back here without putting slack on it.
No, it goes into the coda, so it's not, doesn't have to go that high.
Yeah. How close can I get the encoder?
Move out there without.
Freaking hell, I should have got one more. It's being cheap.
Oh, I reckon we might be okay with the encoder. Let's go with the encoder.
So, I didn't see the shield team, bloke, so they named Gannon today.
Yeah.
Good win or not?
I don't even think there was any.
That's gone by the wayside.
Yeah.
That minutia.
If it doesn't pique my interest early, I don't look at it at all.
I think that's the problem. Like, this is around the Shield final time normally, but losing the Shield season with dictation, it sort of.
That's about as far as about 2 metres short. I've only got a male.
Sorry?
I've only got.
Male to male?
Yeah.
I suppose I could. Where's the nearest?
Where our office works, or. Oh, what's this cable?
Oh!
Serious? No way.
You always find something in the last place you look. Murphy's Law. Fucking Murphy's Law.
So, Horatio reckons he slots it in the encoder.
Into
this side,
the headphones or the mic?
I reckon headphones probably. Well, it's audio in. I reckon mic, but we can try. I don't know if there's a way of.
That's alright.
You there, Paddy? headphones on. It's really quiet. That show coming through? Maybe it's... What do you want? 3 or
2.
You should be able to hear it.
Yeah. I can hear something. Turn up. No, it's sound from below. Oh, there you go.
That's better.
Yeah. Yep, I can hear that.
So you can hear outside, you can hear the effects.
I can hear the effects mic before, now I can hear that over the top, so yeah.
You there, Paddy?
Cool, come to you at 10:30. I'm gonna...
Have you got their stats today?
Yep. So I don't know the final 11 for Subiaco-Floreat yet.
So what do these figures mean here?
Runs, wickets, catches. And that's all except 2020. There's no 2020 stuff in it. It's just 2-day, 1-day. But Goodwin's hit 200 in T20s. Mackenzie's had another 7 in 2020s.
You there, Paddy?
No, it's Jacob. He said he's going to come. Yeah, he said he's going to come across at 10:30.
Yeah, mate. Sorry, Jacob. I didn't know you were live. I didn't mean to come across the headset. Yeah.
We're not so nasty.
Yes. That's fine, mate. That's fine. It's on the playlist. Okay, brilliant.
I put it back to you guys at the very end so you can chop the last 2 seconds off it. Just I forgot as I said it. It's like, why did I say that? I'll probably say hello to myself.
And a very good morning to all our listeners, devout Premier Cricket followers that have followed us all season, and to the weekend of culmination of the two-day competition in Premier Cricket for 21-22. You're at the WACA ground, beautifully bathed in sunshine at the moment. You're with David Clear, and we're bringing you live, ball by ball, the 2021-22 two-day grand final between South Perth and Subiaco-Floreat. Probably quite aptly, the teams that finished 1 and 2 on the ladder after the qualifying rounds, and the two best teams in the competition this season. And we see the stumps out there at the moment, all ready to go in about 5 or 6 minutes' time. A very good morning to our co-commentators this morning, and the man who's been with me all season, Derek Mott. How are you, Derek?
Morning, DC. Morning, listeners. Beautiful weather, and we've survived COVID long enough to get through a season. We're glad for that, and we've got, as you said, the top two teams in the competition here on the last weekend of the season, and this should be a very good game in prospect.
All right. I think Derek's been good enough to go out there and find out what's happened at the toss, so we might be able to get that audio right now. Very good, Monty. Thanks for doing that. So the news that South Perth have won the trial selected to bowl, and the two teams, Monty, with any replacement players as well.
Yep, we've got for South Perth, we've got Simon Ringrose, Brandon Guest, Jacob Mulder, Alex Bevilacqua, Cameron Gannon, Liam Dallymore, Daniel Moore, the wicketkeeper, David Cleary, Eric Boter, Timothy Hale, Sean Stewart, the captain, and Thomas Lever. Thomas Lever will be playing tomorrow as a replacement for Cameron Gannon, who's off with the state squad and will miss the second day's play. Subiaco-Floreat, their squad, Tim Monteleone, Chris Hansbury, Aaron Lilly, Connor Moldridge, Jeremy Faturis, the skipper, Ben Tredgett, the wicketkeeper, Hamish McKenzie, Ethan Chivers, Matthew Sculthorpe, Michael Hart, Jaden Goodwin, Tim Massey, Josh Parker, and Jack Retallick. And we haven't got the final 11 from them, but the expectation would be Parker and Retallick would be not playing in the final 11.
Yes, so we see the two openers come out for Subiaco-Floreat. Looks like Ben Tredgett and Jaden Goodwin, I'd imagine. Those very successful opening pair last week against Willerton. And welcome our special comments man this morning. Man has been very experienced with Sport FM over the years, but it's great to have been able to have his reports in the last few weeks, and that's Graham Stafford. Good morning, Graham. Well, it's turned out to be a lovely day here at the WACA.
Good morning, Dave and Derek and Mark sitting in the background there that will be replacing me every now and then. But look, wasn't it nice to walk around from the car park around to the Lily Marsh stand and have a bit of coolish breeze blowing on you? I mean, it's a bit of a change from the last period of time. It seems to be months, doesn't it, with 40s and 35. So playing conditions should be perfect for the players. Bit of breeze around. It'll be very interesting to see just how well the faster bowlers bowl early with the new ball.
And a crucial task, Graham. I mean, South Perth now get the access to Cameron Gannon at the bowling crease. 4 wickets last week against Perth in that first innings when they routed them for 55. So he'll be a key for them today.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he took 7 wickets for the game, didn't he? And
yep.
The interesting thing, I looked at his stats for the year. He's only played 6 games of cricket for South Perth, and he's only taken 11 wickets in total. Ironically, 7 last week out of the 11, and against Subiaco-Floreat in the round 4 game earlier in the year, or just before Christmas, he took 3 for in that game. So for the remaining games, he's only taken 1 wicket, which is quite unbelievable for a sort of state-level bowler.
Yeah.
But yes, look, I'm sure Subiaco-Floreat, although Jerry Faturis did say that they would probably have bowled anyway, so which would have meant Gannon would have been batting. And ironically, going back to that Subiaco-Floreat South Perth game, Gannon scored 79 not out, I think it was, in that game. So he's a handy bat as well.
All right, here we go. Gannon, first ball of the game of the grand final. This ball swinging away outside the off stump through to the keeper. So Derek had a good look at the pitch. There's a tinge of green to it, Derek, I believe, but you reckon it's pretty hard underfoot? Yeah,
it's nice and hard underfoot. With that touch of green, probably give it a bit of early spice. And Cameron Gannon would be a very likely person to extract some interest out of it. And so Subiaco-Floreat got to work a little bit hard to keep him at bay early on.
He comes in, bowls. Oh, Nick, straight to second slip or third slip and dropped. I think that's Alex Bevilacqua, who's that was a pretty, as far as slips catches goes, he didn't have to move, probably knee height, and it spilt out. Well, Staff, that was a pretty regulation, Nick, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, that was beautifully bowled by Cameron Gannon up on the drive, and Tredgett just pushed forward to it, nicked. It's gone through to Bevilacqua, who's about, 6'7", 6'8".
Yeah.
And he's had to bend down fairly low to get that one, probably just below the knees. He just didn't get down quite quick enough, but it did look pretty regulation.
Well, moving the ball away from the right-hander, Tredgett, Gannon, beautifully pitched. This next one to Tredgett. There's one right in behind it. That one finds the middle of the willow, out to mid-off, and I'm sure Tredgett's, that's a better feeling coming off the middle there, Graham.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing worse than nicking the first ball you face, and you look around and see it going straight to a big pair of hands, and a big sigh of relief, and of course, as you say, get that one, next one flush in the middle of the bat, makes you feel a hell of a lot better. That's for sure.
We saw in the one-day final Tredgett get dropped on 0, I think. Similar position in the slips, and went on to play a key innings, a half-century in that game for Subiaco-Floreat as he waits for Gannon again. This one, a Yorker, hits him on the foot and just spills away behind square for the run. And that'll be a leg by, I think, umpire. No, off the bat. So that one might have been the in-swinger from Gannon, I think. But the first run of the grand final for 21-22. It's a run to Ben Tredgett, and he'll be relieved to get off the mark. He's on one. It's no wicket for one. Subiaco-Floreat losing the toss and being sent in by South Perth.
I think Ben Tredgett's heart rate will have dropped a little bit since about 3 minutes ago.
Mind you, he's dropped on the first ball, nice one in the middle, and the next one hits him on the big toe. A bit of bat as well. It was a perfectly bowled Yorker, so a great start for Cameron Gannon.
Gannon into Goodwin. His first ball wide outside the off stump. The left-right hand combination, always difficult for a bowler to adjust to, but 3 slips and a gully in. We've got a point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep fine leg at the moment. So as you can understand, I mean, South Perth, you could argue possibly the deepest and most effective bowling lineup in the competition. It's an interesting conundrum. They don't often bat their 90 overs, but they bowl sides out on a regular basis. So this next ball bowls to Goodwin, and this ball he leaves alone, hits him high on the body or the glove. I'm not sure.
Been the bat.
Yeah, but it bounces well in front of second slip. So an outstanding first over from Gannon, and Graham just hitting that length.
Yeah, look, that was an excellent first over by Gannon. He was troubling Ben Tredgett with 2 or 3 really good balls, and then obviously a couple of wide ones to Goodwin. But the last one, yeah, he almost must have ducked back into him being a left-hander, and he tried to shoulder arms, and it's actually either hit him on the body or maybe even the gloves as he was raising his hand up. Fortunate that maybe it went down.
So the 2 bowlers that did all the damage bowling Perth out for 55 last week, Cameron Gannon and Liam Dallymore, they're going to open the bowling again. And Dallymore, he's a bit like a metronome. He just puts it on that length, just moving away. And he's got 3 slips in place, probably just a little bit above medium pace. Not very tall, but a nice, traditional outswing bowler, Graham.
Yeah, he's got a very good action.
So he comes in now, bowls to Tredgett. This one swinging away wide outside the off stump, and the keeper taking that almost in front of 1.5 slips, I think.
Yeah, last week at the game down at Florida, I was sitting on the scoreboard with a host of interesting former players. Dennis Baker was there, and he was very impressed with what he saw of Liam Dallymore over at Richardson, where you guys were. And I was there with Tom Hogan was there, John Bandy, a host of interesting people watching the game, and there were a lot of comments about Dallymore.
Dallymore into Tredgett, and this ball inside ear John to pad, muffled appeal from the bowler, but that one darting in off the pitch, I think. But good technique from Tredgett. He's just well forward, not letting anything get through there.
I think that ball's just bouncing a little bit more than Floreat from last week, as you'd expect of the WACA. And just looking at the wicket, it does have a nice pale green shade to it.
Yep.
So, and as you said, Derek, it's nice and hard, so that there will be good bounce there.
Slips go down in expectation. Tredgett waits for Dallymore. This ball short outside off stump. He doesn't want a bar of that. Well, a dramatic finish to both semi-finals last weekend, Derek.
Just slightly.
Yeah, just, I mean, they were both pretty much decided on the last ball. When Dallymore had to bowl the last ball, they brought him on with a few overs to go. And he bowled a lot of Yorkers to Josh Nicholas and Liam Guthrie when he was in there at the end. But Nicholas needed 12 off the last over, and he got 4 twos, would you believe? They couldn't find the boundary, and a dot ball, and he needed 4 off the last ball. As Dallymore comes in again. This ball well outside off stump, swinging further away. Well left from Tredgett, and another full ball outside off stump, well directed, fuller ball, and all he could do was punch it out to long off, so that was the game. But it was a great effort from Perth to try and make 217 off 38 overs. Derek?
It seemed to be about an hour and a half to go. They didn't seem to be motoring along. They didn't seem to be going for the chase, and then all of a sudden Liam Guthrie came in like a cyclone and really mixed it up.
Yeah.
But they probably left their run just a little too late.
Dallymore, well outside off stump again. Not quite finding his line this over, but yeah, that was
But that being said, Perth needed 217 off 38, so it's a pretty good effort to get that close in the end.
And it was a run against, I mean, already 30 wickets had fallen in the game, and they were 3 for 34 in their second innings. You know, so they were probably just struggling to survive initially, but good half centuries. Well, Wells made 40 odd, and then Blacksall Hill a half century, and then Guthrie and Nicholas. So it was a dramatic finish, and different to what we saw on Saturday, where we saw 22 wickets. So Dallymore again. And this one on the stumps, but comfortably behind it, Tredget. And of course, Graham, you saw Tredget and Goodwin put on a really good opening partnership last weekend against Willerton.
Yeah, well, what an interesting game it was. I mean, if you go back to the day before, Willerton were 3 for 221.
Yeah.
With Bancroft and Hardy both in their 70s, making it look pretty easy. Terrible outfield. I mean, it was very slow, spongy outfield.
Yep.
So 246, 45 they ended up
Yep.
with was a pretty big effort to chase that. But yeah, Subiaco-Floreat, I'll get to that in a minute.
Gannon, his second over, bowls to Goodwin. Good length, just coming back outside off stump, but let it go. And I think that'll be a key today. The skill in leaving those balls that are just outside off stump.
It's one good thing. One thing that Jaden Goodwin is very good at. He has left I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of balls this year, but he's usually a pretty good leaver. But I don't want to put the mocker on him.
No.
But yeah, just going back to that game, of course Chris Hansry came on and took 7 for 41 in an outstanding performance.
Gannon to Goodwin, and again similar result. But it's going to be a challenge here for the bowlers. The left-right hand combination. Gannon already not finding the stumps with the left-hander on strike. But yeah, last week against Perth, Graham, it was, you know, it was almost a matter of, oh, should we defend this or should we leave it? And there's such a fine margin for error, and they went at a couple and just managed to nick them. And it was just, people say, well, you know, was it the pitch or were they playing silly shots? They weren't playing silly shots, really, as Gannon comes in to Goodwin. And this one, I think he might have just played at that. It's short of a length, rearing delivery through to the keeper. But yeah, they weren't playing silly shots, but maybe a couple of them they could have perhaps just left.
Well, I think that's just the nerves that come into play in the finals,
Yeah,
isn't it? A little bit of pressure, and sometimes you're just fending at one that maybe you could leave, and typically there's millimetres in it, and yeah, it's...
It just seemed to be indecision in a lot of the cases where should I, shouldn't I? And they poked the bat out before they realised they'd done it in some cases.
Gannon to Goodwin. And this one full drives, but straight out to point. But we've already seen significantly in this pitch, Derek, the amount of bounce that's in it. And compared to all the grounds around the competition, it is a little bit different.
Well, as you said, Jaden Goodwin's a good lever of the ball, and he's sticking out his pad, making a good step out, and the ball's going over pad length, so he knows very comfortably that ball's going to rise continuously through to the keeper from Gannon's bowling. So, no, very good judge.
Gannon strides in again, and this one well outside off stump. No need to play at that one. But he seems to have patience in abundance, Jaden Goodwin, one of his attributes.
Well, he's very similar to his father, Murray, who was an outstanding player, as we know, and played quite a bit of Test cricket for Zimbabwe, averaging in the 40s. Very good player. Jaden's very similar. When Murray went out to bat, like Jaden, they go out to bat for the whole day, and so they're very patient early and it's to play their shots later on.
Gannon into Goodwin. Oh, well, that's particularly wide. Right out near the return crease there, but just probably expecting that ball to come back a little bit to the left-hander, but didn't.
Yeah, and look, just flipping back to that game last week at Floreat Oval, as I said, Willerton 3 for 221, all out 245, which was astounded everybody. They just kept getting out when they probably should have made at least 280, which would have been a very difficult chase. And Subiaco-Floreat in reply were 3 for 194. Going along very nicely, and they just did the same thing as what Willerton did. Pressure got to them, and some unnecessary wickets.
As Dallymore starts the next over, and very technically correct in defence goes Tredget, playing the one out to mid-off. Yeah, it's amazing how the 2 days mirrored each other, and I think by the sounds of it, day 2, a worn pitch, it was a bit hard to force the pace. Ball coming on a bit slower and lower.
Yeah, and it was the outfield that was very spongy, and it was the same for both sides. But you know, chasing 240 was probably the equivalent of chasing 280 on a faster outfield. So it was a pretty outstanding effort in the end to fall over the line as they did.
Dallimore to Tredget nicely off his toes here through square leg. There's a chase on here for the mid-wicket fielder. Won't quite be four. Fine leg comes round to pick it up, and very quick between the wickets is Goodwin. And he motors back for three. Good pace there from Goodwin. He ran the first two very hard. And so on the Holman's Garden Products scoreboard, it's no wicket for four, and Tredget has all those runs.
Yeah, he's look. Tredget was, as we said, and when we saw that one-day game, he played a terrific role where he got 57 opening. He's been batting down the list the whole year and hadn't made many runs, and but he's made 57, 70, and 64 in his last three starts.
And he put his hand up to do it, so showing faith.
Yeah, 278 runs for the season, and most of those have come in the last few rounds, as you said.
180 odd, yeah.
He had 80 before the one-day final when he made 57, so
Yeah.
you just see how he's escalated just in the last month or so.
Well, he's technically very correct, and that's what helps him.
Dallimore to the left-handed Goodwin this time, and just outside off stump, but good judgment, leaving that alone. And is that 29 catches and 13 stumpings, Moddy, for Tredget?
That is correct.
13 stumpings, what a year. I mean, it's
Hamish
not often.
McKenzie
How often does that happen?
And Chris Hansbury.
Well, I think that's... I was talking to Aaron Lilly last Saturday, actually, and I just sort of said, oh, look, Ben Tredget's had a terrific last few weeks. He said, of all the players at the club, he works the hardest at his keeping and at his batting. So it's bearing fruit at the moment.
So Goodwin waits for Dallimore. This one right on the stumps, and he's right in behind that. Big stride forward, and just pads it straight back down the pitch to Dallimore. So that's signs of some good technique here from both Tredget and Goodwin. They're getting well forward to the moving ball.
Well, they need to, I mean, obviously, when you open the batting and the ball's doing a bit, you've got some quality bowlers bowling. You've got to watch the ball very closely. You've got to really work on the bounce of the wicket in leaves and covering the good balls.
This next ball from Dallimore, and this one past the outside edge. Beautiful delivery from Dallimore, rising off a length through to the keeper.
Well, he appears to bowl. We're just a little bit off straight in line with the wicket, but he's certainly been bowling out swing early. That one looked like it was either a straight one or maybe just nipped the other way.
Well, we've still got in the bowling lineup to come Alex Bevilacqua, of course. He's had a tremendous year with the ball. Simon Ringrose has had a good year as well. And then we've got the two spinners, Jacob Mulder and Sean Stewart. So really deep bowling lineup. Next ball, and a bit short of a length. In behind it goes Goodwin. And, of course, Eric Bota, as well as another backup. So, yeah, that's just got a lot of options, and I think the ability to maintain pressure from both ends is going to be really critical today, Graham.
Yeah, look, I was just looking at the bowling averages and aggregates for the South Perth bowlers. Alex Bevilacqua, 35 wickets at, 15, so he's had a very good year.
He didn't even bowl in the first innings last week.
Not required.
No, unbelievable. 33 wickets to Dallimore at 16.
Gannon in again. And this one past the outside edge of Tredget's bat. Yep.
And Simon Ringrose 24 with the main wicket taker. So those three have definitely done. And of course, having the benefit of Cameron Gannon in your side, even though he's only played the 6 games, and he's obviously a quality bowler because he's going away tomorrow to play for the States or join the state squad. So so it was a big toss for South Perth to win and be able to use Cameron Gannon.
And it was a credit to Subiaco-Floreat with their victory last week. I mean, again, the toss didn't go their way as Gannon into Tredget. This one full of ball, nicely driven out to mid-on, no run. But, you know, Willerton desperately wanted to bat Bancroft, Hardy and Short, and they won the toss. And whilst they all contributed, particularly Bancroft and Hardy made 70s, Subi were good enough to bowl them out and then chase down the run. So they were playing a pretty full-strength side.
Yeah, look, they were. And
apart from Hannah wasn't playing, obviously. But,
he was out because of COVID. But, it was... And it was a real test for the Subi bowlers, and Hamish McIntosh was one that was tested because every time he was offline,
is Gannon in again. This one nicely clipped off his toes, Tredget. Well fielded at mid-wicket.
Yeah, Hardy looked exceptional when he came out. He looked a good player. And Bancroft just looked like Bancroft. He just worked everything around. But they both played big shots off balls, particularly to Hamish McIntosh. When he was slightly over pitched, slightly short, they just hit boundaries. So it was testimony to him that he stuck at it for 28 overs on the trot.
From all reports, he didn't bowl badly. So there's Gannon in again. Nicely driven. Didn't quite time it though. Back to the bowler. But Aaron Hardy just seems to be a cricketer. Is getting better and better every season. We saw him yesterday in the one-day final. And congratulations to the West Australian guys for pulling off a tense victory yesterday, only making 225. But gosh, the tail batted superbly in the last wicket partnership. I think was about 40, wasn't it, for Western Australia, and got him up to 225. And then Richardson going down with injury. Andrew Tye ended up getting player of the match with all his wickets there at the end, which was fantastic. But yeah, wonderful victory. But Hardy again, he took 3, I think, and scored a few runs as well. But he just seems to be a cricketer getting better and better.
Yeah, I was talking to Peter Johnson, the scorer for Willetton last week. Of course, Matthew Johnson's dad, and he said, "Look, mate, he's 6'4". He's an athlete. Lot of quality with his batting. He's getting better and better and better from what Peter was saying, having seen a lot of him this year, and he was incredibly impressive at Floreat last week."
This is next delivery, full down leg side, misses through to the keeper. So on the Holman's Gardens product scoreboard, no wicket for 4 after 5 overs in this broadcast this weekend. Being brought to you by Holman Garden Products, available at all Bunnings stores, Autobarn Mechanical and Electrical, and Aussie-made green blue sunscreen. Yes. So a tight start, but as you'd expect in the grand final. But importantly for Subiaco-Floreat, they haven't lost a wicket yet. They've had there's been a chance. It was spilt. Goodwin waits for Dallymore. And this one past the outside edge again, playing forward on a length and through to the keeper. Wow, we've seen 3 or 4 go through past the outside edge.
And the keepers, I mean, Dallymore is medium pace rather than quicker than that, and he's swinging the ball around, and that one did come through to the keeper sort of above waist high. So I think that's just shows you that there's quite a bit of bounce in this, and probably a ball that Goodwin would normally leave, but obviously it was pretty much in line with the stump, so he's had to have a little play at it.
Dallymore again, and this ball fuller on the leg stump, clips it out towards mid-on, and they get a single as the ball goes in the gap. So Goodwin finally off the mark. He's on to 1. No wicket for 5. Keeper Daniel Moore in this side. For years they've had the services of Brooke Guest, obviously, but I think staying in England this season. Ollie Cooley medalist, of course.
Yes, Moore's been a pretty good player, hasn't he? He's a pretty handy bat, and I think he made over 400 runs this year for him, so he's been in pretty good form.
He goes down on his crouches, and this one down leg side. Attempted glance by Tredget, but through to the keeper. Showing us his athleticism there, Moore diving away to his left.
Yeah, it's again a ball just a bit offline that time by Dallymore, who's had the ball round about the right spots most time. It was a little bit wide to start with outside off stump, but he's made the batsman play a little bit more in the next over or two.
Dallymore again. A lovely drive here from Tredget. Doesn't beat mid-on fielder though. Good signs there from Tredget, but and for the past, I don't know how many years now, but I've called the grand final with Colin Minson, of course, but no doubt you're probably listening this morning, Minnow, so a very good morning to you from us all here. I know you'd be missing not coming to the WACA for the grand final. I know you're passionate about Premier Cricket, obviously, that's obvious, but good shout out to you this morning. I hope you rested up. And as Dallymore comes in again to Tredget, this one forward in defence, but he really has appreciated, Graham and Derek, their messages of support, particularly with, some influence brought to bear by the amount of pressure about the rules about relatives not being able to visit people in hospices and hospitals, and that was changed late last week after that story went on the news. But Minnow certainly appreciates all those messages of support, and he's had a stream of family visited him this week, and I think even Alan Joyce came over
Fantastic.
from Melbourne to have his old mate from East Fremantle. So it was a lovely touch yesterday. As this next ball defended out to the offside. All right, we might take a break here from our all-important sponsors, and we'll have a change of commentators on the other side.
Welcome back here to the WACA ground for the first grade grand final here on 91.3 Sport FM Super Sport Saturday, with thanks to Autobarn Mechanical and Electrical, Home and Garden products available at Bunnings Warehouses, and the Aussie-made Marine Blue sunscreen. Good morning, Mark Campbell.
Yeah, good morning, Moddy, and good morning, listeners, and fantastic to be here down at the WACA ground on a fantastic day for cricket.
Cameron Gannon starts the 7th over of the innings. First ball to Jaden Goodwin just outside off stump, no run. The score is no wicket for 5. Goodwin 4. Goodwin 1 and Ben Pritchett 4, I should say.
Yeah, very circumspect start here by the two Subiaco-Floreat batsmen, trying to get a handle on the wicket and building themselves into a long stay at the crease.
Yeah, 90 over day, so no need to rush at this early stage. As we see Cameron Gannon coming in from the Lily Marsh stand in. Wrap on the pads for Goodwin, and finger goes up. The first wicket has fallen here at the WACA ground, and Jaden Goodwin has been adjudged LBW to Gannon for 1, and the score is 1 for 5 in the 7th over.
Yeah, good shout there from Gannon. Goodwin looked like he just played across his body a little bit there, got his pad in the down the track as he's been doing, and Gannon brought that one back coming from around the wicket, so well bowled.
So that's a big wicket there. State squad member is on his way, and that leaves Ben Pritchett at the crease, and we await the new batsman. South Perth very happy in their huddle there, just getting a quick refreshment going as they wait for the new man to come out. So at the end of the over, we'll go around the grounds thanks to Walker's Pest and Lawn Management and see how the other grand finals are setting themselves up at this early stage. But obviously a good start for South Perth. They got the toss they wanted, they've got the man in the attack they wanted, and he's delivered in the first half hour.
Yeah, he's got the wicket they wanted as well, because Goodwin, as you say, state squad member, and one of those batsmen from Subiaco-Floreat can bat a long time. So good wicket to get, and Tredgett's playing well. He's been in there faced 22 balls, only the 4 runs, but getting himself into good positions. So hopefully he will bat and anchor this Subiaco-Floreat innings.
So Gannon has figures of 1 for 1 from 3.3 overs, and Liam Dallymore at the other end bowling well as a team they are, despite the fact he's got no wicket. Here's none for 4. It's a new man to the crease. So the loss of Goodman now means that guys like Vaturis and Hansbury, Monteleone, they become even more important at this stage.
Yeah, Subiaco-Floreat got a lot of batting in the shed though, so they'll be looking forward to this good start. That's what they need at this stage.
Even down to Michael Hart, hits a 6 off the last ball like it was
shelling a
peeling
pea.
a banana.
Yeah, shelling a pea. Didn't care.
Gannon comes in. Next ball right up in the slot, dug away off to the offside. Cautiously put away, no run. Score is 1 for 5. Tim Monteleone, the new batsman.
I was just going to say, Tim Monteleone facing his first ball from Gannon and well in behind it, and just getting his eye in here. First ball.
Looking very sharp. Cameron Gannon last week with 4 wickets in the first innings. Helped rattle through Perth. He'll be looking to do the same again as he comes in now, right arm over. Another one up in the slot, just around the off-stump region. Monteleone once again employs the Bobcat to dig that out. Off to the offside for no run.
I tell you what though, Cameron Gannon's bowling really well here. There's no freebies, let me tell you. This is tight bowling and what you'd expect in a grand final from the top 2 sides in the competition.
And a guy of Gannon's experience too, he'd be looked upon to do this for an extended spell as well. Comes in now, passing umpire Steenholt now. Ball is cautiously shouldered arms and watched away. That is the end of the 7th over of the innings here so far at the WACA ground, and South Perth having Subiaco-Floreat 1 for 5 with Tredget on 4 and Tim Monteleone on no score.
Wicket maiden there from Gannon, and he's bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 1. So fantastic start for him in this grand final.
Just having a look around the ground thanks to Walker's Pest and Lawn Management, seeing as though we've hit the 11 o'clock hour, and the second grade game between Joondalup and Bayswater Morley has been played at James Oval, and Bayswater Morley decided to bat first after winning the toss, and they're currently no wicket for 8 in the 5th over, with Wiggers 7 not out at this stage as Dellimore starts his new over I should say, and Tredget playing the ball down towards the leg side. So Bayswater Morley no wicket for 8 in that match. In 3rd grade, we are at Brickler Park for the match between Melville and Subiaco-Floreat. And at this stage, we have no score up on the system, so that one's probably just started. And in 4th grade, we have Scarborough versus Willerton, and that match is also at Brickler Park. That's on the number 2 ground. Currently there's no score through from that one as well, so hopefully the cone of silence hasn't descended on Brickler Park today.
Definitely sounds like it, but I'm sure we'll get our techos out there to fix it, I would have thought.
Dellimore in from the Prindiville stand end. Watched cautiously through by Tredget, no run. So the next match is the under-17 Ted Hussey Shield final between Perth and Willerton. And Willerton decided that Perth can have a bat first. Looks like a reasonable decision at the moment. Perth 4 for 71 in the 22nd over there, and Turner's 27 not out leading the way there, and all single wicket takers for Willerton. And in the under 15 Tony Mann Shield, and that match being played at Fletcher Park, we have Perth currently on 3 for 78 after 23 overs. Dellimore comes in, and Tredget drives the ball back. It's been parried away by the bowler off towards the mid-off, no run. And that match, the under-15s, Perth 3 for 78 after 23 overs. No multiple wicket takers there yet, and Chetham is 21 not out. So they're the scores in the other WA Premier Grand Finals as we speak.
Yeah, it all seem to be early stages, very early stages at this stage.
Next ball from Dellimore comes in. Outside the off stump again, and watchful by Tredget once again. So they're just playing the patience game. They got all day.
Yeah, they have Motti, but Dellimore, you'd probably like to see him a little bit closer into that off stump. At the moment, there's too many balls where the batsmen don't have to play, and they can just shoulder arms to them outside off stump, which is what a batsman likes to do early in his innings. So just like to see him just take the stumps a little bit more. But he's bowling, tight lines, but just needs to attack the stumps.
Next ball now, passes umpire ran, and just put back out on the offside for no run. So once again, just letting the ball hit the bat, getting used to the conditions, and setting themselves in. Beautiful day here at the WACA ground. Got the renovation still going on the old grass banks there, turning a cricket field into a football oval.
Yeah, Ishmael will start playing here in May, so that'll be good for the WACA.
Dellimore in, and the ball hits the bat there. Tredget just lets that one nicely hit the middle of the bat, trickle back to the bowler, and that's the end of the over. So we are now 8 overs down here in this first grade grand final at the WACA ground. The score is 1 for 5 with Tredget on 4 and Tim Monteleone yet to score.
And very tight bowling from Dallimore. As I said, he's letting the batsman shoulder arms outside off stump a fair bit in his overs, but he has bowled the 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4, so giving good support to Gannon at the other end.
Gannon with 1 for 1 from his 4 overs, comes in to start the 5th now. That is honed in right on Monteleone's off stump. There's going to be no latitude there, and the ball is just deflected away on the leg side for no run.
Yeah, good to see Monteleone, you know, as we say, just starting his innings and getting in behind the ball. Gannon's given him absolutely no freebies here whatsoever, so he's going to be asking the questions every ball here, Gannon.
2 battle-hardened campaigners squaring off here in the middle of the WACA as Gannon comes in, passing the umpire, shorter than full length. And the batsmen just drop the ball and run on the leg side, so they rotate the strike. Now there's 2 right-handers out there, and the score moves on to 6. Little one to get the nerves down a bit. Just drop the ball and squirt it away and have a run, and feels good to get another one on the board.
I think at this stage of the game, Monty would be loving getting up the other end, to be honest.
It's a bit safer at the non-strikers end. You can't usually get out unless you run out.
Absolutely.
Gannon comes in. Ball down leg side, and a little wave at it by the batsman through to the keeper there. More no run. Talking about Mancads, the MCC have made some redefinitions of a few of their laws coming into effect in October. What do you think of the one where the batsman, if he hits the ball and gets caught in the batsman cross, the new man goes on strike instead of the crossover taking effect?
Oh, that's different. That used to be a way of getting the tail ender off strike so the main batter could have a bat.
Gannon in. Well defended on leg side again, no run.
That will defeat the purpose of trying to farm the strike now. As you know, trying to get the recognised batsman back on strike when the tail enders are in and teeing one up and getting caught, making sure you cross. That sort of defeats that purpose from now on.
3 slips in a gully. All crouched and ready to accept an edge as Gannon comes in from the Lilymar stand in. That's a good ball right in at the legs at the middle stump, and it's knocked away on the offside for no run by Monteleone. Score stays at 1 for 6 in the 9th on the Holman Garden Product scoreboard.
Well, the good thing from what we're seeing here from both Subiaco-Floreat batsmen, now Tredget in particular, is he's playing the ball very late, so he's playing it under his eyes all the time. So, you know, that means that he doesn't get his hands outside his body and doesn't nick up through the slips cordon. So, yeah, well played.
Here comes Gannon again. Nice straight drive on Monteleone, only as far as the mid-on, who dives in to reel it in, just like a Holman's garden reel. And that's the end of the over, 9 down. Score is 1 for 6 on the Holman Garden Product scoreboard.
Yeah, off the 9 overs. So, as we say, circumspect start here by the Subiaco-Floreat batsman, but there's no rush. There's still 90 overs in the day's play, so 80 more to go today. And the big thing in finals, Monty, is that you bat your overs. If you bat your overs, don't leave anything out there, you've got a half a chance.
No use going hard for 75 and leaving all that in the bank for the opposition to work on.
Dallimore looks like he's just doing some boot adjustments at the moment.
Running repairs out in the boondocks. So we're just going to have a little bit of a delay. Umpire Steenholt doing the stern, arms folded in front of himself.
Well, there's not a lot he can do while Dallimore's trying to fix his shoe.
Running repairs are done, and Dallimore's going to trot over now to accept the Kookaburra regulation into his hand and start his 5th over. 1 for 6 at the stage, 9 overs down, so 4 maidens bowled in the first 45 minutes of play. 35 minutes of play as Dallimore comes in from the Prindiville stand end. Big shout for LBW, and the finger goes up. Another wicket has fallen, and another LBW it is. So 2 for 6 is the score on the Holman Garden product scoreboard, and that looked pretty true there, Mark.
Yeah, just prop forward. Monteleone, unfortunately for him, didn't get any bat on it, and gave the umpire an easy decision because he gave him a very good look at it. But Dallimore, now he's starting to attack the stumps and gets the reward first up, rather than letting him be outside off stump and letting the batsman's shoulder arms. He's changed his line a little bit to attacking that stump and gets the reward straight up. So well bowled to Dallimore.
So Tim Monteleone, LBW bowled Dallimore for no score from 6 deliveries in 13 minutes. And the Holman Garden product score now reads 2 for 6 in the 10th over. So honours going the way of the sky blue and gold at the moment.
Yeah, early days though, Monty, early days. You can't go early, mate, with finals, because finals are a funny thing. Anything can happen.
How the pendulum swings.
So Subiaco-Floreat just to consolidate here now for a little while, and you've got Hansbury coming in, who's another experienced player. So
turned the game on its head last week, the semi-final on the first day with the ball. Coming in on well into the day's play, in the second half of the day's play is given the ball and took a lazy 7 for.
yeah, 51 overs. I'm sure because Subiaco-Floreat won, all was forgiven by the captain from the coach, who's a good friend of Sport FM, by the way.
So new batsman taking guard. Is that Futuris? It is for Jeremy Futuris, the skipper. And he has a record of 649 runs this season, so just a dab hand with a willow, and he'll be needed to put in a performance like that today with the bat. Very regular performer as he awaits Dallimore, puts in a nice length ball, just sort of poked at and knocked back towards the bowler. The bowler picked up the ball and shaped up to throw the ball back towards him, but nothing comes of that. The score is 2 for 6.
Yeah, Futuris coming in at the fall of the second wicket, so obviously Hansbury being saved. But the captain comes in, and this needs a captain's knock here just to right the ship, as it were.
Been very good in the one-day games earlier in this season, Jeremy Futuris. Reliable run getter. Awaits Dallimore. Oh, pokes at that one. He got the inside edge onto the ground. There was a little bit of a nervous little poke at that one.
He's actually batting out of his crease here, Futuris, so obviously trying to negate any swing that Dallimore may get.
He was doing that in the one-day final. He was trying to upset the bowler rhythms by advancing every delivery.
Still got a nice green tinge this wicket, hasn't it? It's looking like it should have something in it, but we haven't seen it to date.
Let's see what Dallimore can extract now with the next delivery. He comes in, and Futuris straight bats that one back, and it'll trickle down to mid-on for no run. Score remains at 2 for 6 on the Holman Garden product scoreboard. Nearly 10 overs gone in this first grade final.
Interesting field placing, 3 slips, a gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. So tempting to leave cover open at this stage for the cover drive.
Futuris tapping the crease. Looking for his first run as Dallimore just on that off stump line again. It's going to be a waiting game between these two. And no run.
Dallimore shaping up every time to throw the stumps down, and Futuris has only moved a step.
I think they're aware of his cat-like tendencies moving down the wicket.
Well, there's a bit of gamesmanship, and you know that's always good for the competition.
Nothing like a subplot, is there?
Well, you know, cricket's very much like that.
Dallimore now. Right arm over. Oh, that rather adventurous for tourists. He was a few steps down the crease, and he just stuck the leg out, let the ball hit the pad. But a bit ambitious to try and get an LB on that one. That's the end of the 10th over of this inning so far. Subiaco-Floreat. They are 2 for 6 on the Holman Garden product scoreboard. Let's take an ad break from our all-important sponsors and be back with David Clear and Mark Campbell.
That's what we're doing. You okay with it?
I'm on one. Welcome back to the WACA ground. Thanks very much, Derek Mott. Here with David Clear, and very good morning to you, Mark. It's good to be back at the WACA, isn't it?
Oh, Crystal, it's fantastic. It's been 20 years since we've sat in the commentary box, I think.
So Simon Ringrose, change of bowling, left arm over, short of a length, and right up on his toes goes Tredgett in behind. He's 4 not out, doing the job for his side. 33 deliveries for Tredgett, setting himself for a long one. He's already lost a couple of big partners there, Jaden Goodwin and Tim Monteleone. So Subi-Floreat just have to get into resurrect mode here, Mark.
Yeah, they do. Gannon's bowled just the 5 overs, but 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 1. So he's keeping the pressure on. And now Ringrose with the left armour. Bit of a change of angle for the batters to negotiate.
Bowls to Tredgett, short, and pulls powerfully past mid-wicket. This will be a long chase on for the fielder, but this outfield is absolutely like carpet, and that crosses the rope. Straight out to Langley Angel there, who's walking the boundary there, coach of South Perth. But a change of length. We've hardly seen any short deliveries at all. And Tredgett jumping on that one quickly to hit the first boundary of the innings, I believe. So he's on 8, and the score goes into double figures, 2 for 10.
It's probably a good reason why they haven't bowled short too, just quietly. This wicket looks really true, as you'd expect here at the WACA, and the outfield is like an absolute piece of glass.
So Ringrose. This one full of ball, and not quite timing this one, Tredgett, but trying to drive, but straight back to the bowler. I think the likes of the tall bowlers here, Bevilacqua and Gannon, they're going to create some troublesome bounce, I think, for the Subi-Floreat players.
Yeah, and the Gannon pitched up, so you could see where he was going with the ball. He was pitching up, trying to get any movement with the new rock on the surface, but didn't get a lot of movement laterally anyway.
Yeah. Ringrose to Tredgett, short of a length, lifts its one go outside off stump. We saw in the I think it was the T20 final. I know Subi-Floreat and Melville. Yeah, that's right. It was the T20 final. Bryce Jackson, probably 6'5" for Melville.
Jeepers, that's harsh.
Yeah, and like some decent pace. He troubled for tourists with his bounce, and just, I suppose they're not quite used to the steepling bounce in a lot of the Premier Cricket grounds. But Gannon's gone off now, so for tourists, I think probably appreciate that. It's this next one outside off stump from Ringrose. Change of pace here too, come down a cog.
Yeah, but we saw last Saturday Ringrose, very willing bowler. Just gives him the all. Reminds me a bit like a Wagner from New Zealand, where he just keeps running in and banging it in as hard as he can. And those sort of bowlers what you need in finals, because, you know, they're not going to get disheartened. They're just going to keep coming in and coming in and coming in.
Well, it was important because Roberts looks like he was settled in that first innings when they were about 4 for 39. They only needed 111.
Yeah, before the carnage.
Ringrose come on and he went to drive him, nicked him to third slip. So this one's short and tries to dab it down to third man. Didn't get hold of it, but yeah, that was an important wicket. I think he only bowled 3 overs, 1 for 13, but to pick up the Perth captain at that time was really critical.
Yeah, as I said, he looks like one of the old-time no-frills bowlers. Just keeps running in, banging it in as hard as he can, and gives his captain something to say, okay, I'll take the ball and I'll keep bowling for as long as you want me to.
When I say the Perth captain, when Jono Wells is not there, of course. Jono captain last weekend. But good news is we're our commentary today can be heard on also the WACA YouTube channel, the Frog Box coverage, the video coverage of the game today, as Dallimore bowls to Faturis, and again, probably 1.5 metres outside his crease, lets that one go. But yeah, so the YouTube channel, if you can find it, just key in WACA Premier Cricket, and you should be able to come across the live video footage of this game, and our commentary is complementing it.
So you finally found your vocation. You've got on TV, David. Is this what you're telling me, Crystal?
Well, yeah, it's nice to be back on video again, but
I always thought you and I had good heads for radio too.
yeah. Well, fortunately, the camera only swings one way towards the ground, not back towards the commentary box. Dallimore again to Faturis, and this one short of a length down leg side. I think he's just trying to pitch it a little shorter with Faturis advancing towards him.
It'll be interesting if he falls for the 2-card trick here. Faturis advancing, and then all of a sudden he doesn't advance and just rocks back and just whacks it past square leg for 4.
Yeah,
because he's getting a bit shorter, Dallimore. So it's a battle of wits here between the batsman and the bowler. Be interesting to see who wins.
he likes to play shots for Faturis, so we'll see if he gets anything to play here. As Dallimore down the wicket again and hits him on the pad, but yeah, he barely misses his length, Liam Dallimore. It's just so hard to get away. But I think if he gets on a pitch which is a benign and not doing much, I think there's an opportunity for the batters to hit through the line. But this pitch just offering a little bit by the looks of it, Cambo.
Yeah, well, we played Cricket West Cup game on a Monday on 20, and admittedly it was a T20 game on the wicket next door to it. And the bowlers that actually bowled into the wicket and had off-pace bowling seemed to cause the most trouble.
Yeah, interesting. This one drives fluently, but a nice fielding there at mid-off by Sean Stewart. Back into the side today. He's been injured, so nice game to come back into the grand final.
Yeah, feel for the person who's taken his spot up to the grand final. But yeah, looking at the wicket as I came across earlier today, it looked like the same covering of grass on it. And we found in that final, admittedly it was a T20 game, but the off-pace bowling sort of caused more trouble than the full-on pace.
Dallimore on a good length. And a bit more sound in defence here for Faturis. 2 for 10 on the Holman's Garden Products scoreboard. 2 umpires today, Todd Rann and Trent Steenholt. So, Todd... over 400 games of Premier Cricket umpired.
Saw that the other day. Did his 400th game or something.
Trent Steenholt, very experienced for a man of his age. He did. I know when he went to Kent Street High School, he was focusing on umpiring at that stage. But there's Dallimore again bowls. This one off his toes nicely by Faturis, straight to the fielder. Cleary there at mid wicket. That's the end of the over. 2 for 10. And thanks very much, Mark Camp. As he'll make way for Graham Stafford. Bit of rain, unseasonal rain yesterday afternoon. Got particularly humid in Perth. And I don't know if you got any staff where you were of any rain yesterday, but I was a bit worried overnight with clubs preparing to host grand finals. We've got Breckler Park hosting a couple. Fletcher Park hosting the 15s and 17s, but I'm sure all the covers were out last night as we see Ringrose come in again to Tredget, and nicely driven and wide of mid-on. A lovely shot as he races out towards the boundary. Long chase for Stewart. He closes in on the ball and he'll get it just before the boundary rope down in front of us, and 3 runs to Tredget. So he's very strong off his pads. South Perth bowlers starting to learn that. So 2 for 13. And Tredget's got most of those runs at the moment. He's on to 11.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, one thing I like about Ben Tredget is when he's playing down the ground, he gives it the full face all the time. You see the broad bat come through, and that was just on his pads, and he's hit it to whitish mid-on. Full face of the bat. Excellent shot. Yeah, so he's looking in pretty good touch again, Dave, and given the start with the 2 others going LB, he's hanging in there pretty well.
So Faturis waits for Ringrose right in behind it. Does get everything behind it, doesn't he, Faturis? Monteleone seemed to be trying that, Graham, but he just, that ball just seemed to come back and trap him in front. The one from Dallimore.
Well, both the LBs, I mean, they were both. I don't know why the batsmen have missed them, really. They just look relatively straight, good balls.
They got everything behind it, didn't they?
Yeah, and just missed it. So I don't, it's hard to understand sometimes. I mean, if it's swinging wildly, it's a different story, or cutting off the decks, but I don't think that was the case.
Ringrose. Just pulled a slower delivery on middle stump. It just defended straight back down the pitch. We've got a man walking a couple of golden retrievers round the boundary line on the far side. Something you don't see every day at the WACA ground.
Well, I hope he's got a plastic bag with him. At least he's outside the boundary. That's the main thing. I'm not sure who that is, whether it's one of the supporters or one of the ground staff.
He's got 3 dogs, actually. A little black one I didn't see initially, but... As this next ball, stout in defence is for tourists, but yeah, I don't know if how he got him past through gate 2 there.
Yeah, well, as you said, Derek, has he got his vaccination certificates for the dogs? I mean, we don't want COVID dogs in here, that's for sure. But look, yeah, for tourists, going back to him, just watching those facing Dallimore, I mean, he's taking that a metre or so little steps towards the bowler. I don't know whether it's meant to put the bowler off his length or what, but I must admit I'm a bit curious about
this next delivery. Outside off stump, almost thinks about cover driving that, but just stops his shot, defends it out to cover. But yeah, so not too many animals come into the WACA. There was the odd stray cat, I think, when I was working here. But we kept the rats down, which was good, but this is interesting. I know, and I think in the 70s they used to have a sheep that used to roam around the banks and keep the grass down.
I'll save on the mowing costs. Yeah, it is unusual to see some dogs walking around the boundary here. I mean, at all the suburban grounds, not a problem.
Yeah, Ringrose for tourists, short, up on his toes, defends again. 2 wickets for 13. But yeah, I don't know if the curators have noticed that.
Oh, I think they might have the binoculars on him just in case. But at 12 overs, down in 13 runs, so it's been a bit of a struggle, Dave.
Yep. Got some special guests joining us today. We should have Phil Gregson coming up soon from Subiaco-Floreat coaching staff, and Gavin Swan tomorrow morning. And then we've got a couple of people from South Perth coming in the middle of the day.
Yeah, I did have a chat to Dennis Baker last week.
Yeah.
I'll mention that in a minute.
Dallimore. Forward goes Tredgett, keeps that out. Dallimore just hitting a beautiful length again. Yeah, Graham Peterson, who's taken over the presidency this year of South Perth. Good to have a chat to him. And Rob Thompson, who obviously formerly cricket manager of the WACA a long time ago, but executive officer of the Sports Federation for many years as well. But he's taken over as chair of South Perth this year, so it'll be good to chat to Rob.
Yeah. Oh, he was a very good player in his own right, going back many years ago.
There's Dallimore again, outside off stump, well left from Tredgett, but yeah, he played with distinction for Perth and then South Perth for many years. So
he was an excellent player. Just interesting looking at that's one of Tredgett's seems to be seeing the ball pretty well, and he's getting the bat on most balls, and it's a bit of a rare one that was slightly wider. He's let go, but yeah, he's 11 not out of the total of 13. So it's amazing that the other 12 overs there's only 2 runs scored, and one of those was a leg by.
Yeah, that's right. Kept the score down well, South Perth. This one, no exception, on a length, defending back to the bowler. But yeah, and Luke Douglas is going to come up and have a chat to us after tea. So reflections on the season. It's been a long year for Luke, I'm sure, but he'll be delighted. I think the amount of cricket we've managed to get in, given it's been a shortened season. By the grand final was originally scheduled for 2 weeks' time, so we've shortened the season by a fortnight. But I think all in all, the integrity of the competition, I think, has been pretty well maintained, Grant.
Oh yeah, it's been fantastic.
So Dallimore again. Oh, defends, ball bounces back towards the leg stump. and just bounces over the top of it.
Yeah, that's come off low off his bat, hadn't it? Back into the wicket and bounced up high. Almost appeared as if it was going to drop onto the stumps, but just drifted off to the leg side. But yeah, I just mentioned Dennis Baker. I mean, he tells me he'll be down here tomorrow.
Yeah, it'd be good to have a chat to him. Yeah.
So I sort of asked him if he was interested. He might pop up at some point, but given his role, I think he's involved with Aquinas today as a bowling coach over there. So in their Darlow Cup game.
Dallimore again, well outside off stump, well left from Tridget. Well, John Townsend was telling us, and we'll have a chat to him this weekend as well, but he was saying, I'm trying to think who he said had played for the most clubs, 6 clubs I think it was, because Dennis had played 5 I think. Did he play, was it Rod Marsh? Played 6, yeah.
Well,
because Dennis played, didn't he play for both of these clubs, South Perth and Subiaco-Floreat? Did he play at South Perth at all? No.
I don't think so. I think he played for Subi, he played for North Perth, he played for Netherlands.
Yep.
I remember playing against him at Netherlands. Yeah, he certainly went around. Of course, playing for West Australia as well as playing for Tasmania for a season as well, Dennis Baker. So, yeah, and of course you had a great chat with him last week out at Richardson.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it was great talking about the reunion. That's the end of the over. 2 for 13 after 14 overs. Well, South Perth probably couldn't have hoped for a better start, I think. I mean, I know they bowled Perth out for 55 last week, but just so difficult to get away. You know, the likes of Dallimore just hitting a length all the time, and Gannon. It's a tough challenge for the Subiaco-Floreat batters, but they won't be too concerned about run rate at the moment, Graham. It'll be mainly about preserving their wickets.
Yes, and look, the dogs, get back to the dogs, Dave. They're not Labradors. They look like Huskies.
Yeah, I know. From a distance, they look like retrievers, but...
But anyway, yeah, so another good ball by Ringrose and well kept out by Jeremy Futuris.
Yes, Ringrose starting his new over. Well, the man is probably a little bit nervous at the moment, but he's warmed all the boys up, the Subiaco-Floreat boys, and hopefully get a chance to watch some good cricket now. But one of the assistant coaches at Subiaco-Floreat, Phil Gregson. Morning, Phil.
G'day, Dave. How you doing?
Good, mate. This next ball, beautifully driven by Futuris. He doesn't even move for that one after he hit that, but an over-pitch ball from Ringrose through the covers for 4, just the second boundary of the day, and Jeremy Futuris off the mark with 4. Well, Phil, that was a good start for you, mate, to the microphone.
Yeah, well batted, Phil. Yeah.
Yeah, strike rate quite good at the moment. Yeah, look, I think that's probably not a bad approach from Jeremy. He tends to like to hit the ball and get on with it a bit, so I don't think that's necessarily a bad way to approach the situation.
Yep. Next ball from Ringrose. This one on a better length and just defends out to the onside, but 2 for 17. Well, it's been some pretty high quality bowling early, hasn't it, Phil? Like Dallimore and Gannon, just really missing their lengths.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't think any of us would have expected anything less, really.
Yeah.
Gannon's an interesting character, isn't he? Quite tall and probably he'd love bowling here, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
And Dallimore, as you said, he tends to dish that stuff up every week, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Ringrose again from the Lily Marsh stand end. Short and pulled high by Futuris. Now the fielder's running back Cleary, but I don't think he's going to get there. Top edge from Futuris, and he gets 2 for it, but he saw it pretty early and has been pressing forward Futuris, but yeah, it was almost there, didn't quite execute, but he's on to 6. 2 for 19 on the Holman scoreboard.
Now, Phil, you might be able to shed some light on Jeremy's step forward towards the bowlers. I can't quite work it out. I always found it hard enough just standing on the crease.
Yeah, I reckon it's something I noticed when we were here a week or so back. But prior to that, I hadn't really seen him employing that, so I'm not too sure what it's about, to be fair. But it's something he's doing today, and he did a few weeks back in the one-day final. So,
in the T20, I think a bit the same. So I've never noticed it before either, and I've watched quite a bit of him this year. And look, when he's back in the crease, he's a beautiful stroke player. When he gets in, and just critical from a Subiaco-Floreat point of view that he gets in here. He's played a beautiful cover drive and then a slightly mistimed pull shot then, but he's critical really to the Subi batting.
Yeah, I agree.
2 for 19. Approaching drinks on the first day. This ball down leg side off the thigh pad of Faturis, and they take a cheeky single as Moore dives to his left, throws at the stumps, but they get through safely. Well called from Tredgett. 2 for 20.
That was good backing up by Ben Tredgett. Then made it, got a single out of nothing basically, and they need all the runs they can get really at the moment. And any leg by or any other way of getting a run on the board's handy, and just to support what the batsmen are actually doing.
Looks like it's drinks here after 1 hour's play here at the WACA in the 2021-22 Premier Cricket Grand Final. We might take a quick break, hear from our all-important sponsors, and we'll be back with more on the other side. Paddy, you can probably play a couple here, mate. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool, yep. And welcome back to the WACA ground. As you see the sound of I think we're being approached by a helicopter over the top. I just missed that comment, Steph. No, I think hopefully it's on the other side of the world, so.
Might be a Channel 7 one maybe, just trying to catch up on the cricket news.
Yes, so just coming back from drinks. Humid day today. Geez, it was humid late yesterday and this morning. Cloud cover and quite warm conditions.
Yeah, last night it was very humid, wasn't
it?
Particularly around, 6, 7 o'clock, I think, at night last night. We went up to Wembley Golf Course and just with my wife and had a quick meal up there, and it was beautiful sitting up there. And later on, about an hour or so later, there was just a little waft of breeze came. It was the first bit of coolish breeze it felt for days.
So Liam Dallymore to continue. He'll be bowling his 8th over on the trot. He bowls to Faturis, leaves this one, and he's playing. That was a bit more traditional from the crease. 3 slips still in for Dallymore. Good faith in their bowler. We see Alex Bevilacqua warming up at mid-on. Suggest he might replace perhaps maybe Ringrose at this end.
Well, he'll be very interesting because he's so tall. And the bounce, and there's more bounce in this wicket certainly than Floreat and Richardson Park, so it'll be interesting to see how the batsmen handle him and how well he bowls.
Dallymore to Faturis. This one cuts back and cuts him in half. Hits him high on the thigh pad or in the midriff. But everything behind it there.
Yeah, it's just, he's bowled pretty well, Dallimore, and as Phil said, you know, it's what you expect from the bowl at South Perth. They've got a good strong bowling lineup, and they're pretty steady and make the batsman play a lot. Yeah, he's done well, so it's going to be interesting to see whether that change occurs next over with Bevilacqua.
Dallimore again from the Printable stand in. This ball leaving the right-hander through to the keeper with Graham Stafford here on special comments, and Phil Gregson, assistant coach at Subiaco-Floreat. And Phil, much change in the preparation this week? I mean, you've been in the finals now for well, it's been quite a period of time. I mean, you've had the T20 final, the one-day final, lots of Sundays for the boys. How's everyone holding up, you know, leading into the culmination of the season?
Things were pretty much the same as what we've done all year, really.
Yep.
And you do get a little bit of cumulative fatigue, I guess.
Yep.
Not necessarily physical, but...
Next ball, short of a length for Tourist, dabs it away into the gully.
So we were pretty low-key, to be fair. And that's the way the team approaches the preparation. And what I mean by that is that collectively, you know, they'll have a lot of fun together and all those sorts of things, but individually, like, people will go and do their extra work when they need to. And that sort of thing. So
yep.
It's, I think it's been critical to the success we've had this year, actually, because the team actually responds well.
This next ball outside off stump.
To that sort of culture, I guess.
Bit of self-paced coaching, I suppose.
Yeah,
their own games, yeah.
Yeah, and even you know, approach in the mornings before play and that sort of thing. So it's just about connecting as a team,
Yep.
chatting a little bit about whatever, and then, you know, the half hour before play, getting ready in that sense from a mental perspective. So.
Well, Wayne Clark as coach is a fairly laid-back character, isn't he? So he's not the pushy, screamy coach.
Yeah, and
this next ball hits.
You know, Gavin Swan's the same. So, and it just seems that this particular squad, you know, and I say that collectively from all grades, is just responding really well. So it's been good.
Yeah, and so third grade Subiaco-Floreat playing in the final against Melville today at Breckler.
Yeah.
So they must have possibly just started, actually.
Yeah, and that'll be an interesting match as well, as all grand finals are. But you know, Melville, couple of very experienced former players, first grade players.
Drew Porter and Tom Kerr-Shepherd.
Yep,
yeah.
And we're a pretty balanced side too. So I think it's going to be a fascinating game, that one.
Yeah, I think probably the Subiaco-Floreat side's probably younger all round than what Melville will be. But as you say, those Porter and Kerr-Shepherd, and there's a Bowdler and a few others that names have been around the cricket scene for a long time too. So we have got a bowling change here, Dave. Bevilacqua is coming on.
Yep. So just the two slips in place as Tretchett waits for Bevilacqua. First ball right on target, rising outside off stump, and just carves that ball into the gully to Mulder on the bounce. It just started, so Subiaco-Floreat batting there. Hinch and Reed opening, and no wicket for 2 in the second over.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, Phil, to see. Well, obviously, if they bat their overs, that's the first thing you've got to do, isn't it, a final? If you bat first, you can get through the day, bat your overs, and get a half reasonable score on the board. You're always a good chance.
Bevilacqua, short of a length. Geez, he gets some bounce there, and he plays that probably chest high, but dabs it into the gully. Well played from Tretchett. Nice and safe, dealing with the bounce, and just that extra bounce here, Phil, at the WACA. It's players have to adjust pretty quickly, don't they?
Well, they do, and you know, Ben's not a tall man, neither is Jerry, so it's something they have to contend with. But I guess in our favour is, you know, they've both had a few hits here the last month or so, hopefully we're quick learners.
Bevilacqua again, and right on a length again, and forward correctly in defence. Goes Tretchett, the score 2 for 20 on the Holman's Garden Products scoreboard. We're in the 17th over, 90 overs for each side.
That shot there by Ben, that's what I've liked about Ben. You see the full face of the bat when he's coming forward and driving. And for a guy who, as you say, Phil, he's not overly tall, probably 5'9" or something like that in the old measurement, and but he gets forward well.
Next delivery, short, right up on his toes. Not quite the pace of Gannon, but certainly, well, he's even taller than Gannon. He must be 6'7", 6'8", Bevilacqua.
Yeah, well, Gannon would be 6'5", probably, wouldn't he be?
Yep.
And he bowled very well. And Bevilacqua, yeah, makes the other players around him. Just looking at him getting the ball from, is that Stewart? Is it possibly? Anyway.
He's keen to. I'm sure he'd be keen to dislodge Tredgett, given the fact that he dropped him early. This ball, full on off stump, defends back to him. So
He's very patient, Ben, and you know, as you can see, he's quite old-fashioned, I guess, in his technique. Like it's quite a traditional setup, and plays very straight, and he's got really good concentration. So
it's an interesting story, isn't it? I mean, he's batted down the order for a fair bit of the season, but most of his runs for the season have come as an opener in the last 4 or 5 games as he waits for Bevilacqua outside off stump.
yeah, well, he was an opening in second grade a few years back when Callum Howe was the keeper, and then when he was promoted, I think from memory he did open for half a dozen games or so a few years ago, and then dropped down the order. And it's always difficult, I guess. you know, when you're batting at 7 or 8, if with more and more one-day cricket, he just hasn't had many opportunities. So, as you said, though, the last 3 or 4 weeks he's taken those. And as Staff said, we'd like him from a Subiaco-Floreat perspective to continue that. Be handy.
Yeah, well, hopefully, but we have to be careful what we say up here, Phil. The old commentator's curse, you know.
All of that.
But
yeah.
he's done very nicely so far. He's got himself in, and hopefully he can continue on for Subi-Floreat's. And Jerry Futuris obviously just starting to get in now.
Dallimore continues. Futuris almost feigns to play at this one, but goes through to the keeper. I'm not sure if he did offer a shot to that one. Interesting, the second grade grand final at the moment. Playing at James Oval. Bayswater-Morley batting there. 1 for 60 in the 20th over, but Wiggers has got 53 not out of the 60 runs.
Wow.
So
he must have had a good night last night, mustn't he? Get out and seeing the ball that well and getting off to such a great start.
As Futuris waits for Dallimore. Oh, beautiful drive, but straight to mid-off, picks him out. No run, but interesting, Brendan McPhee just batting 3 there for Bayswater-Morley, crossed from Scarborough halfway through the year.
Yeah, a good team, Bayswater-Morley. They won the second grade premiership last year. Brendan's obviously an addition. Most of those guys have been around the club for a bit. I think Jake Lewis might be playing there.
Looks like Christian Smith maybe.
Yep, so they've also had plenty of first grade experience, so pretty strong team.
Yep. Next delivery from Dallimore, shorter, and Futuris dabs into the offside, quick single, and well run as Bota comes in, but can't prevent it. So the score onto 21, Futuris onto 8.
That was quite a clever run then. You see that a lot, don't you, in 2020 and these other shorter forms of the game. Just got over the top of the ball, dabbed it into the cover, and wasn't really much of a cricket shot. It was just to sort of stop the ball and get it a few metres away from him, and they both got through pretty quickly. So good cricket.
Bait and sunshine, the WACA ground as Dallimore comes in. Short of a length, Tredgett clips it off his pads, which is most proficient at, as we've seen already today. Most of his runs have been through that leg side region. And we've seen Phil, if the bowlers drift onto middle and leg, he's quite capable of clipping it through that leg side there.
Yeah, and especially with the field South Perth's got, it's quite traditional, but you know, sort of squarish mid-wicket and a mid-on, so there's plenty of opportunity if they stray onto the pads.
2 for 21. Dallimore again, cuts nicely, and that's it's fine, but it's past gully, and so there's a long chase towards the boundary. Bota will pick it up. Lovely slide in behind it, but they can't prevent 3, and it's been a feature of Tredgett's innings. He's running between wickets, so he's on to 14. They've run a few 3s. He's not as fast as Goodwin, I reckon, but he he's up there, scoring to 24.
Yeah, it's a good little dab shot behind point, wasn't it? And he just used the pace of the ball from Dallimore. So, yeah, he plays that shot quite a bit, Phil, doesn't he? Last week when he was batting really well at Floreat, where, as we said earlier, the outfield was so slow.
Yes.
And he dabbed a number of times, but he was only getting one most times.
Dallimore again. Futuris drives powerfully. Doesn't quite get all of it, but it is past Bota out there on the offside. And it races towards the boundary. Just crossed the rope now. So really threw his hands at that one, Futuris. And most of it was along the ground. So 4 more runs. Well, Dallimore's most expensive over by far. There's 7 off it. And it's 2 for 28 after 18 overs. Well needed boundary. And Dallimore now has 1 for 12 off his 9 overs. So we can see how economical he has been. But
well, that's, from a Subiaco-Floreat point of view, Phil, it's good to see a couple of more positive shots getting away. And Jeremy Futuris certainly is very capable of playing attacking shots. And but he's just got to be careful, because on the WACA you can't drive a lot of the balls you can in a normal deck at Floreat or Richardson or some of the other grounds, because the ball does just bounce that bit more. Yep. So unless it's right in the slot, you've got to be careful.
So Beverlack to continue to trudge it outside off stump. Nice ball just leaving him, but he left that one alone. Two slips in play. When we chatted to Wayne, I remember talking to Wayne Clark late last year, I think, Phil, about his style, and he did talk about how, you know, players are at different levels in first grade sides, and as we wait for Bevilacqua. Short, he nicks straight to first slip and a well taken catch. That ball was short outside off stump and just got a top edge to it, and an important wicket there for South Perth, and that sees the end of Ben Tredgett. Well, Phil, it's disappointing, but it was quite a loose ball, isn't it? But I just don't know how close it was to him.
I think Ben's just been caught by the bounce a bit there. He obviously won't be happy with the dismissal, but it sort of looked like he was shaping to hit with a straightish sort of bat, and then it's got a bit big on him. Yeah, and he's then tried to adjust and edged quite high on his bat to first slip. It's a good catch. Yeah,
Tim Hale there. Just trying to see who was underneath that broad brimmed hat with a beard, but Timmy Hale in there at first slip. So 3 for 28 the score in the 19th over. We might take a break here from our all important sponsors, and the other side will be Derek Mott and Mark Campbell.
Welcome back to the WACA ground, where we've just seen a wicket fall. The score on the Home and Garden product scoreboard as we speak is now 3 for 28 in the 19th over. So Futuris on 11. And the last wicket to fall, Ben Tredgett caught Hale bowled Bevilacqua for 14. So Alex Bevilacqua righting the earlier wrong when he put down Tredgett early in the innings.
Oh, absolutely. There we go. We've got some sound.
Gotcha.
Good. Absolutely. And I guess, you know, the way that was played, instead of trying to play straight bat at it, you probably should have gone cross bat and try to hit it over the top of slips. That used to be a way of getting out of trouble here at the WACA with the bounce.
So Bevilacqua in. As the batsman in a spin. The ball goes round and round the body. Looks like Aaron Lilly, the new man in. Hamish Mackenzie. Sorry about that.
I think Aaron will come in next, Moddy.
His initiation was to see the ball come close to the body. He pirouetted around and watch it through the keeper. No run, so the next ball in from Bevilacqua. Big tall man delivers it, and it carries through to the keeper.
It's an amazing thing knowing Aaron's father, how he's batting at 6 in A grade cricket, to be honest.
Well, that doesn't mean that Aaron doesn't like to have a bowl as well, though, Mark.
Good afternoon, Skinny, if you're listening, because I'm sure you will be.
Does he still have Ring of Fire as his ringtone?
Probably.
Burn, burn, burn.
Probably.
Bevilacqua comes in from the Lily Marsh stand end, past the umpire, and tucked around the corner by Hamish Mackenzie. He's off the mark. And the score moves on to 29 for the loss of 3 wickets on the Holman Garden Products scoreboard.
Just straying a little bit there, Bevilacqua, down to the leg side of the left-handed batsman, and I guess left and right combinations are paramount in this sort of cricket because the batsmen need to adjust, the bowlers need to adjust their line and lengths to different batsmen. So left and right's going to help here for Subiaco-Floreat, I think, Phil.
Well, I hope so, Mark.
Next ball from Bevilacqua. Oh, the bat got poked out with no conviction whatsoever and missed the sparring attempt at an edge. And the batsman survives another delivery, and that is the end of the over. There's 19 gone. It's 3 for 29 on the Holman Garden Products scoreboard. And I'll just get a quick wrap there from Mark Campbell, and we'll go around the grounds for Walker's Pest and Lawn Management over the next over.
Yeah, interesting state of affairs here, Moddy. 3 for 29, the Subiaco-Floreat batsman. It's not so much a struggle, it's just a case of surviving with the new ball. The changes are coming thick and fast now for South Perth. Dallymore's been replaced at that Prindiville stand end, I think. So 1 for 12 he has off 9 overs, Dallymore. So bowling really well here.
Can't complain at those figures. The dogs have disappeared around the WACA.
Yeah, how did they get in, I wonder?
Did they have the paperwork?
I know Dallymore's continuing. Moddy?
He's just going around the wicket.
Bowlers look different when they go around the wicket, don't they, to when they're coming over the wicket?
It's just the angle they're on. As Liam Dallymore comes round to the left-hander Mackenzie, bat raised, ready to attack, but instead this one a bit close to the body, and he'll defend. So the score here on the Holman Garden Products scoreboard. Subiaco-Floreat, after being sent into bat, they're currently 3 for 29 after 19 overs. Tredget out for 14, Goodwin for 1, and Monteleone for a duck. Futuris is on 11 not out, and Hamish Mackenzie on 1. Dallymore stands at the mark. Mackenzie's just got himself ready now. And he's away on his runway into the batsman. Well watched, not too far away from the off stump that time as the ball nipped in a little bit. And that is no run. We'll have a look, thanks for Walker's Pest and Lawn Management around the grounds. We'll start at second grade at James Oval, where Bayswater Morley have decided to bat first in their match against Joondalup. The currently Bayswater Morley on 2 for 66 in the 22nd over. Wiggers 58. He's out for 58 from 75 deliveries, so he's made all bar 8 of the runs in the innings so far in the first hour or so there. As Dallymore strays on the leg side and gives Mackenzie an easy single down to the leg side. In third grade, we have the match between Melville and Subiaco-Floreat being played at Breckler Park 1. And Subiaco-Floreat 3 for 4 in the 6th over. Hinch out for 2, Reed for a duck, and Collins is not out for no score. Williams the last man out for 1. So some early inroads being made there by Drew Porter, 1 for 3, and Downey 2 for 1 there. So Melville off to a good start there. In fourth grade, we've got Scarborough versus Wilson on the adjoining ground there at Breckler Park. We'll give you that score in a moment as Dallymore comes in. A slashing cut shot there, beautifully rocking on the back foot, and that has the legs to go for 4. And brings the score up to 34 for the loss of 3 wickets. Just having a look at that 4th grade score, Scarborough currently no wicket for 7 in the 7th over against Willerton at Brickler Park 2. In the under-17 Ted Hussey Shield Grand Final being played at Fletcher Park East, Perth playing Willerton. Perth, after being sent in to bat, they're currently 4 for 166 in the 44th over, with Turner 82 not out, and with him Heyman unbeaten on 38. There's the next ball from Dellimore, a nice cut shot being drive, I should say, being played there by Faturis on the aggressive bent now, but has gone straight to the mid off, no run. So Perth looking good there at 4 for 166 in the under-17 game. And the Tony Mann Shield for the under-15s is between Perth and Fremantle on Fletcher Park West. And Perth in a little bit of trouble there, 8 for 145 in the 46th over. This Dellymore's in again. Faturis, another cut shot on the bounce, trapped by the fielder. And no run, so the top score, Chetan 29 there for Perth in that innings, and 2 wickets each for Campo and Amin. So they are the scores around the grounds in WA Premier Grand Finals, thanks to Walker's Pest and Lawn Management.
Interesting to note, Wiggers at Bayswater Morley, of course, came from North Suburban Community Cricket Association, played at Wanneroo, and were perennial finalists in his time at Wanneroo. Went to Bayswater Morley and has done some great things over there, and to see him get 58 in the finals, fantastic effort by him.
You're right, Mark, and I'm sure you witnessed a few of it. I saw him play some amazing innings in some of those association matches, where he'd come out to bat open and probably do what he did today. So he likes to get on with it. And
Mackenzie on 2, he gets wrapped on the pads by Bevel Aqua. Anguish out, not out.
And when you look at him, Phil, doesn't look like he's over-techniqued. He just goes out there and hits the ball. It's fantastic to watch.
It is. And, you know, it's probably not a bad start for Bayswater Morley. I know they've lost 2 wickets, but, you know, they've got 60 runs on the board early on and, you know, plenty of batting left, so they wouldn't be too upset with the position they're in, I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, I agree with you too, Phil, about their experienced side, because Jared Daniels is in that team as well, so a lot of experience.
Oh, Bevel Aqua straying down the leg side, and Mackenzie just giving that a very fine tickle down the leg, and the fielder down at fine leg had no chance, and that's gone for a boundary, which is just the 5th of the innings so far, and the score moves up to 3 for 39 on the Holman Garden Products scoreboard.
Yeah, just strayed a little bit there, Bevel Aqua, and as you say, Monty, just a little tickle from Mackenzie, and that's all you need here at the WACA, because the ball just runs away, because as we keep saying, the outfield's like glass here.
Yeah, Mackenzie find a little bit different to Floreat Park Oval last week. As Graham Stafford said, a little bit spongy, but this is like a bowls green out here as Bevel Aqua runs across the runway. In now to Mackenzie, has him reaching down to defend the ball. Around the off-stump line, no run, and the score remains 3 for 39.
The good thing about Bevel Aqua is that he's always asking questions of the batter. He doesn't leave it outside off stump so he can shoulder arms a lot. He's always at you all the time, so he's always asking questions of the batsman all the time.
Bevel Aqua into his 3rd over, 1 for 5. Figures damaged by that boundary as he comes in the bowl around that off-stump line. Has Mackenzie defending, leaning up, knocking the ball down onto the pitch, no run. 3 for 38 in the 21st over.
Still a long way to go, so I don't think Subiaco-Floreat should be getting too worried at the moment. There's still plenty of time left in this game, and as we keep saying in finals, if you bat your overs, it gives you half a chance.
Given 90 overs, what would you expect them to be looking at?
I'll wait till after this ball.
Bevel Aqua, give you some thinking time there. Gets the ball through to Mackenzie, and he shoulders arms, lets the ball go through to Moore, who takes that round hip height.
I mean, ideally, you're probably looking at 270, 280 maybe, Phil? That be the expectation?
Yeah, it's really hard to know. Like, it's just really difficult. You know, obviously, when you're out there batting, you know, might be probably a question you could ask the first 3 guys that have batted already, I guess. But then, as we know, things settle down a bit as the day goes on, and it's just really, really hard to predict, especially in a grand final, about what's going to be a
Bit of
a
tension
reasonable
and nerves, bit of those sort of factors come in.
Just don't know. And it could have been completely different if early on there was a slip catch which they missed, so that I don't know, it might have changed the trajectory of where we are at the moment as well. But as I was saying before, as long as we can just keep in tune with where the game's at, and not get too concerned about wicket preservation and not scoring, I think that's probably what we'd be thinking about at the moment, the two guys out there.
Well, the trajectory of the game at the moment is that Subiaco-Floreat are 3 for 38 after 21 overs. And it looks like could even be seeing Cameron Gannon swapping ends, maybe.
Well, fantastic effort by Dallimore there. Dallimore, the figures are 10 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 17 in his opening spell. So, fantastic effort by the young fella.
Yeah, he bowled really well, didn't he, Mark?
Yeah.
So we've got Jeremy Faturis, bat on his shoulder, just looking around. He sees there's 3 slips in the gully to his right, as well as a wicket keeper. He's got a point in front of him. Covers as Gannon comes in, start a new spell, and the ball goes through shoulder height, through past the batsman, and no run. We've also got a mid-on, we've got a mid-wicket, and there's a man down around fine leg, so nice little spread there, but the attacking bent on the offside still.
I thought, Dallimore early overs, the first probably 2 or 3 overs, let the batsman have a good look at him, well, a bit wide of off stump, but then in those middle overs he really adjusted that and made the batsman play at everything, and then towards the end of that spell got a bit short.
Gannon to Faturis, defends away through to the gully region, no runs, score stays at 3 for 38.
But generally I think South Perth have bowled well, like it's been full, so it gives the opportunity for the ball to do what it needs to do, and not falling for the bowling too short. That delivery which Tredgick got out to was a perfect example. I think the ball before was reasonably full, that he had a bit of a look at, and then the next one was a fraction shorter and drew him into the false shot.
Gannon to Faturis.
It's amazing, isn't it, the amount of times you see the overseas teams come here and they hear about the WACA and all they want to do is bang it in short, and you get technically our club cricketers come here maybe once a year and they still bowl full, and that's the best part about it.
Yeah.
Especially the subcontinental nations, they just seem to struggle to adapt. It takes a few days for them to get used to it. As Gannon from the Prindiville stand end digs it in, has Faturis defending off to the offside for no run, 3 for 38.
Well, we saw that in the World Cup qualifiers here when Afghanistan came and they had all the 3 or 4 quicks. All they wanted to do was bang it in short. Thought it was Christmas time. Look at that, the ball's getting above stump height.
Clouds passing over. A bit of wind here this morning early on. See the slip fielder shirts rustling in the breeze as Gannon bowls a bit shorter, and then Faturis cuts it, beats the man at point, and that ball is only for collection. It's 4 on the board, and 3 for 42 is the score, as Jeremy Faturis, the skipper, moves on to 19. That's his 4th boundary.
Yeah, a little bit short by Gannon, and Faturis taking full advantage, and I guess being slightly, as we've spoken about, slightly a shorter batter, used to that short stuff from medium pace and fast bowlers, so gave himself a bit of room and got all of it, that's for sure.
So Gannon has 1 ball left in his 6th over. Bowled 4 maidens, 1 for 5. Bowling to Faturis on 19. Digs it in, just outside the off-stump line. Faturis has no risk there. Lets it through to the keeper, and on the Holman Garden scoreboard, it is 3 for 42 after 22 overs.
Once again, a bit full from Gannon in the first over after his first spell. So 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 1 in his first spell. They won one short ball, and Vituris took full advantage and went for 4. But 1 for 5 off 6, you couldn't argue with that. He's been bowling very well.
It's been great to have Phil Gregson in with us today, this morning.
Yeah, thanks, Moddy. Been a pleasure to come up here and have a chat to you both.
As Bevel Aqua comes in, starts that ball around the leg stump line, and it drifts away to the off stump and through to the keeper. No run there. Some good swing bowling there. With that delivery, swing away from the batsman. Mackenzie having to watch that one and just be a little bit more circumspect.
Bevel Aqua.
Got to press the right button, don't I?
Yes, you like Liberace in here without the fringe benefits, Moddy, let me tell you.
As Bevel Aqua comes in, the next ball, Lily Mar stand in, and Mackenzie reaches forward with a lunge and squashes that ball out in front of his toes onto the leg side for no run. 3 for 42.
And Bevel Aqua, tall player. He must be 6'5" in the old, and pitching up, asking questions of the batsman all the time. Mackenzie at the moment 6 not out, equal to the task. And 3 for 42. Subiaco-Floreat just need to keep consolidating in this partnership.
Next ball gives Mackenzie, I think, has got him between the legs, under the belly button, and above the kneecaps, if you can sort of guess where the target was. And let's just say Mackenzie's on his haunches, using his bat as the third leg of a tripod along with his 2 legs, and he is sore.
It's never funny when you get it, but it's always
funny
when
we watch it.
It's always funny when you're watching it, but never.
There's no
funny
sympathy from the non-striker. Jeremy's just watching. It's like, no, you're on your own. Oh, he's decided to come down now and help him. I don't know how you can help him.
As a captain, it's good to see Vituris actually going down there and saying, mate, you're all right, but he didn't even move. I think he might have been a little bit giggly.
I think umpire Steenholt had the hand over the mouth when he's talking to him, trying to muffle a giggle.
I think
Mackenzie's in no rush.
I think Vituris might have had a little chuckle to himself as well, going, "Oh, that might have hurt." But it's going to be interesting now to see what the follow-up ball is. When you soften a batsman up like that as a medium pacer or a fast bowler that Bevel Aqua is, the next ball is a crucial one. So we'll see what happens.
Bevel Aqua in. Down the leg side, just round hip height, let through. From, I think Ian Healy's once had an opposition batsman on the ground in such a situation. He said, could have been worse. What's that? Could have been me.
Yeah, it's always one of those ones where you, as a batsman, you hope you don't get it. And when you're a fielder, you go, it's really funny, but we're really sorry. Oh, dear me.
So Mackenzie's there, ready for the next delivery. Defends away to the leg side for no run. The Holman Garden scoreboard showing 3 for 42. We love our Holman Garden products. A mister would be good in some areas today, just under the balcony. Just keep the nice hot weather away.
Yes.
Although it's not as bad as it's been over the summer.
I was just thinking, David Lloyd's probably made a career of the last 40 years or 45 years out of an incident like that at the WACA from Jeff Thompson back in 74-5.
Bevel Aqua to Mackenzie. Oh, that got close. Sparred at the ball. And the fielder just getting that one on the half volley at second slip. No catch, no wicket. And it's 3 for 42 after 23 overs. Yeah, David Lloyd, I remember Richie Benno describing him as being airlifted off the ground. He was in that good a state.
Yes. And
then again, you're hitting the knackers 100 mile an hour from Jeff Thompson. I don't think they would be in a great state once the leather hit the body.
And if you're around at the time, you'd know that the protective equipment was far inadequate.
Pink plastic thing with holes in.
Yes, definitely inadequate for the task at hand, that's for sure.
Gannon starts the new over, and Vituris is very upright in his defence of that delivery. No run, 3 for 42. Vituris on 19.
Played well for Tourist. Had a little battle with Dallimore early on when he was coming down the track to him a couple of steps and trying to put Dallimore off his line. And since then, you know, he's hit the 4 fours out of his 19 and is just picking him off as they bowl to him, the South Perth bowlers. So, great innings so far.
Loving the cut shot too as Gannon approaches from the printable stand in. And the ball's outside off stump. For Tourist decides no need to go for that one. It goes through to the keeper for no run.
And he hasn't actually played those shots out of the ordinary either, because they've been short and wide outside off stump, and all he's done is just played the shot accordingly. He hasn't tried to give himself room. He hasn't tried to pull them from outside off stump. He's just played the shot accordingly.
Just put it where it needed to go.
Yeah, which is great batting.
So Cameron Gannon, 1 for 5, his figures. Digs it in a bit shorter for Tourist. He decides to have a swipe at that one with a cross bat. Got under it and went through to Moore, no run.
Yeah, definitely no footwork there from Futuris. Just stood there and tried to bunt it over the top of the slips cordon. And of course, Bevilacqua, who's, as we say, 6'5", he's standing at third slip, so he's got to be bunting it fairly high, I would have thought.
The Bush Ranger shot, stand and deliver. Futuris now in his guard, faces Gannon. Reload, repeat. Ball goes through outside off stump, through to Moore, no run.
And the keeper then took that, he's probably standing 15, 20 metres back, and he took that at above shoulder height in front of his eyes. So you can see that there's good bounce and carry in this wicket. And Futuris just let that one go, but I wouldn't be shouldering arms with my bat and gloves out there at height, because the height seems to be a little bit deceptive at the moment from Gannon.
The big tall Gannon comes in once again. Has it on the body, and Futuris turns it to leg, where he has a man just forward a square leg. No run. Score stays at 3 for 42 in the Holman Garden product scoreboard in the 24th over of this innings.
Interesting battle this. Futuris taking on the South Perth bowlers. I think you would like Ringrose to come back, because Ringrose gives you a bit more
leeway,
variety. But Gannon's got him pinged in the crease at the moment.
Next ball now, a bit shorter. Futuris has gone the cut shot. He saw that Christmas had come, but he has not got it to the boundary. It's going to fall a few metres short. They've run 2, looking at a third one, and they'll get that pretty easy, as the throw was not perfectly directed. Futuris moves on to 22, and the score to 3 for 45 on the Holman Garden product scoreboard, and we've gone 24 overs in this innings.
And that was an interesting shot by Futuris off the front foot, a front foot cut shot. So didn't actually go back onto the back foot and lace it out off the middle of the bat, but off the front foot, more like a bunt really, a bunt cut shot that got past the field. And at the WACA, you get it past the field, you're halfway home, got 3 runs. So only 3 runs off that over from Gannon. So Gannon now 7 overs, 1 for 8.
Destroy those figures. Alex Bevilacqua even, coming from the Lily Marsh stand in, and Futuris, the first ball of the over, decides to poke the bat out and narrowly avoiding the edge as the ball goes through to Moore.
Had a good season, Bevilacqua, with 35 wickets so far this year, so that's a good season considering the amount of one-day games that the players play now. You can't get the 20, 25 over spells where you pick up your 6s and 7s, and therefore that 45, 50 wickets for the season. So, you know, 35 wickets is a good season.
Comes in again. Futuris shoulders, arms outside off. Round hip height. No danger of that ball jagging back and clipping the stumps. It would have gone over. 3 for 45.
And the good thing with Bevilacqua is that, as we keep saying, just keeps asking questions, keeps bowling it in the right spots, and keeps asking the questions. But you know, 90 overs of batting to go, so you know, in the day.
Next ball, in at the body. Nice straight bat from the skipper, back towards Bevilacqua. Another dot goes in the scorebook, 3 for 45. Faturis 22. And Hamish McKenzie is with him at the moment on 6.
So still, 66 overs to play in the day. So just need a bit more consolidation here from Subiaco-Floreat. Push that score up. And of course, South Perth wants some more wickets.
Bevelak with a Faturis. Steered on the offside where there's plenty of cover. And the point fielder will come in and pick up the ball. Has a look at it. Shines it up. What's this guff about no saliva on the ball? Ball tampering for saliva, MCC says.
Well,
it's a batsman's game.
Well, you can put sweat on it now. You just can't put saliva on it, which is fair enough.
Bevelakwa. Oh, nearly has Faturis fishing. He didn't put a worm on the Jarvis Walker rod. Didn't get the bite. No run.
And the second test starting in Karachi in half an hour. Moddy?
Rumour Pat Cummins supposedly hurt himself. Hamstring injury. Dismissed as a rumour. Maybe trying to put the Pakistanis into a second thought process as Bevelakwa comes in again. Shoulders, arms. Does Faturis. And we negotiate another over here at the WACA ground. It is 25 overs down. It's 3 for 45. And after this word from our all-important sponsors, we'll be back at the WACA ground.
Welcome back to the WACA ground. Thanks very much, Derek. Score 3 for 45 on the Holman scoreboard. We've got a change of bowling here. Looks like Boto into the attack. This one full, hits him on the foot. Peel for LBW. And they go for a quick single at the same time just to add to the drama, but the umpire says not out. So the first ball of that spell almost produces a wicket. It's funny, Gannon just bowled the one over. Would that be right, Cambo?
Two,
okay.
2 overs, none for 7 in the second spell for Gannon, 5 overs in his first. So getting limited workload here. I don't know if that's something to do with him going away tomorrow.
Possibly. I wonder if he's on limited overs today. 7 overs, 1 for 8. He's bowled. Dallimore 10 overs, 1 for 17. And Bevelakwa 5 overs, 1 for 5 are the wicket takers. 3 for 46. Faturis on 22, waits for Boto, short, outside off stump, lets it go. Just another one of the bowlers they can throw the ball to in this team.
South Perth team's amazing, isn't it?
Yep.
They're all medium paces of a fashion. They're all different. They're all slightly different. They've got the left armour, they've got a bit of height, they've got different variations, they've got the shorter bowlers. You never quite know what's coming next.
Next ball from Boto. This one full outside off stump. Going through to the keeper. 2 slips and a gully in place.
We were talking off before you came back, Crystal, about Pat Cummins may be injured. When Australia went to Pakistan in 1980, they'd played 2 draws. And the day before the 3rd test, they decided that Dennis Lilly would fake an injury because they had a green strip prepared and a barren strip prepared to see if they could get the Pakistanis to play on the green strip. And finish that story in a minute.
Boto, again left alone by Faturis.
And of course, at the time, Pakistan had Sarfraz Nawaz and Imran Khan. So they were also struggling with these flat wickets and barren wickets. So they made a big thing about Lilly being injured before the test, hoping that the Pakistanis would play on the green strip. Got to the ground the next day, and the stumps were in the barren strip again. 3 tests, 3 draws.
I have heard that story. I think poor old Dennis didn't take a wicket in one of those tests.
Yeah.
As Boto bowls, And this ball on the stumps this time, and corrected defence is for Turris.
One of his most leanest tours, and he took 355 test wickets, so he didn't have too many.
Well, if
But
the pitches
that was
were anything like the pitch last week in Pakistan, you can understand why it's difficult to get a wicket over there. I mean, Australia took 4 wickets for the match.
And one of them was a run out.
Yeah. There's Boter again. Oh, he tries to drive and misses through to Moore. So, a couple of near misses there for South Perth, but again, the bowling pressure continues. 3 for 46 after 26 overs on the Holman Garden Products scoreboard. Yeah, Pakistan took 10 wickets, 6 of them by one player, the left-arm spinner. Yeah, so
It makes it interesting, doesn't it? Where people always ask me, who do you think the best fast bowler was? And of course, parochially, I say Dennis Lilly, but I actually say Kapil Dev as well, because he was in India, took 434 wickets, so half his test matches as medium pace were played in India on spinning wickets.
Must have had a good back.
You know, could you just imagine him coming up in Kolkata, for example, going, oh, here we go, 2 days of batting for them, 2 days of bowling for me.
Bevilacqua continues and cut away nicely by Mackenzie. Down behind point, races away towards the boundary, and that'll be 4. So just playing that late, Mackenzie, and picked up a valuable 4. That brings up the 50 for Subiaco-Floreat. 3 for 50 in the 27th over. You're with David Clear and Mark Campbell at the moment. A team of 4 today with Derek Mott and Graham Stafford, and special guests from the clubs. So Bevilacqua again to Mackenzie. This one full on the leg stump this time, and doesn't quite get it through the leg side, I think, as he'd hoped. But 3 for 50. The score was 2 for 6. I'd like to go to lunch. I think Cambo with 3 wickets down. What are we at? 12:33. Another 7 minutes. Be nice to go in the shed. Just the 3 down. As Bevilacqua into Mackenzie. Full drives, but out to Stewart at mid-off.
Yeah, I think so. 3 for 50 at first break. Maybe 3 for 55, you'd say maybe even Stevens at that stage, I would have thought. Because you always know the WACA wicket's going to give you bowlers early inroads with the new ball anyway. So if you can limit the damage to 3, then you'd be okay, I would have thought.
Yep. As Mackenzie waits, this one right on the middle stump and compactly in behind it. Good technique against this South Perth attack. 3 important players in the shed. South Perth will be pretty happy, I think, with the first session. Ben Tredgett, Jaden Goodwin and Tim Monteleone. Tredgett fought doggedly for a long time, 55 deliveries, but top edging one end of the slips. Next ball. Again, subtly in behind at Mackenzie. His bowling's going to be very important tomorrow. A bit of a different day for him last week. 1 for 100 odd for Mackenzie. Up against Bancroft and Hardy.
Well, they're a class act, aren't they? Bancroft and Hardy. They may be a step above, you know, your club players because they're first class cricketers. Obviously, Bancroft being a test player, there's another level above that.
Yep.
So anything that wasn't on lines was always going to get punished by those two. Not sure if you spoke to Wayne Clark during the week, Crystal, about 51 overs before Hansbury came on.
This next ball, and clipped away nicely off his pad. They think about 1, but don't go in the end. Cleary onto that quickly at mid-wicket. David Cleary. It'll be interesting for him. It'll probably be in the back of his mind, thinking, oh, I've got to open the batting some stage on this WACA pitch.
So I suppose because Subiaco-Floreat won the match, all's forgiven. It was a great move.
I think Minnow had a quiet word in Wayne's ear as well. So, any chance of bringing him on earlier? But I don't think it was necessarily Wayne's decision. I think the captain out on the field. Anyway, that's what Wayne's saying.
Unfortunately, as a cricket coach, it's 90% preparation and 10% input on match day, really.
Yeah, as Boater continues, well outside off stump. Yeah, amazing 7 for 41 for Chris Hansbury, but Mackenzie didn't have to take all the wickets. He took 7 the week before. So spin has been a critical part of Subi's lineup in the past month. We know January, February, the pitches do get a bit flatter, and important to have good spinners in your side.
Yeah, as long as it's a class spinner, you don't have spin for spin's sake.
No, Boater again, and obviously for tourists, I reckon that's one we might have played at a few overs ago, but with 3 minutes to go before lunch, leaving that one alone. 29 degrees the forecast today in East Perth. I think it's about 28 at the moment. So, and we've got a fairly stiff, looks like a nor'wester at the moment. So it'll cool the players down a bit.
It's a bit unusual, isn't it, for this time of year? But then again, we have different types of weather at any time nowadays.
Boater. Oh, that's one. I reckon after lunch he's going to play at those, but that's short outside off stump. Maybe trying to tempt him. But that's almost like the players coming where Boater's bowling now from the Prindiville stand, and he's almost with the breeze coming over his right shoulder.
Yeah, which means Gannon technically, if you're looking at the breeze, bowled from the wrong end.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if it was that way early on, but anyway. This next ball from Boater, short, up on his toes, defends, and the flag's at half mast today, Camber. No doubt in recognition of the passing of 2 legends last week.
Yeah, tough week. I was speaking to my brother in New Zealand, and he's actually got an invitation to the Marsh family memorial service.
Yes.
So he'll be looking at that. Obviously can't get there because he's in New Zealand.
In Adelaide, I think, is it?
It's in Adelaide, so he's going to be watching the live streaming of that.
Boater leaves this one alone for Terrace again. South Perth slips, thinks it's the end of the over, but umpire Steenholt's going, well, sorry boys, we're still going.
One more.
Another one to go.
And I guess, you would feel akin with Shane Warne because you're even older than Shane Warne.
Yeah, I know.
These days, so
it takes, it does make you reflect and think about the current moment. As this one bowls cuts this time for Turris, down behind point. Well, it was too much to refuse that one, and it races away to the boundary for 4. So he finally gave in to temptation and went for that. But he's on to 26, and it's 3 for 54. It's 12:39. I think we might. Looks like the umpires are looking at their watches. Will they get into position by the time it ticks over to 12:40? And yes, Todd Rand says we're going for another one.
Well, Vituris just couldn't help himself, but he thought he'd given both of the benefit of the doubt twice. And the third time he's gone, well, if you're going to bowl it out, then I'm just going to whack you for 4. But great shot there from Vituris, and last over before lunch.
Bevilacqua into Mackenzie. Nicely off his toes. Quick single. Ball goes to mid-on. They get one quite easily in the end.
And that's what you need to do in a final is... when it's last over before lunch, get a single off the first ball, get up the other end.
Absolutely. So Bevilacqua in his 7th over, 1 for 10. He's been outstanding again, as he has all season, to be honest. Dallimore 10 overs, 1 for 17. Gadden 7 overs, 1 for 8. So it's been hard work for the Subiaco-Floreat batters. Futuris waits for Bevilacqua, short. Clips it to a vacant square leg. Cleary comes around, but they get another single. 56 the score, and Futuris 27.
And Vituris just repaying the favour. 4 balls left before lunch, and faces as a batsman, you want to face as least of those as you can.
That's right. It's like, no, you can take the strike now.
Yeah. No danger of here, mate. You just block 6.
No. So news from Pakistan: Australia's won the toss in the 2nd test and elected to bat. So they must think the pitch is pretty good.
Yeah, give you a run feast again. Or as someone described it during the week, a snooze fest.
Well, I think Big Shaheen Afridi, I mean, he bowls with some wheels. He's over 140. He'd be keen for a bit more life in the pitch, I think.
Yeah, anything. Any life whatsoever would help.
He bowled with some heat in the T20 World Cup.
Because technically, all the medium pacers doing it are getting the ball out of the way so they can get the spinners on from both ends.
Second slip's moved up a fair way here. Just worried about the ball not carrying. Bevilacqua goes round the wicket, hits Mackenzie high up on the pad. They go for an appeal, but gosh, ambitious, and they pick up a single in the meantime. So 3 ones from 3 balls. So it'll be 3 for 57.
Yeah, unfortunately, around the wicket, 6'5", and it's probably hit on the thigh pad. To be fair,
Add a few more inches, maybe 6'8".
Oh, is he?
Bevilacqua, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'll ask you something off air when we go to lunch,
Okay.
mate, about this young fella.
So for tourist weights, shortish and leaves it alone.
I just love the way Ventura's, as he's batting, he's in his normal batting stance, and as the bowler comes into delivery, he takes 3 steps up the wicket, but doesn't actually go anywhere. They're not big strides. They're just 3 little steps, come up the wicket, and
a little initial movement, which a lot of batsmen have against quicker bowling.
Yeah, I'm not sure they have it going towards the bowler though.
No. He waits again. Oh, past the outside edge. Beautiful delivery from Bevilacqua. Just playing forward from the crease and moving away from the right-hander. He's had a few past the outside edge. Likes bowling with the right-handers, not so much. It doesn't look like he's as penetrating to the left-hander, but just getting the ball to move away towards the slips.
And Venturis, instead of going the traditional back and across, he's taking 2 steps forward. I suppose that trigger gets him onto the front foot, but
this next delivery. Oh, forward, tries to drive and misses again. Well, he almost, when I say drive, poked at it. What a nervous finish just before lunch. Anyway, he survives. He's almost sprinting off the field. Pretty keen to get off, I think. Yes. Jeremy Faturis, the Subiaco-Floreat captain. But he's done a good job for his side. And if he wasn't there, who knows what would have been. But after 29 overs in the first session at lunch, in the grand final for 21-22 in Premier Cricket, Subiaco-Floreat 3 for 57. South Perth won the toss. Had no hesitation in asking Subi-Floreat to bat. Tredgett was out. Court Hale bowled Bevilacqua for 14. Jaden Goodwin, LBW Gannon for 1. Tim Monteleone, LBW Dallymore for no score. Faturis is 27 not out off 69 balls. Mackenzie is 12 not out, and it's 3 for 57 after 29 overs. The bowling figures: Cameron Gannon 7 overs 1 for 8. Liam Dallymore 10 overs 1 for 17. Ringrose 3 overs for 13. Alex Bevilacqua 7 overs 1 for 11, and Eric Bota 2 overs, no wicket for 5. Well, a fascinating first session. Subi-Floreat in some early trouble, Mark, but they've consolidated in the last 45 minutes of that session.
Yeah, they have, Crystal, and I guess that was always going to be the case. We thought that the wicket might have a bit of life early doors, and that's how it eventuated with Gannon and Dallymore bowling very well. The Subi-Floreat batsmen worked hard, and 3 wickets down at lunch is probably a good result for them. I would think the game is evenly poised at this stage, and still a lot of cricket left here with 60 overs left in the day.
Absolutely. Well, I hope you're enjoying the coverage. You can also watch us streamed on the WACA YouTube Premier Cricket channel. We're matching the video footage today, so trust you might be set up enjoying that at home. Let's have a look quickly at some scores, lunchtime scores at the other grades. Bayswater Morley playing Joondalup at James Oval, and Bayswater Morley won the toss and batted 2 for 88 after 35 overs. Good over rate there from Joondalup. Wiggers made 58, and McPhee is 15 not out. Zach Birchall 2 for 25 for Joondalup. In the third grade grand final, Melville are playing Subiaco-Floreat. Melville have got some pretty handy players in their lineup. Zuby in a bit of a world of trouble there. 4 for 17 in the 17th over. And Drew Porter 1 for 4. Downey 2 for 4. And Tom Kerr-Shepherd 1 for 9. Some pretty experienced players in there, Cambo, in the thirds.
Yeah, they are, especially when they get them back for the last 5 games of the season to get them qualified. But not sure what's going on down there because Porter's got 5.2 and Kerr-Shepherd's got 3.1. So maybe an injury to either one of those.
Yeah.
And at 4 for 17, I think Subiaco-Floreat will take anything they can get at the moment.
That's at Breckler Park number 1. Breckler Park number 2 in the 4th grade grand final. Mount Lawley doing some hard work. I spoke to Peter Murphy this morning, and it was all getting ready for a big weekend of hosting. But Scarborough in that game playing Willerton, and they're no wicket for 26. Scarborough after being sent into bat in the 18th over. Young Lavender, I think that might be Mark's son, perhaps.
Cannot
Verify
confirm or deny.
No,
not
on
sure.
5. Macaulay 19, none for 26 there. Aaron McCall opening the bowling for Willerton. Of course, Harry from the producer of the Breakfast Show on Sport FM, he'll be in that side for Willerton, so he'll be a bit grumpy not having taken a wicket. He might be chasing it for you tomorrow at this stage.
Right.
Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be bringing the scores of the Women's Premier Cricket Grand Finals, the A and the B grade being played tomorrow. And let's have a look at the Junior Grand Finals today. Perth featuring in both of them, actually, and they've had a particularly good year. They haven't won a Junior Grand Final since 1993. They've already won the under-14s this year.
Who's that, Perth?
Perth.
Yeah.
And they're in the 15s and 17s Grand Final, so...
Well, you had a great stat last week. They had won a first grade grand final for many years.
48, since 48, yeah. So that was heartbreaking for them last week to miss out by 3 runs. So in the under-17s competition, Perth ended up with 8 for 204 today. Will Turner, a very talented youngster, 83 he made. Heyman made 45, and for Willerton, D'Souza took 3 for 35 and Baker took 3 for 37. So it'll be an interesting chase this afternoon, but a very competitive score. If you can put on 200 in the 17s, that's particularly competitive. In the Tony Mann Shield in the under-15s, Perth haven't fared as well, all out for 125. Cheaton, top score for 29, and the best of the bowling there for Fremantle. Very spread, but 2 wickets to Walker, Campo and Armin all took 2 wickets, but there's a young Jay Richardson there. I don't know if that's any relative, but 1 for 19 for Fremantle. So Fremantle have made a start. They're none for 2 in their first innings. So good start there from Fremantle, and a nice innings there from Perth so far, 205. All right, well, it is lunch, and we might take a quick break here for 15 or 20 minutes or so, and then we'll be back on the other side to bring you all the action from the second session of the first grade grand final for 21-22. Trust you're enjoying the broadcast. Subiaco-Floreat been sent into bat 3 for 57 as we return now to the studio. Thanks, Paddy. Can you take it for about 15 or 20? Got something lined up? All right, mate. Thanks very much. You can give some many sports updates too if the test match starts, and I don't know if there's any WNCL on today. Yeah, okay. Thanks, mate.
there, Patrick. How much longer has this one got? Yep, alright, you can come over after that one then. Beauty. He's coming over in a minute, yeah. And welcome back to the WACA ground here on Super Sports Saturday here on 91.3 Sport FM. And of course our weekly coverage of WA Premier Cricket is brought to you by Autobar Mechanical and Electrical, Holman Garden Products, then they're available at all Bunnings warehouses, and also the Aussie-made, Aussie-owned Marine Blue sunscreen, an essential part of the West Australian summer and any time because of the fact that the UV rays are always out and about. We're in the lunch break here at the moment here in this match, where we saw South Perth win the toss and decide to bowl first. They sent Subiaco-Floreat into bat, and at the luncheon adjournment it is 3 for 57 after 29 overs, and the wickets to fall: Jaden Goodwin LBW to Cameron Gannon for 1 with the score on 5. Tim Monteleone was the second man out, LBW to Dallimore for no score with the score on 6. And then the partnership between Tredget and Monteleone brought this, Tredget and Faturis brought the score up to 28 before Tredget was caught whole by Bevilacqua for 14. Since then, skipper Jeremy Faturis is still out there on 27, and also Hamish Mackenzie, the last man in to the middle, he is on 12. We've seen 8 boundaries in this first session, 5 of them coming from Jeremy Faturis, and a lot of them coming as a result of cut shots. Bowling figures at the lunch break: we see Cameron Gannon 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 8. Liam Dallimore 10 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 17. Simon Ringrose 3 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 13. Alex Bevilacqua has been tight from the Lily Marsh stand in. He's bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 11. And Eric Bota coming on from the Prindiville stand there just before the lunch break. He has no wicket for 5 from 2 overs. Graham Stafford is with me, and Graham, a relatively even session. Subiaco-Floreat's got some runs, but on the counter side, South Perth also got 3 key wickets in that first session.
Yeah, look, as I think Mark Campbell said earlier, you do expect that the wickets will fall reasonably early first session down here at the WACA. That's exactly what happened. Unfortunately for Subi-Floreat, they lost a couple very early with Goodwin and Monteleone both only travelling the scorers for 1 run between them. So, but the bowling from South Perth was very good. For the most part, they attacked the batsmen and had them, really feeling and for some of the swing. There was a bit of swing out there, and they got their lengths pretty right most of the time. And it was only later in the innings when Jeremy Faturis sort of got in a bit, where, as you say, he put some cut shots away to the short balls, and he's a very good stroke player, Jeremy Faturis. He's got a very good eye, and he quite often will pick off those cut shots. He pulls the ball very well, and he drives pretty well too once he's in. So, but very interesting to watch him bat though, Derek, with his little shuffle down the wicket, moving towards the bowler, which none of us can quite work out why he does that, but apart from maybe to try and nullify swing and whatever. But it's a very interesting tactic.
It's probably also a good sign that he's keen to get things moving, show a bit of aggression maybe.
Oh, yeah, I think he does tend to do it more to the more medium pace bowlers rather than the quicker bowlers. But I just noticed in the last ball or so he faced Bevilacqua, who's 6'7", 6'8", and gets a lot of bounce. And he actually was moved down the wicket to him, particularly the last ball. I think moved well down to him. And you think, well, with a bloke bowling from that high up with his arm, getting that much bounce, surely it's got to make life more difficult. But he seems to be able to do it and do it okay, and he survived on 27 at lunch. So it's going to be critical. He and Hamish Mackenzie now build this partnership in this first hour. If they do, things will probably be back to an even keel if they can not lose any more wickets in that next hour.
And you look at it from the South Perth point of view, you got Cameron Gannon, he had 7 overs, 1 for 8, 3 of those coming from a cut shot from Futuris. So, 5 runs from 41 other deliveries. You got Liam Dallimore, who was very impressive in his first spell there, 10 overs, 1 for 17. Gave very little latitude, he seemed to hit that ball on a handkerchief. And also Alex Bevilacqua coming in the last 45 minutes or so before the lunch break, 7 overs, 1 for 11. They've all been working away, hitting that length, causing the batsmen to be circumspect and also on occasion second guess themselves.
Yeah, and they all bowled very well, but it's the old story. You come down the WACA after being on typical club wickets. There's that much more bounce. As you said in your pitch report, it was nice and hard, the wicket, but it's got a green tinge to it as well. So it looks like the perfect WACA wicket. I'm sure the wicket's not playing any tricks at all. It's just when you come off playing at Floreat Oval or in South Perth's case Richardson, where there is simply not the same amount of bounce. And when you've got bowlers like Gannon and Bevilacqua, both very, very tall, when they get the ball to bounce, it's getting probably, the 6 inches or so higher than what you expect from what you're used to. So, look, there's the Subiaco-Floreat batters, the Hamish Mackenzie on 12 not out, and Jeremy Futuris on 27 not out. They just seem to get a bit of a handle on it towards the end there, and seem to be a bit more comfortable in the end there.
Obviously, we're going to see Cameron Gannon sort of reel back a bit from the attack. Obviously, going on a plane tomorrow for a Shield game, so he's not going to be working an 18-20 over a day's play here today. You've also got to factor in they've got to introduce some spin at some stage. Where do you see their options, how they would probably start the session, and who they would probably integrate into the attack as the next session goes on?
Well, I must admit, I don't know whether any of us are aware as to whether Gannon has any limitations on how many overs he can bowl, given he's going away, flying out tomorrow to join the Shield squad. So that'll be a bit of an issue for starters. I mean, personally, I would open with Gannon and maybe go back to Dallimore and try and get a couple of quick wickets, because that would really throw a spanner in the works for Subiaco-Floreat. But if, as I said, if the two batsmen get through the next hour, that'll change, and they'll probably have to look at maybe trying some of their spinners. But their quick bowlers, I think, are probably the key to the South Perth bowling attack.
And with the score being 3 for 57 at lunch break, what do you think the realistic goal is for Subiaco-Floreat in this session? What score over the next 30 overs do you think they'll be aiming to be around tea?
Well, I think, firstly, that they'd like to lose no wickets. That's the critical
In an ideal world, yeah.
In the ideal world. If they can manage to do that and go at sort of round 3 and over, if 3 or 4 for 140, 150, something like that, would put them in a pretty solid position to go on and make a score of, let's say, 250 plus, which I would think would then give them something to bowl to. That'd be the ideal world. So, but this first hour after lunch is going to be absolutely critical to the chances of doing that.
And we've probably also got to factor in South Perth. Some of the recent scores they've been making, the lowest scores have been at Richardson Park, where the pitch has certainly been bowler friendly. So that's a really sort of false sort of reading if you're looking at how South Perth batsmen are going to go as well when you're trying to set a target.
Yeah, it's interesting, and probably the Subiaco-Floreat faster bowlers, probably Michael Hart aside, aren't quite as experienced as the South Perth quicker bowlers, but of course Subiaco-Floreat have the two top spinners.
So the session now coming underway. Gannon first ball onto the legs of Hamish McKenzie. He's turned it towards point, a square leg I should say, and that has enough legs on it with the two fielders chasing to trickle over the rope for 4. So the first ball of the new session yields 4 runs.
Yeah, Gannon just trying to get a bit of a loosener as it always is when you come out to bowl your first ball after a break, and just got a bit full on leg stump, and it was easy pickings for Hamish McKenzie, who flipped it behind square, but it just slightly offline, that one for Gannon.
So Gannon now looking to make amends for that. That ball's on the off stump, and Hamish McKenzie with a Steve Smith no run, waving the bat towards his partner.
Yeah, that was a good correction then by Gannon, wasn't it? He just bowled shorter of a length. I think the first one, you're trying to get it up and at the stumps, which was slightly offline. That one was shorter, dug in a bit, and got Hamish McKenzie on the back foot, who played it, technically pretty correctly.
So McKenzie on 16, facing Gannon in his 8th over. That's around the middle stump line. McKenzie turning it to leg, where mid-wicket standing there taking the rolling ball.
I must admit, I never quite understand why quicker bowlers go round the wicket to left-handers, to right-arm bowlers. I've always felt to a left-hander, having the angle going across the left-hander is a better choice. But, of course, it might take away LB because you might be pitching outside leg stump. But
Gannon in. McKenzie, the ball coming into his body, puts it back down on the ground, and Gannon retrieves in the follow-through.
Yeah, I always thought when you come, like, as a right-hander with a left-armer bowling, to me it was the ball going across you. The one you're worried about is the one that ducked back in. But if the left-hander went round the wicket to me as a right-hander, to me it basically the ball comes in your eye line the same as you would if facing a right-hander, so I never quite understand that.
Gannon from the printable stand in has McKenzie defending onto the offside. The ball bounced close to the stumps, but not in any danger of rolling back on. I suppose as a left-handed batsman, lower order, and a opening bowler, I can sort of answer to a degree. Yes, a left-hander doesn't like the ball coming across the body from an over the wicket, but sometimes you're going around the wicket, you're trying to hone in on middle and leg, trying to get that LB, trying to get in the slot. So there's one potential outcome as Gannon outside off. Hamish McKenzie hits that ball straight to the point field and no run. So you're looking at one way to try and cut across the batsman if you know that they're uncomfortable, but at the same time, if you're looking for wickets, you might go around the wicket and trying to york and disturb the woodwork getting into the feet.
Yeah, it does open up those options of LB and bowls more, but it depends on how much the ball. If the ball's going pretty straight, that's probably a reasonable option. To me, if it's swinging a bit, then I'd be tending to be going across, whether it be a right-hander or a left-hander, but because I just feel that is always bringing in the slips into play. But we've got Bevel Aqua about to bowl from the Lily Marsh stand, and he bowled pretty well, Derek, before.
7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 11. Looking to add to his wicket tally here now. First ball right in the slot for Tourist, middle and off stump. And he dug that out from the crease line, and it turned to leg, straight to the square leg fielder, no run.
Yeah, that was pretty much a Yorker, wasn't it? He got it in quite nicely, first ball up after lunch for him. And Gannon tried the same thing, didn't he? I mean, but unfortunately for him, it got whipped away behind square by Hamish McKenzie for 4. But Bevel Aqua had that right on target, and it was a really good start for him. You have your lunch break, you stiffen up a little bit.
Bevel Aqua in again. Tourist moved back and looked at cut, but didn't get it where he wanted, and it went towards the cover region instead, and that was well protected, so no run as a result.
Yeah, that ball, it's almost as if that's come off the deck a bit slower, and he's he couldn't wait for it to get to him to cut it behind square, or behind point where he has been cutting him previously. But that one, he actually got to the ball quite early and didn't quite get it to go where he wanted it to.
Cover, point and gully in that region is Bevilacqua to Futurus. Respectful defence with a straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, good defensive shot then by Futurus. He's, as I say, really important from Subiaco-Floreat's point of view. These two just get settled in over the next 3 or 4 or 5 overs and work their way into a partnership. And at the end of the day, I mean, for any batting side, it's all about partnerships. So, and this is probably the most critical partnership for Subiaco-Floreat at this point.
Bevilacqua's in again. Reset, reload, defence to the offside, no run.
Yeah, nice looking defensive shot by Jeremy Futurus.
No footwork that time, it stayed at the crease line.
Yeah, he just that was absolutely textbook regulation, wasn't it? There's none of that fancy footwork that I don't. He must watch a lot of 2020 cricket or something, couldn't he? Because it's I've never seen a batsman consistently do that. You see someone every now and then move towards the bowler.
Next delivery. Futurus with feet grounded. Big shout for LBW. A little bit high is the first thought there, and umpire agrees on that one. Umpire ran. No wicket, no run, and it's 3 for 61.
Yeah, it might have been a little bit of bat in there. I noticed Jeremy Futurus then as after the ball bounced a little bit more on him from that length, and he just indicated that with his hand, and so it wasn't quite where he thought it was.
Ball in. Outside off. It probably missed 2 stumps outside the off stump and watched away. And that is the end of another over here on the Holman Garden Product Scoreboard. We've now seen 31 overs of play here in the first grade grand final here at the WACA ground. South Perth put Subiaco-Floreat in the bat. And the Lions currently 3 for 61 with Futurus 27, Hamish Mackenzie on 16. And at the end of that over, Alex Bevilacqua, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 11.
Yeah, he's bowled very well. And yeah, of course, he's coming off 35 wickets for the season, so he's in good form.
Gannon starts new over. And Mackenzie shapes him up and thought about having a little nudge at that one, but withdrew the bat at the last moment. Rather, correctly in the end, because the ball goes through to Daniel Moore.
Yeah, that surprised him a bit. Gannon bent his back on that one, and that one did get through the keepers and surprised the keeper on point. He actually fumbled it as well, so it got through quite quickly and was on the rise up around about chest height to the keeper.
Gannon hits the top of his mark. Comes down the runway now. The next ball. Cut shot there by Mackenzie. It's been parried by the gully fielder over towards the point fielder, and the batsmen get through for a single, 3 for 62.
Yeah, another good shot by Hamish Mackenzie, just getting forward to that one and just working it out just towards the gully region. Yeah, as you say, well stopped by the gully fieldsman to at least the point of stopping it from running through down towards the boundary.
The fielders change around for the left-right. It's one of the advantages the batting side has at the moment here, able to distract the concentration as Gannon comes in. Next ball on the legs and has been flicked down. Fielders are chasing and it's going to elude both of them and trickle over the ropes, and umpire Steenholt signals 4-leg bye, so the score now on to 3 for 66 on the Holman Garden Product Scoreboard.
Yeah, just losing it a little bit down leg side that time, Gannon. So look, he's bowled extremely well. What are his overall figures now, Derek?
For Cameron Gannon, it's now 1 for 12.
Yeah, like his first 5 overs, I think, went for 1 run, didn't they? So the batsman had a lot of trouble with him in that first spell.
The next ball coming over the wicket to Futurus, and it's turned onto the leg side towards mid-on for no run.
Yeah, just full again, and Futurus appears to at least be seeing it reasonably well. He's clipped that quite firmly to mid-on, but unable to beat the fieldsman. Yeah, it's interesting. So Gannon's continue to mostly try and get the ball up fairly full with the occasional short one.
3 slips and a gully awaiting. As Gannon comes in, 2 for tourist, turns it to leg. There's only the fine leg down there, and he has to steer himself round to almost backward square leg. And the batsmen get through for a couple more. 3, 4, 67.
Yeah, it's another good shot. Again, Gannon just struggling to get that ball outside off stump on a regular basis. So that one was just on the pads again and just easily worked off the pads by Futurus. So he's now moved on to 29. So he's going along quite nicely so far.
Gannon again to Futurus, outside off, it's driven back. Gannon parries the ball onto the mid-off fielder. That's the end of the over. And on the Holman Garden product scoreboard is 3 for 69. And don't forget Holman's Industries. You can also buy greenhouses from there. So grow your own plants there in a bit of shelter.
Yeah, well, don't worry. I've set up my own little arrangement at home, and it's been a dismal failure. Mate.
Hopefully the police aren't here. Is that wrong sort of hydroponics?
No, they're green.
No, that's good.
They're green, but it's all herbs. Yeah, haven't had a lot of success with the tomato plants, I'd have to say, Derek.
I'm not allowed near the garden. I can't pick the weeds from the real stuff, so I get into trouble.
Yeah, well, maybe
I've got a father-in-law who loves to garden, so I'm in the winning boat every time he comes over and does it for me.
Well, you're a very lucky man.
Darryl, you're a champ. Alex Bevilacqua, we're coming around the wicket to Mackenzie to start the new over here. Big shout for LBW. It's probably hitting outside the line of the off stump, I think. So,
yeah, it was well forward there. When the ball was pitched up, but had to be hitting him outside the line because he seemed to go forward but across as well, so towards the offside. So I suspect that was hitting him outside the line. It may well have been coming back to hit the stumps ball, but obviously playing a shot, getting hit outside the line, can't be out.
Bevilacqua starts in again. To Mackenzie, drives the ball beautifully on the offside, and that is like a tracer bullet down past wide of long off and through for 4 more. 3 for 72 on the Holman Garden scoreboard. Hamish Mackenzie moves to 21, and that's his 4th boundary.
Yeah, look, that was a beautiful shot. That again, just over pitched on off stump, and Hamish Mackenzie leant into that beautifully, and just got a full face of the bat on that, and it rocketed away to the boundary. A beautiful shot. The bowlers seem to be aiming to bowl at the stumps, don't they? And they're just getting a little full occasionally.
Let's see what the comeback is now. Mackenzie on the leg now, passes the square leg umpire, and he's able to rotate the strike. Moves on to 22. The score for now is 3 for 73.
Yeah, again, leg stumpish and just worked away easily. I mean, I think most batsmen just love it, don't they? When you get balls on the pads, that you can just work away easily and get down the other end.
The radar seems to be going a little wayward, left, right.
Yeah, I think he just struggled. He's obviously going to go back over the wicket to the right-hander, Futurus. So interesting to see what sort of line he bowls here now.
From the Lily Marsh stand in, the next ball just outside off. Futurus shoulders arms, throws the hips towards the ball to just extra cover over the stumps, but safely through to Moore.
Well, that's a much better line by Bevilacqua. I mean, both he and Gannon have both just gone a bit leg stumpish at times since lunch, and the runs have been flowing quite well in these first few overs, but it only takes one good ball.
See the next ball coming now. And that's sort of straying onto leg again, but it's gone straight to the mid-wicket fielder. No danger of a single there.
Yeah, just a bit short that time, wasn't it? Short and at the hip. And Futurus, whilst he hit it quite well, it's gone straight to the mid-wicket fielder. So no chance of a run.
Alex Bevilacqua, last ball of his 9th over now, is 1 for 16. It's a man bun or a short ponytail dragging behind his head as he comes in to bowl this delivery now. It's a wide ball and smacked with force. And just the commentator's curse at the last minute, it slows right up, but it does eventually get over the line for 4. And at the end of the 33rd over, the score is 3 for 77 on the Holman Garden product scoreboard. And we see Jeremy Futurus now move on to 33, and Mackenzie is on 22.
Yeah, when did the third wicket fall, Derek? It's not on.
Third wicket fell with the score on 28.
So this is 49 partnership. So it's been an excellent partnership. And Jeremy Futuris, that ball was quite wide of him, and he played it and did go in the air, and there was a huge dive in the sort of cover region, but by the fielder there. But it was well wide of him, and as you say, the ball eventually
More for effect and show.
Yeah, I think it was pretty fair. He was trying to do a Hilton Cartwright, I think, but
Without the cape.
yeah, but another very good shot. So 3 for 77.
Cameron Gannon in to start his 10th over now, 1 for 15. First ball strays on leg. Mackenzie turns it around the corner, but there's a man down at fine leg who will pick it up and lob the ball back to the fielder next to the wicket keeper.
Just interesting, isn't it? The lines and lengths after lunch have been quite different to the lines and lengths they bowled at the start of the game. Maybe the wicket's just flattening out a little bit. I'm not really sure. Maybe the ball's not doing quite as much. But, it's the batsmen seem to be handling it quite okay at the moment.
Gannon in again. Digs a little short. Yes. On that off-stump line, so it's not wide enough for tourists to attack. And he only puts it towards the cover fielder, no run. 3 for 77.
Yeah, so...
79, I should say.
79, yeah, so it's been a pretty good effort. But as we said right after the lunch break, this partnership, if the two batters can get through the first hour to start with without losing a wicket, the balance of the game has gone from probably South Perth favour to even Stevens.
Gannon to Futuris,
Oh,
driven back. Gannon couldn't stop it in his follow through. It's a chase for the mid-on fielder. He slides and just stops the ball, lets it go as he slides over the rope. And a few more runs go onto the scoreboard here for Subiaco-Floreat. The score moves on now to 3 for 81.
Well, that was a beautiful straight drive by Futuris, but I think Gannon just got a hand on it and just took a little bit off it, and which allowed the fielder to just pull it in inside the rope, because normally a well-hit drive it rockets down the ground here because it's really the shortest boundary.
Mackenzie tapping at the crease, waiting for Gannon to deliver his next one. Offside line, and he just steers it towards the cover region. Two fielders converge. There's no danger of a single being scored.
Yeah, it's again Gannon is dropping that one a little shorter in at the body, and well handled. So it just seems to be a little bit of venom's gone out of the bowling. So it'd be interesting to see how many overs the bowlers bowl before they get swapped around.
Current partnership 53 between Mackenzie and Futuris. As Gannon looks to break it up now, gets the ball into Mackenzie, and that off stump line once again safely negotiated. 3 for 81.
Yeah, that's a good line by Gannon. Maybe just a fraction short, but easily handled by Mackenzie on his back foot, just dropping it down in front of him. So he's done that a couple of balls in succession now. Beautiful day here at the WACA. A little bit of breeze around for a change, and much cooler than we've had in recent weeks.
Next ball comes in. Mackenzie defends on middle and leg. Back down towards the mid-on fielder, and that's the end of the 34th over of the innings. The score on the Holman Garden Product scoreboard, 3 for 81. And after this break, we'll come back and it'll be David Clear and Graham Stafford. And welcome back to the WACA ground. You're with David Clear and Graham Stafford, covering all the action. The big grand final for 21-22 between South Perth and Subiaco-Floreat. Thanks very much, Derek, taking it from lunch. But 3 for 81 in the 35th over. Bevan Ackwell wheeling away here. He hasn't really released the pressure valve at all since he's been bowling.
from the Lily Marsh stand end. 2 slips and a gully go down. This one full outside off stump, throws his hands at this one for Terrace and finds the gap between point and cover. Boater's quick along the grass there and scoops it back nicely for his teammate. And that's Guest. And they get through for 3 more. For Tourist 38. Score 80. Oh, just 2, was it?
Yeah, they didn't. Hamish McKenzie just didn't want to go back for some reason, but I thought there would have been 3. It's a long throw in from the boundary, would have taken out. Mind you, safe's better than sorry, isn't it?
Yep, 3 for 83. That's probably just the shorter of the 2 boundaries. On the west side there, Bevilacqua in, on a good length, and in behind it goes for Tourist. That's playing on pitch number 3 by the looks of it, in the square, as they go from the west side. 3 of 10, I think. Yes, 10 strips here at the WACA. I'm just looking there, Graham. They've all looked to be used recently by the looks of the foot marks. Probably, maybe the pitch 8. It's probably got a little bit more grass than most. So Bevilacqua in, full, driven nicely, but the tall, angular Bevilacqua gets just reaches down with his left hand, takes the pace off it.
Yeah, it's firmly hit by Futurus. It was well pitched up, and he certainly seems to be in now, doesn't he, Futurus? He's played some beautiful cut shots, a couple of really good drives. And he is so critical as the captain of Subiaco-Floreat to continue on with this innings, which is now at 38. It's been a very good effort so far.
Bevilacqua strides in, full, driven nicely again, but straight to Stewart at mid-on. Marshalling the troops from mid-on. Unusual not to see a captain in the slips, but Stewart, obviously a spin bowler.
Protecting his fingers, maybe, Dave. Doesn't want to put one down in the grippers and mess up a finger. But no, I like it with the captain back at mid-on, being able to talk to his bowler on a regular basis.
Yeah. Futurus waits. This one's short. He carves this one high over the gully. Horizontal bat shot, got a top edge. Flew high over the gully, but it was wide from Bevilacqua. But he's got this habit, Futurus, of just throwing everything at it. And he picks up 2 more. He goes on to 40. Score 85 at the end of the 35th over. Well,
it just shows you how good an eye he does have, because sometimes he seems to be nowhere near the ball. And the shot he played through the covers a moment ago was one of those shots where his foot seems to go straight down, a bit Steve Smith style, throw the hands wide and punch it through the covers. And that one was, well, he just threw the bat at that one, again quite wide, and managed to get it over the top. So it was probably a slight miss hit, if anything, but picked up another couple.
Well, I think you mentioned when I wasn't on air, but the line and length just starting to change a little bit from South Perth. A few more wider deliveries. So looks like we've got this is Dallymore back into the attack. Coming right arm around. Full. Oh, he drives this one hard into the pitch, but it bounces up. Almost collects Dallymore in the chin, but he quickly got his hands to it.
He was very lucky he got his hands up to that. There might have been another concussion job happening, but yeah, he hit that very hard into the ground, and it just ricocheted off the wicket and got back to the bowler really quickly, straight at his jaw basically, and he just fortunately got his hands up in front of his face and parried it off.
Bowls to McKenzie. Hits him on the pad, an appeal, not out. Will be going down leg side, coming right arm around.
Yeah, he just that ball. I think the pace a bit slower than Gannon and from the previous over, and he looked almost partly to try and work that in the mid-wicket region and just missed it. So he's probably fortunate the ball may be heading down leg side.
In his 11th over, Dallymore, 1 for 17. This next delivery, good length, just defends back to the bowler. Geez, that sun's gone through the clouds now. Geez, it's bright here now.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? It's a perfect seeing day, and there's no excuses. It's gone from that overcasty. Sure, it's changed quite a bit. There's been a bit of sun around, coming between clouds, but as you say, it's quite bright out there now. And the little flags on the scoreboard, just a bit of breeze happening. It's not blowing super strong.
Dallimore. And nicely clipped off his legs here by Mackenzie. Bevilacqua's got a chase from fine leg. Oh, he's missed it. It's gone straight underneath his hand and through to the boundary for 4. Well, that's almost inexplicable. Ball wasn't going very quickly, and he just obviously maybe thinking about the throw perhaps before he picked it up and went through to the boundary. So there's some bonus runs there for Subiaco-Floreat. Mackenzie under 27.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a long way down for Bevilacqua to get down there, and of course he's been in a spell of bowling, probably just a little bit weary.
Mackenzie, this ball plays correctly out to mid-wicket. No run, so yeah, as a bowler, never too impressed when those sorts of things happen, but...
Absolutely. Well, it really, I mean, they got through a single fairly easily and probably looking to 2, and I guess when he was looking at the ball, he might have had a glance up to see if they were coming back, took his eye off the ball just for that split second, and that was enough, and it's dribbled over the line for 4. Hamish Mackenzie was very happy about that, I would have thought.
So he waits for Dallimore again and just defends compactly out to mid-on. Stewart's out there, and that's the end of the over. Here's 11th. As we say thanks very much to Graham Stafford. And bring in Mark Campbell for our special comments. As Alex Bevilacqua just lets his hair down, just tries for a bit of a change of luck after that misfield. Ties it up again. I can't remember what it was like to have that much hair.
Well, it's been a few summers since you've had hair like that, Crystal, I'm sure. But that would have taken out your chat-up line, though, mate, for all those young girlies that used to chat
saw
up.
through me pretty quickly, mate. They call me Crystal for nothing, yeah. This one, a beautiful drive for Faturis off Bevilacqua, straight between the gap, between cover and mid-off. Well, a very traditional cover drive there, but the ball was in the slot, and that's 4 more to Faturis. He's 44, 3 for 93.
That would almost be the most technically correct shot of the day, because, you know, Faturis has been playing the lap shot, cut shots off the front foot, but that's just a classical cover drive. Ball's over pitched, and he's just gone straight through the line, and a beautiful shot, the shot of the day by Faturis. He's actually setting his mark on this game now.
Yeah, it's a good point, and it was a delight to watch play shots like that. And they haven't, to be honest, got too many deliveries like that during the day, too many half volleys, but now they've made a field change, really opening up the leg side here, taking a Cleary from mid-wicket right out to deep cover is an interesting position. Anyway, Bevilacqua just defends here for Faturis, but it's an interesting stage of the game, Mark. It's 37 overs in, and it's 3 for 90, and we've got quite a defensive position as a deep cover out there.
Well, you would think that at the moment, South Perth would be trying to break this partnership rather than sort of take the pressure off and give them easy ones. Now, Faturis, all he has to do now is paddle that out extra cover, take single at his leisure.
Bevilacqua again. Well, that's a good ball. Just the sort of length he was bowling before lunch. Just rising outside off stump and let go by Faturis.
It seems since lunch that the actual character of this game has changed, where South Perth seem to be swarming all over Subiaco-Floreat, not giving him any room or any latitude to breathe, and the pressure valve's just been a little bit let off the leash at the minute.
Bevilacqua again. Faturis, a lovely drive, beautifully fielded there at mid-off. I think that was Ringrose who dived to his right, got a hand to it. But that was a certain 4 on the way again. But he got down to it and kept it to 1.
And some great fielding by Ringrose. Ringrose is the cricketer that every team needs. He's honest, comes in, bowls, fields. He's one of those blokes that every cricket team needs, Ringrose. Fantastic young player.
But another delightful drive from Futuris. 45 he is now, 3 for 94. As you said, Mark, since lunch, the momentum shifted a little bit. What was the score at lunch there? Monty?
3 for 57.
57. This ball full again, but Mackenzie can't get it away. So yeah, we've had 37 runs in 34 minutes. So that's a definite change from before lunch.
And the way that the batters for Subiaco-Floreat are getting the runs too, Crystal, it's not nudges, it's actually full-blooded drives and, you know, slashes over the top of slip and all that sort of stuff. So
Yeah,
it's not,
as you say, 7 boundaries to Futuris, 5 to Mackenzie, which was very different from what we saw in the first hour. This ball a good length and just guided it into the gully. Controlled shot by Mackenzie, but fielded there by Guest. And that's the end of the over from Bevilacqua. He's had quite a long spell. If you add his overs before lunch and then after lunch,
Yep.
he's bowled quite a lot of overs. He's bowled 11 overs now, 1 for 29. Ringrose has just bowled the 3, and I'm wondering whether they're thinking of either Mulder or Stewart himself to bowl, but Dallymore's going to keep going while there's a bit of shine on the ball.
Well, Bevilacqua had 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 11 in his first spell up to lunch. And then in the 4 overs after lunch, he's had 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18.
Yeah.
So a complete change there. As Dallymore looks like he's continuing the attack. He's bowled the 11 overs so far as figures of 1 for 21. With 6 maidens.
Yep, the sun goes behind a cloud again, which I'm sure Dallymore is delighted with. He's got a very slight breeze. This ball's short, carved away, but straight to the gully. Moulder there. Geez, that was on its way to the boundary as well.
Well, Futuris has got it into his head now that anything outside off stump he's having a crack at and should go for 4.
Yeah, well, any width afforded to him, he's really waiting for it. 2 slips and a gully. Dallymore bowls, and this one he drives beautifully, just wide of mid-off. Bevilacqua picks up smartly, throws at the stumps, and it would have been interesting if he'd hit. But Futuris gets home. He's 47. 3 for 95. Sorry, 46.
And, you know, prior to lunch, Futuris was actually waiting for those ones and hitting him under his eye line. Now he's actually throwing his hands at them. So I think he's decided that he's been in long enough and it's time to get some runs on the board.
So the left-hander on strike. So this helps this partnership from Subiaco-Floreat. The left-hand, right-hand combination. Dallymore right arm around. This one's short outside off stump, going further away. 3 for 95. So partnership of 67 between Futuris and Mackenzie. Gosh, they needed it. 3 for 28 in the grand final, Mark. Your precarious position.
Yeah, you are, but with 90 overs, I keep saying 90 over game, it's a long time. And 3 for 28, yes, it can be troublesome. It's a bit worrisome. You worry about it, but if you don't worry about it and just keep playing the game, then it'll sort itself out. And they were 3 for 57 at lunch, so,
Yep.
Even Stevens, really.
Yep. Cameron Gannon coming up from second slip, saying something there, running all the way up to his bowler there. Dallymore to have a chat. This one off his legs, straight to mid-wicket. So, looking for runs all the time at the moment.
Futuris 46 off 96 balls faced and Mackenzie 27 off 52 balls faced. So they spent some time in the middle and these two really need to bat on now the tee, so if they can. This little delay here as we're waiting for Dallymore to adjust the field and Mackenzie's over his bat and ready to go.
This ball right on the stumps. So Dallymore can't be accused of not attacking the stumps. Just about everything he bowls, the batsman has to play.
And that changed obviously from his first 3 overs this morning, Crystal, when, you know, those first 3 overs the batsman didn't have to play a lot, and then he's adjusted his line like all good players do.
Absolutely. In his 12th over, 1 for 22. Mid-wickets come in very close now for Mackenzie. This next ball, a full toss, and he clips it obligingly down to fine leg. Cleary's down there now, and they come back for 2. Well run there for Mackenzie. He's on to 29, score on to 97. And that's the end of the over. We might take a break here from our all-important sponsors. And on the other side, you'll be with Derek Mott and Mark Campbell.
And welcome back to the WACA ground for this first great grand final in WA Premier Cricket between Subiaco-Floreat and South Perth. And after 28 overs, we see, actually, if I get that right one up, after 38 overs, we see Subiaco-Floreat currently on 3 for 97. Faturis 46 and Mackenzie 29. As we see, it looks like it might be, is it Dallimore or Bota? Eric Bota it is. Coming from the Lilymarsh stand in. And here will start the 39th over of this match. Right arm over, big swiping attempt there by Jeremy Faturis outside off. Looking to lift the tempo a little bit there. And misses the ball and it goes through to Moore. A little bit aggressive there, Cambo. That first ball is showing an intent straight away.
Yeah, I think he's relieved that Bevilacqua was not pinning him against the wicket, to be honest. So he's sort of looking at that, and it's a bit friendly. It's a bit outside off stump. It's a loosener from Botha, and Faturis thought, well, if I can get anything on it, I'll get 4. But yeah, a little bit wayward then.
Bota comes in now to Faturis. Faturis sticks the periscope back behind his shoulder and just watches it through. No run, 3 for 97 to score. We have a guest has popped up to visit us up high up over the vantage point here at the WACA ground. He is the president of South Perth. He's a newbie. It's his first year in the role, and he's got himself and his team into a grand final. Graham Peterson, how are we, sir?
Yeah, very good, thank you, and thanks for inviting me up.
Good to have you here, as we see. Bota's bowled a nice wide one there, and it actually has cut the paintwork, and it will be a wide, a little bit too wide. Taken outside first slip there. Interesting initiation to the role.
Yeah, it was. You know, initially, after what had happened the last couple of years, you know, a couple of people asked me if I wanted to take on the role. I was a little bit hesitant to start off with, thinking, you know, I probably didn't have the time, and I had an operation in July, which probably kept me out of, you know, out of things for a while. But yeah, it's been an eye opener. I can tell you that. For the first time as a president of anything. So, you know, I did the director of cricket role for Suburban Turf for the last 8 years. So I had a little bit of knowledge about the board and the way it works.
Eased into it.
Yeah, so yeah, but no, it's been really good this year. So
as we see Bota come in to start, he's run through an edge, and it is a catch at second slip, and Subiaco-Floreat lose their 4th wicket. Bota, nice, smart delivery, gets the ball into the range for Faturis on 46. He went to fan at the ball, and all he could do is knock it through to second slip, and the wicket has fallen with the score on 97 on the Holman Garden product scoreboard.
Yeah, just a change of pace there from Bota. You know, they've had Subiaco-Floreat from this end since lunch. It just change of pace. I think for tourists, just a little lapse in concentration, and good catch at second slip there by the fielder, by Gannon. And I tell you what, when you're trying to get the ball between first and second, or second and third, and you've got someone like Gannon there, who's 6'5.5".
Sticks out those big claws.
Yeah, makes it a bit hard, doesn't it? So, but good innings by Futuris. Futuris 46 off 100 balls faced in 127 minutes with 7 fours. And could that be another twist in this tale?
It looks like it, doesn't it? Well, I mean, they got away after lunch there a bit. Batting opened up a little bit. But, yeah, you know, to snavel that one, now, maybe it's changed the game once again. But, yeah, it looks like a pretty good deck to bat on at the minute.
4 for 98 is the score. That partnership, 70 runs between Futuris and Mackenzie. So, I suppose, in a president in a COVID society at the moment, what has been the toughest challenges that you've had this year in a cricket club operating?
It's more probably around getting the people around the club. I mean, you know, with this double vax sort of stuff that we've got to have these days, and you know, keeping control of that. We found out, you know, last week where we had to rope off a few areas for people not to enter. But yeah, that's probably the biggest. Is, you know, you just don't get people back at the club anymore. You know, and that's, you know, your bar taking sort of like suffer. So yeah, that's where, you know, this COVID sort of stuff, and it, you know, now that it's the gate, you know, we've opened the gates, it's going to be even tougher, you know, the next few months for any sort of sport, I would have thought.
Just seeing Bota positioning his fielders. New man on strike. Looks like it's going to be Aaron Lilly to face up. First ball goes with a bit of zing through to the wicket keeper, a little bit of fire in the belly now that he's got a one in the wicket column.
A little bit in the backbone there.
So, yeah, obviously it's hard for a club to, you know, with just even the WACA side of things, but you've also got suburban turf to deal with. You've got 2 competitions under the one banner, so you've got 7 or 8 men teams?
8 men teams.
On top of the juniors and women.
4 juniors and 3 women's teams, plus a junior women's, which is there's 30 junior girls that they train, they play within each other. It's just sort of like a development squad. So hopefully, you know, pick a few out of those and they can, you know, boost the women's game up a little bit more. And we all know that women's cricket's going to go soon, so it's, you know, it's just getting bigger and bigger.
Escalating, yeah, yes. in popularity.
Yeah.
But sorry.
Yeah.
Go. You go.
Oh no, yeah. With the suburban turf side of things, you know, obviously they finished a couple of weeks earlier, so they, you know, wanted to get the season done and dusted out of the way, which is, you know, was it the right call at the end of the day, or wasn't it? Who knows? But yeah, they're done and dusted. So, but it's good to see the WACA probably hold on a little bit longer for Premier Cricket.
So we see the wide no ball bowled there on that occasion by Dallymore. So yeah, I think we're all going to find out in the next couple of weeks. No, if things go pear-shaped in the next fortnight, we'll be saying how great WA cricket and the clubs were in predicting the timing.
Well, that's it. A lot of people didn't think we'd get to this day. So, you know, with them opening the borders, and then you see that, you know, COVID's going through the school system pretty quickly. Yeah, a lot of people thought this day wasn't going to happen. So,
big shout for LBW. And the batsmen get the scamper through for a single now. 4 for 99 on the Holman Gardens product scoreboard. But yeah, South Perth, obviously the men's side, the first 11 side, the last couple of years just sort of floating outside the top 6. But this year a great leap forward.
Yeah.
And with a good coaching team to help facilitate that development upwards?
Well, the coach has been good this year with all the boys. You know, they've got them to, you know, play their best cricket at certain times, and you know, every team struggles every now and then, but these boys have sort of like united with each other and come together, you know, this season and played some really good cricket at times and got themselves into, you know, top of the ladder, and now playing in the grand final, which is good to see. So, and like you said, you know, they were just outside the sixth most years, around about ninth most years, just couldn't push on. But you know, without Brooksy here, you know, they're probably a batter short, maybe two. And the bowling, you know, they've probably relied on their bowling a lot this year, so which has got them out of trouble.
So we see the next ball coming in. Well defended on the leg side, 4 for 104 the score. Now, we're looking at especially the bowling attack this morning. We're seeing how solid the unit is. It's got Gannon and Dallymore and Bevel Aqua and Ringrose as well, and even Boda in for support.
Yeah, well, that's it.
It's working real well as a team.
Yes. Well, you know, it's good to see this morning. You know, they posted 29 overs in the first session or something, and you know, they'll bowl on one side of the wicket, which is what you want to see. You know, there was nothing stray. It might have been a little bit wide at times, but you know. Yeah, they picked up the first three pretty quickly and, you know, settled down now. It's going to probably test them a little bit from now on. You know, a couple of spinners maybe towards the end of the day, who knows. But yeah, that bowling group has been really, you know, on fire this year.
So Graham, you decided to be president of the only Premier Cricket Club that has a suburban turf club attached. That must have been a big decision.
Yeah, like I said, you know, I was director of cricket at Suburban Turf for the last 8 years. I really enjoyed that. So you know, I knew the ins and outs there. With that, it was a tough decision on the back of, you know, I didn't know whether, you know, being first-time president, you know, how it'd go.
Yeah.
You know, we've got a pretty good board at the moment, which is doing a lot of work behind me, which is great to see, and you know, a lot of people sticking their hands up to take on roles, which is good to see.
Yep.
But yeah, it's not just about me, it's about the board and the cricket club. And, you know, this cricket club we want to take forward and not only just, you know, win 1 or 2 flags, but keep the ball rolling. We've got a lot of juniors coming through. I coached the 17s and 15s this year.
Right.
And we've got a lot of good juniors coming through. So, you know, we had 10 juniors play senior cricket this year, and that was between 1st grade and 4th grade. So.
Yep, and I mean that's the key to it. You need to have the juniors coming through your system.
It's all about the juniors. You've got to keep the juniors rolling through. I think.
Yeah.
You know, because otherwise the club, you know, goes nowhere. You're just recycling players, and before you know it, you get too old.
Dallymore into Lily, defended off to the offside. Point fielder takes it. No run. The score is 4 for 104 after 40 overs on the Holman Garden Product scoreboard.
Yeah, an interesting over there from Dallymore. It was a bit of bits and pieces over, to be honest, because there was a couple of no balls there. He got hit before. Just struggling to get his length now, and I guess the breeze, because he's bowling with the breeze, and looks fairly strong in the flags, but it's probably not as strong at ground level. Makes it, if you've never bowled with the breeze down here at the WACA, it makes it a little bit different.
Yeah.
For the young fella.
Yep.
How's the club going volunteer-wise? I know that it's always been a problematic area for sporting clubs to attract volunteers and retain them. Is there an army of parents and helpers still out there working hard to help the club?
Yes. Yeah, we've got a good volunteer group. You know, it goes right through, you know, all the grades. Through Suburban Turf and even the juniors. You know, we got a lot of parents that help out with the junior side of stuff as well on Saturdays and Sundays, which is good to see. So yeah, our volunteers, you know, all clubs need them, and you can't do without them. So it's good to see that we've got a core group of volunteers that want to stick their hand up and do some work.
Boater in. Ball turned on the leg side towards square. batsman turned it over for a single, adding 1 to the score. Score goes up to 4 for 110.
And very lucky, Mackenzie then snicked one through the slips cordon, and bit of diving, bit of jumping around, and it ended up getting through.
Yeah.
Amazing. For 4 down to the fence, both are not happy with that, but not a lot you can do. Slips cordon are there for a reason.
They either snavel or they don't.
Next ball, hit on the offside, through to the mid-off fielder. So nice tight area bowl there by Botha. He's into his 4th over, 1 for 11 at this stage. And no one's really, but Dallimore 1 for 30 from 13, and Bevel Aqua 1 for 29 from 11. Probably suffered the most, but especially early on, very tight bowling by the bowlers.
Yeah, they seem to be bowling that consistent line at times. You know, there's probably 1 or 2 that are short, but and on this sort of deck you're going to get punished. But you know, their lines today have been pretty good.
Sean Stewart back into the side.
Yes, fantastic.
Perfect timing for him.
Oh, absolutely fantastic to see. Yeah, he wasn't sure whether he could get there, but he says his thumb's all good. There's no pain in it whatsoever. So whether he's a little bit match underdone or not, who knows? So it's just good to see him out there.
Makes a difference for a player how much recovery they have when it means a final or a semi-final.
Well, you almost have a broken leg and still get out there to play, wouldn't you? So,
oh, absolutely.
So,
but that's what sportsmen are like.
Well, that's it.
Graham, doesn't matter what injury you've got, if you need to put it on the line for the team, you do.
Well, that's it, yeah.
Botha in. Swish on the leg side, feathered it away. 2 more to the score. So chancing their luck a little bit, Subiaco-Floreat. They're getting away with a couple of it, but Botha there just straying from the radar a little bit. 4 for 112.
Yeah, a little bit wayward this session, aren't they? So.
Well, in that over though, he's bowling good balls, but then he had the opportunity for that slips catch, went through the gap. They all dived at it. Was it a keeper's catch? Was it first slips catch? Nobody knows. We'll never know because none of them took it. But they all went for it.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a bad over. It just got 4 through slips.
Yeah, it
could
was
have been a wicket.
Probably that 1 or 2 balls that he didn't need to. There was a little bit short, maybe down leg side.
Yep.
Lost his lines a bit.
Now 2 left-handers in place here for Subiaco-Floreat, so then the bowlers now can adjust. They don't have to keep adjusting from ball to ball.
No, that's it.
First ball of a new over. Defensive shot back to the bowler there from the first ball. No run.
So where do you want to take the club? Obviously, it's been like a Richmond-like AFL club, always finishing 9th for a long time.
Yeah, look.
Now you get first grade into the finals. How'd the other grades go?
Well, the second grade struggled this year. They didn't play well at all. 3s and 4s. 4s got into the finals. 3s almost got there. The good thing about the club at the moment is a lot of the players, they're young. And this group here, this group here's average age is about 25 or 6. So, cricket, as a cricketer, you're probably best when you're 25, 26, 27, 30, is when you're probably in your prime. And who knows what can happen with this sort of group going forward. But the club's just, like I said, with the juniors and all that sort of stuff, we can get them in there, fast tracks them to senior cricket, and hopefully we can win most grades. So.
Big shout, and the wicket has fallen here at the WACA ground, and a bit of a swish there, feathered it through, and the wicket's been taken. The batsman's not overly impressed about the fact that he's got to track himself off the ground, but in the end we see the 5th wicket to fall with the score on 116, and the batsman out, Hamish McKenzie, for 38.
So there's both established batsmen out since lunch now for Subiaco-Floreat. So once again, it's going to be a case of consolidation and trying to build another big partnership. But South Perth stuck to their guns here, the bowlers.
Yes.
They've bowled a bit short, they bowled a little bit wayward, but they pulled it back, especially that after lunch period. They got a bit of tap, but now they've pulled it back, and it's once again back on even terms. 5 for 116. Halfway through the afternoon, there's still 49 overs left in the day's play, so anything can happen from here.
Well, that's it, especially when you know the batters are starting to play their shots a bit. You know, anything's possible. You know, one a little bit wider, obviously chase that one. So, yeah.
So the score now 5 for 116 on the Home and Garden Product scoreboard. Hamish McKenzie, the last man out. Just then, caught Moore, bowled Dallymore for 38. He faced 61 deliveries and was there for 103 minutes with 7 boundaries. But, Graham, little birdie tells me that you are not just sitting there contently watching cricket. You're still playing first-grade cricket.
No, I gave first grade up a couple of seasons ago.
My little birdie's wrong.
Probably. Even though I'd like to probably play, I played one game this year. Like I said,
there you go. You're still playing in a way.
Yeah. I had, like I said, I had a back operation which helped keep me out of cricket this year. A double spine operation, but I want to get back into it next year. I did a bit of umpiring this year for the suburban turf, which I found interesting at times.
Now, you a batsman or a bowler? We've got to start that one.
I'm an all-rounder.
All-rounder,
nah.
so...
No, I'm a bowler.
So, yeah, it's funny how sometimes you think about how easy it might be, but yeah, when you actually see looking down that channel there, the LBWs, things like that, it's a little bit different than when you're coming in wearing white.
A different view, yeah. And I respect all the umpires, even when I was playing cricket. You know, if I went up for an appeal and they gave it not out, I'd just walk away and didn't even think about questioning him. But they see something you don't see. So yeah, I had a different view this year with the umpiring, and I'm not too sure whether I'll do it next year if I can play cricket. But if I can't play cricket, then I'll probably stand out there and
hopefully your back's good after your operation.
Well, it is. It's getting better. I've still got another probably 3 months to go before I'm fully fit, so they reckon. So, but I've been back doing most things, working and playing a bit of golf. I did bowl to the juniors a couple of times, just to see how it'd go, and I was probably a little bit sore after that, but yeah.
Don't overdo it.
No, that's it. No.
We see Dallymore, he wants to do it again as he comes in charging now to the new batsman, and that was well defended on the offside for no run. The score now 5 for 116 on the Home and Garden Product scoreboard. Misting kits and thermometers and greenhouses, of course.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, those a couple of wickets for Subiaco-Floreat there were critical from their point of view, and the 2 batsmen that are in, the last thing a batting side wants to lose both your
set bats,
players.
yeah. Yep.
So great effort by the South Perth bowlers.
Hansbury faces his second delivery now. Dallymore nearly got through there, and he was able to squeeze it through on the leg side there, Hansbury. And that is the end of the 42nd over. Is it? There's one more ball to come. See, there you go. I can't count to 6. I won't be able to umpire this year or next year.
Get the clicker up here.
I've got to get the clicker in.
This is a critical part of the game, isn't it? I mean, Subiaco-Floreat losing the 2 batters that had got in and made runs. 5 for 116 all of a sudden, just a pretty average score.
Yeah.
And any more wickets now for South Perth will have them well and truly on top.
Yeah.
Dallymore to finish this over. And the ball goes through the keeper. No run. So on the Home and Garden Product scoreboard, 42 overs down. That's 5 for 116. And after these words from our all-important sponsors, you'll be hearing the voices of David Clear, Graham Stafford, and with him is Graham Peterson.
No, not yet.
Just changing overs.
Bowled him. Both are.
Welcome back to the WACA ground. Welcome back to the WACA ground. Thanks very much, Derek. And the first ball of the next over, bowled by Botha, and he's bowled him straight through the defences of Lilly. And there's the next wicket. So double breakthrough for South Perth, 6 for 116. And that's the 43rd over. So a double blow there, Cambo for Subiaco-Floreat.
If only it was
If only it was Cambo. Look around, it's Graham Stafford. Yeah. Staff.
Hey, we changed shape, mate.
We'll probably be better off getting Cambo down here. Staff's probably a bit upset by all that. But
yeah, look, that was a great piece of bowling by both. That was a very full Yorker, pretty much, and Aaron Lilly just didn't handle that well at all. So, big pressure on Subiaco-Floreat now at 6 for 116. Looks like Michael Hart coming into bat. And whilst he has been a pretty handy lower order batsman during the year, and particularly more recent times, Chris Hansbury not off the mark yet. So we've got two batsmen who haven't scored, and the bowlers well and truly on top. So a couple of bad shots along the way. Not so much that one, because that was just a hell of a good Yorker.
Good ball, yeah.
We've got Graham Peterson with us, president of South Perth, and he's picked up a couple since he's been on, so he'd be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I think we need to
shift him out, please.
Where's Phil Gregson when we need him?
Yeah, well, it's been a fascinating middle session here. I mean, Subi shifted the momentum in the hour after lunch for Tourists, and Mackenzie put on a good partnership of nearly 70. But since the departure of for Tourists, then Mackenzie and now Lilly, South Perth really have got back on top in this game. You know, at 3 for, I think that was 3 for 98.
Yeah,
Graham, it really looked like Subi were going to pass 200 quite easily, but it's a bit questionable now at the moment. It's Botha on a hot streak at the moment. 2 wickets. This ball full on the middle stump of Michael Hart. Very tall player, forward in defence.
Yeah, it's certainly changed the game altogether, hasn't it? Subiaco-Floreat just seem to be settling into a nice rhythm with Mackenzie and Futuris going along nicely with a 70 partnership, and but all of a sudden we've lost 3 quick wickets, and that's turned things around dramatically to be 6 for 116.
Well, the third slip's come in now for the new batsman, Botha. It's full inside. It's bowled him again. Another wicket to South Perth. Well, calamity now for Subiaco-Floreat, 7 for 116. That ball almost a Yorker, but trying to drive was Hart, inside edge onto the stumps. And gosh, is he on a hot streak or what? 3 wickets to Eric Botha now. And South Perth bowling, just doesn't matter who they throw it to, they just keep applying pressure.
Yeah, he's been good, Eric, this year, because this is his role. He comes in late and bowls at the middle order and picks up those 1 or 2 wickets throughout the years, which has been good for him. So
he's bowling at pretty good pace, isn't he? And he's just the last couple of wickets. I mean, he's just fired in 2 big Yorkers basically. One cleaning up Lilly, and Hart, who had only faced 1 ball before that, has got something similar. So they're under a lot of pressure now, Subiaco-Floreat, and some great bowling by Botha, who's picked up, is that 3?
3 for 13 in his 5th over.
Yeah, outstanding.
Yeah, so they've lost 3 wickets on this score of 116. Quite remarkable, really.
Yeah, it's amazing when you get those 2 informed bats out and how quickly the game can change.
Yep.
Another couple of quick wickets.
Well, we'll be relying a lot on the experience of Chris Hansbury in at the crease at the moment. We remember going back, to Subiaco-Floreat's last premiership, I think, Staff, was it 13-14, that him and Andrew Holder heroically added runs in every final to get them the premiership pretty much.
It's never over, is it? You
No.
get the old stubborn tail ender that comes in and wants to bat the 90.
Well, you're right, and you know, the West Australia yesterday proved that in the one-day
that's
final,
it,
didn't
yeah.
they? That the runs, the last wicket partnership, poor old tail enders.
Yeah.
This is Connor Moldridge batting now.
So Moldridge faces Boater. This ball edged. Gannon, a remarkable catch at
He's on a
second
hattie.
slip again. I cannot believe it. South Perth have taken another one. First baller for Connor Moldridge, 8 for 116. Eric Boater is turning out to prove a heroic effort here for South Perth, 4 for 13, and he's on a hat-trick.
Yeah.
4 wickets lost on this score of 116.
Dave, I got a request. Can we remove the South Perth president from the commentary box,
Only when we
please?
go out to bat.
He's just picked up 4 for none.
Gosh, this game has taken a real turn. Hansbury just forlornly dropping his gloves on the ground. He can't get on strike.
No.
So, 43rd over. This is a remarkable turn of events. And Eric Boater, well, he wouldn't have dreamed of
He's turning it on at the minute.
this at the moment. 4 for 13. And it's just, again, that ball right at the middle stump, but probably just doing a little bit away.
Yeah.
And I
Looks
tell
like it's shaping a bit.
It was an outstanding catch again by
Oh.
Cameron Gannon. He's taken 2 absolute rippers, diving full length to sideways and take them clean as a whistle.
Yeah.
Terrific. So he, even though he's not here tomorrow to bat, his bowling was very, very good, and his fielding in the slips has been absolutely outstanding. So
Yeah, he's taken 2 rippers, and they were both probably going low to the right of first slip. But just with his reach. And he's such a good athlete, isn't he, Graham?
Very good,
Just
very good.
the way he bounds around the field and things like that.
Yeah, it's good having these blokes around. You know, they encourage the rest of the group to get going, and they're at another level in their cricket. So it's good to see them.
now surely, Prez, you can't get a hat trick here, can you? And on top of everything else.
Let's see.
It's the Sculthorpe's come in. He's only one very young player, so
Big Yorker, mate.
under serious pressure here. And
So 3 slips.
Get him around the bat, please.
Bevilacqua were coming in from mid-off.
He's coming in close, is he?
He might go into the slips as
No,
well,
he's
I
going
think.
in slips, yep.
Stewart coming around from mid-on. We'll go around to a shortish cover. So 4 slips in the gully. You don't see this too often in Premier cricket.
No.
Anyway, on a hat-trick. Here he goes. Eric Boater bowls to Sculthorpe. Full and correctly in defence. Pads it straight back
That's what
down
you like
the
to
pitch.
see.
that was pretty boring, wasn't it, Graham? Pretty boring, but look, fantastic effort by both. He's turned the game on its head, basically, with his 4 wickets. So outstanding, and they've all been up and right at the pegs with a bit of pace too.
He's bowled at the stumps, which is what you need to do, especially when you're coming into the lower order.
Well, I think he surprised the 3 batsmen that he's knocked over in a row. I mean, he surprised them with his pace.
Sculthorpe waits. Full ball, almost a Yorker, but just squeezes it out to point. End of a fantastic over from Eric Boater. Gets a big hug from his superior altitude teammate in Alex Bevilacqua, but 8 for 116. Hansbury and Sculthorpe yet to score.
I'm pleased to say Sculthorpe played those like a batsman. For a number 10.
Like all good tailenders, mate. Hold them out, hold them out.
Yeah, he
Get me
got on
out.
the front foot, which was good to see. The pace did the other players. He seemed to get on the front foot.
Yeah.
I suspect knowing he was going to be bowling straight at the stumps,
Yep.
which is what he'd done to get the wicket. So it was quite good thinking by young Sculthorpe. He's only 18, I think, and quite a young batsman. But terrific effort by both. That was outstanding. So Subiaco-Floreat really under the pump here, and what can Chris Hansbury and Sculthorpe do now? Can they resurrect something here?
So Dallimore continuing. Kept the pressure on all day, Liam Dallimore, from that end. This ball full, and a nice drive from Hansbury, straight out to point. And Boater picks up. Can't keep him out of the game.
No, he's always in it.
In the second grade grand final, being played at James Oval, Bayswater Morley having a good day there. 2 for 151 in the 58th over. Wiggers made 58. McPhee is 53 not out. And Jake Lewis is 33 not out. So they're having a good day against Joondalup so far. Pretty good deck, I'd suggest, at James.
Yeah.
Dallimore again. Hansbury back in defence, just out to mid-on. The third and fourth grade being played at Breckler Park today. So Subiaco-Floreat were in some early strife at 4 for 16, and now 5 for 57. Sivashenka, 26 not out, Staff. So a bit of rear guard action
Can you
from him.
spell that, Dave?
Not sure if I've got time before the next
You got
ball.
half the alphabet covered anyway, no problems.
The next delivery, Hansbury just squeezes it down behind square for a single. Score onto 117. They'll be so thankful they're off that score of 116.
Yeah, that was definitely a bogey score
Bogey
for
score
him, wasn't
for
it?
sure.
But yeah, that third grade game, yeah, that's a good effort by. I'm a very young side, Subiaco-Floreat, in the third, and coming up against Melville, who have got quite a few former A grade players playing, first grade players. So it was always going to be a bit tough, but who knows?
Downey's taken 3 for 25 for Melville. As Dallymore comes in again, this time to Sculthorpe, and a nice defence shot, just guiding it into the gully.
It's good to see a lot of clubs, investing a lot of time into their juniors
Yep.
and getting them into senior cricket. It fast tracks them pretty quickly.
Yep.
To come up against some pace bowlers that are bowling line and length, and how they've got to deal with getting a run. So
Absolutely.
And you were saying you had what, 8 or 10?
we had 10 this year.
Yeah, which is fantastic, and just to get a bit of guidance from the more senior players.
That's it.
You learn a lot quicker that way.
A lot quicker. Yeah.
Dallymore to Sculthorpe. He looks pretty good in defence actually, Sculthorpe. Looks like he can handle himself. So the idea now for Subi would be to stick around with Hansbury for as long as possible. In the fourth grade grand final, Scarborough 1 for 78, Lavender 29 not out. We did confirm that it's the son of Mark. Macaulay 35, he's out, 1 for 78.
Yeah, well, some interesting scores there. So,
Yes.
so of all of them, I guess Bayswater Morning, the seconds are looking in the best position, although Melville are doing well in the thirds.
Dallymore, short of a length, and right onto the front foot. He wants to get forward, Sculthorpe. Well, the end of a tight over, just one off that for Sculthorpe.
It's interesting, isn't it, when you get into finals, how such a low score can be a winning score.
Well,
Yeah,
you'd know
people
all about that, I suppose, from last week, wouldn't you?
People tend to tighten up pretty quickly. So
Yeah, well, I mean, that was.
that was
when I was at Floreat last week,
an extraordinary game of cricket.
And of course, watching the scores like every 10 minutes or so, I just couldn't believe what was going on.
As a spectator, you couldn't settle down because 1 minute you're on top, next minute they're on top. And it's just seesawing away, and you're going, well, this is going to be a close one. It was a fantastic game of cricket to watch.
Could you believe Perth were just getting closer and closer towards the end?
We needed to get Wellesley out.
Yeah.
He was going hard.
Yeah.
So
Just Bota bowls again, outside off stump, through to the keeper.
I think once that happened, and I think the boys relaxed a little bit, and then the next pair that were there, sort of like took it on. It was a brave move to bring Mulder on.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
He had,
and hadn't bowled all innings.
Hadn't bowled all innings, and he went for 10. I think of his 3 or 4 overs.
Yep.
I think you used the key word there, relaxed. Because how often do you tighten up a bit, and that the bowlers get a bit stiff in their actions, the batters get a bit tense.
Yeah.
But sometimes it pays just to relax.
Yeah.
Bota to Hansbury leaves us one. That one moving away towards the slips. But yeah, I believe he was bowling, like trying to move the ball away from the batsman Mulder, like leggies to the right hander and offies to the left hander in Guthrie.
Well, he couldn't bowl his leggies. He had to bowl offies.
Because he's injured.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Anyway, that's what I was told, but you can't. You got to check your sources sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, he's probably not going to get a crack here.
No, the way they're going at the minute. So the Quicks do all the work for him then.
This one full outside off stump, doesn't have to play again.
You probably don't mind not bowling if you're 8 or 9 down.
But he has bowled leggies at some stage this year, hasn't he, Jacob?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, his son off, Brett.
Yep.
Well, that's a shame. He's is that ongoing back problems that he has?
I'm not too sure. So he's moving freely now. So whether they need a spin, and it doesn't look like it, but it may come on.
This ball past the outside edge of Hansbury's bat, beautifully bowled again by Bota. 8 for 117.
But like was said before, players will do extraordinary things come finals time. We don't have an injury. We'll just keep on playing. So
So Sean Stewart's
way
been
through.
injured for a while, hasn't he? But has he
Yeah.
just come back this game?
This game, yeah.
And who actually missed out? It's an unlucky call, isn't it?
Well, Tommy Lever is replacing.
So he comes in tomorrow.
Yeah, he comes in tomorrow for Gano.
This ball from Bota, outside off stump, left alone.
So, and obviously Hilt's being out
Yep.
with state duties. So yeah, it's probably that little gap that we had to get him in. So.
Sean will be relieved. He made it through fit for the grand final.
Yeah, well, everybody's been asking him, 3 or 4 weeks how his thumb is. No, it's not going to be ready. And come this week, last week you got the cast off.
Right.
And this week was more physio sort of stuff for him.
This ball, and edge through to the keeper. He's out. That's another one for Bota, and he's got Pfeiffer. Can you believe it? He's turned the game for South Perth. 9 for 117. That's the end of Hansbury. Well, again, he had to play at it just on off stump, moving away, and nicked it through to the keeper. Daniel Moore, delighted to throw that in the air. Wow, what an amazing turnaround in this game.
It's just that line he's been bowling since he's come on.
Well, it's the length too, isn't it? The length he's drawing. Like Hansbury got drawn.
Yeah, he's drawn him into it.
A little bit that time. He's pitched the ball up. He's bowled a couple of the players, and again, Hansbury was very disappointed. He just shook his head and disappointed that he'd been drawn into that and just nicked it. And it was a good low down catch by the keepers. So, yeah, well, 117. I mean, South Perth were out for 111 last week, weren't they? So 117 could be enough.
Could be a winning game.
I think they got one. What was it in the second innings? Got a few more, didn't you?
Yeah,
160. Yeah. 160.
Well. Yeah, no. This is an incredible turnaround. I mean, what's that? 5 for about 1, is it, Dave? And looking at
it is. Yeah.
5 for 1. How's that possible in the game of cricket?
Geez, I might sit up here all day.
That's like Greg. Can we get a change? Get him out there. Well, at least bring the Subi president in or something. See if we can. Now, Tim Massey's coming out the bat.
He's not getting a chance up here, mate.
No, Tim Massey, not a noted batsman, but last week somehow got the job done with a nice couple of forward.
Got him home.
Got him home with. He hit the run that tied the scores, which was enough on the second last ball to get us through, and then of course the last ball. Hardy just went bang and hit a 6. So the scores on the paper and the next morning probably looked not quite as close as it really was. But
they were obviously 2 fantastic games of cricket.
It's unbelievable. The tension around both grounds was right at extreme levels.
Well, that's what you want in finals, isn't it?
Fantastic,
Always fighting it out.
And I thought that was what Dave and I were talking off air just a while back about when Subiaco-Floreat were 3 for about 100 and whatever they were. Not much different to what it is now.
3 for 90.
And we were saying, well, now they look like might get up to 240 or something, 250, make it a good game. So.
Dally Moore and forward in defence, Skalthorpe.
We've got the short cover in there now. So
he hasn't played a false shot yet.
No.
Well, I'm not saying anything, but I don't want to put the mocker on him. But no, he can bat. But he's been batting well down the order. I mean, he's very young.
Yeah.
I think he's stayed under 19 squad.
Yeah.
And more a bowler at the moment than a batter. But I think through juniors and that, he's always been a reasonable bat. So. But tough circumstances now.
All bowlers think they can bat. I'm one of them. So.
This ball from Dallymore, nicely in defence, goes forward again, Skalthorpe. But Graham, you're more regularly known around the traps, particularly in suburban turf circles, as Banjo.
Yep.
Of course, but is that because you break into prose and poetry every now and then, or is it just basically based on your surname?
Based on my surname.
Yeah.
I went away, I started playing cricket for South Perth when I was 16.
Yep.
And went up to join suburban turf when I was 17. And I went away and worked in the shearing industry for a while.
Next ball from Dallymore, play the missed outside off stump.
And a couple of the boys, when I got back from working from up north, the nickname Banjo came around and said, Banjo Patterson, the poet. And that's just through my shearing days. So and it's stuck.
With you,
Well, that's probably a more pleasant
I'd much rather
name than others around
that's
the
it.
place.
I'd much rather have Banjo. So not a lot of people know me as Graham.
No.
Well, I'm working hard to call you Graham on air. So this ball short and past the outside edge again.
Jumped a bit.
Skalthorpe's bat.
Yeah, that's a sort of length that would trouble most tail-enders. They're trying, especially Sculthorpe, since he's come in, he's only faced, 4 or 5 balls. He's got on the front foot, looked quite comfortable.
Yeah.
As soon as Dallamore's dragged it back a bit, he's looked uncomfortable.
Well, that's it. Pitch it up, you're looking good. Pitch it shorter. It's not the ball that you really want.
Yeah, so, this is... it's going to be very interesting to see how long these last 2 hang in here for Subiaco-Floreat.
This next ball short, clips it in the air away towards Cleary at mid-wicket, but doesn't carry.
Well, Sculthorpe had a half-attempted pull shot at that. Could have so easily have gone straight to that fieldsman, but he was a bit disappointed in himself. I think he
looked like he took it from wide outside off.
I don't know whether he was disappointed that he missed it or he actually played the shot and should have been maybe defending it, but not much to lose here at the moment, I don't think.
I think one of the issues for him is he's going forward irrespective of where the ball's pitched at the moment.
Yeah, he's pushing on the front foot.
But there's a lovely clip off his toes through mid-wicket. I think they'll just get 1 and he's off the mark. 9 for 118. Every run will be valuable.
Yes, I think Sculthorpe has counted the balls there, and and big Timmy Massey, he's not the most athletic guy in terms of running and turning and so on in the field. So I think Sculthorpe's just picked a single off there and said, "Mate, you go down that end, and I'll leave it to me. I'll handle it." 118 for 9 is unbelievable turnaround here at the WACA.
Graham, you've got an interesting structure there on your committee. You've got a president and a chairperson.
Yep.
So can you give us a bit of a idea of how those roles are divided as Bota comes in again and forward goes Sculthorpe?
Yeah, well, we've got Rob Thompson, who's the chairperson. He's got a bit more time than I have. He's sort of like doing a lot of the work behind me.
A lot of the day-to-day stuff?
A lot of the day-to-day stuff, so, and,
good to have someone that experienced, I suppose.
It is very good.
Supporting
he's taught me a lot this year, which is good, going forward. And hopefully, we're looking at maybe changing the board for next year to something different. We're not too sure what, but where we're going to have different roles.
Okay. Because you're still pretty busy. Like, I know you and your wife Julie are pretty busy in running the sort of premises as well. I mean, I know your wife, she seems to be at the canteen every time I go up there and helping run that.
Yeah, well, she's taken on the director of house role.
Okay.
And she does the uniforms as well.
Okay.
So yeah, that's
next ball from Bota. It's on the pad. Big appeal for LBW. Umpire gives him out. Eric Bota, what a magnificent performance in a grand final. 6 wickets. And he's turned the game on its head in the last 20 minutes. You'd have to say he's picked up 6 wickets in very, very quick time.
That's it.
I mean, the other South Perth bowlers today have kept the pressure on, but he has basically got the results and bowled those wicket-taking deliveries. And a remarkable finish to Subiaco-Floreat's innings. They were going along pretty well at 3 for 98 after the first hour after lunch, and we just thought, well, this is going to be a high-scoring game, but gosh, it's turned and all out for 118 here in the first grade grand final, Subiaco-Floreat. So
it's just the game of cricket, isn't it?
It is.
Things can happen so quickly. And it has, and I must admit, I'm a bit shell shocked, to be honest.
Well, I am. After seeing them 3 for 90. I thought, they started to, attack the ball a bit and make, turn some runs.
Yeah, and I think that it changed the way the bowlers were going too. The bowling just sort of changed a bit.
Yeah.
Here's the applause for Eric Bota as he comes off.
What an outstanding performance. 6 for.
Yeah, in a grand final.
And probably the least likely one to take 6 for of your key bowlers.
Yeah.
Well, he'll sleep well tonight.
Yeah.
I hope he doesn't open the batting, does he?
No, he doesn't.
Well, if he gets into bat, he might be a bit more concerned.
He might come into night watch.
Well, I think after that spell, I might have to have a rest day. Because, you've got 2 Grahams sitting there. Every time you say Graham, we both look at each other and say, who are you talking to? But, Mark Campbell's jotting down a few notes at the back of the box here, and I'll get it out of here because I think I've done enough damage.
All right, staff, thanks very much. We'll bring in Mark Campbell, maybe just to give us a quick summary of the innings, which we're all a bit shell-shocked here at the last half an hour. But all out for 118. Tredgett was out for 14. Goodwin for 1. Monteleone for no score. Then for Touris, after lunch, they've lost 7 wickets. He was caught Gannon, bowled Botha for 46. Mackenzie was caught Moore, bowled Dallimore for 38. Those two put on a nice partnership there of 70 runs. Lilly was bowled Botha for 6. Hansbury caught Moore, bowled Botha for 1. Hart bowled Botha, no score. Muldridge caught Gannon, bowled Botha, no score. Sculthorpe, LBW bowled Botha, 1. And Massey was not out, no score. All out for 118. The bowling figures: Gannon 10 overs, 1 for 19. Liam Dallimore 16 overs, 2 for 36. Ringrose 3 overs for 13. Bevilacqua 11 overs, 1 for 29. And the star of the moment, Eric Botha, 6.3 overs, 2 maidens, 6 for 13. Yes, that's right, 6 for 13. So it's happened all in a rush. So Subiaco-Floreat mentally, Mark Campbell, difficult for them to sort of switch on and suddenly go out there and just try and put South Perth under pressure.
I went out the back and wanted to have a little quiet nap and all those sorts of things, and everything started happening. I tell you what, the 42nd over when both had got 3 wickets in an over, Lilly, Hart and Muldridge, was a turning point for the game. All of a sudden it was a procession then. Both are 6 for 13. Unbelievable. I tell you what. And of all the bowlers that you looked at South Perth before lunch, he seemed to be the one that may get a couple of overs here and there, while the Gannon and Dallimore and Bevilacqua were having a bit of a spell.
Well, that's been his role all year. You know, he come in late and take on the middle order and pick up 2 or 3 wickets.
Yeah.
You know, that's what he's done all season.
Well, I've just seen Graham Stafford move to the back of the box. He's got his head bowed. He thinks he's going to a funeral.
He looks a different colour at the moment. He's a bit pale.
He's a bit pale.
Thank Christ I come up here.
But we've been saying it all year, myself and Derek, how deep South Perth's bowling lineup is, and the ability to maintain the pressure no matter who they throw the ball to, Graham, has been a key to their success this year.
Their bowling's got them out of a lot of trouble this year.
Yeah.
We understand that they're probably maybe 1 or 2 bats that they probably need to put on big scores. They don't have that, so they've relied on their bowling all year to get them through games. And you saw that last week, defending 111.
Yeah, when they bowled about 55. I think
so.
Graham Stafford actually doesn't want to call Graham banjo. He's calling him a guitar because his guitar is gently weeping. Let me tell you.
Yes, but I just thought it was a good sign in the elimination final. South Perth didn't have to win, and quite often we've seen 6 beat 1. But Melville had them under pressure. Both good bowling sides, to be honest. Melville as well, but had South Perth under pressure. But they chased down that 160 odd or whatever it was under some pressure, and I thought, geez, that's a good sign. They're really obviously hell bent on winning that final.
They're playing for one another.
Yeah,
they're hell bent on taking each other to the next level.
Yep.
And you see that when they don't put on a score, the bowlers take over and try and win a game of cricket.
Yep.
The times that they have put on runs, maybe they haven't performed as well with the ball, but they've got through games.
What's been interesting from my point of view watching South Perth play is they're all young and they just play with no fear. They don't care. They just go out there. Ringrose is a prime example of that, where he just comes in, not a overly talented player. I hope he doesn't mind me saying that, but not overly talented, but just keeps running in and giving you 110% for your captain every ball.
Yeah. And he's been captain this last few games with Stewie being out.
Yep.
So, and he was under the pump last week, making a few decisions that he had to make.
Yeah.
And obviously he made the right calls.
Bowling changes at the end, Yep.
But they're just playing for one another, and that's a big difference when you've got a happy group of boys.
Yeah.
And they're only young and they just want to win.
Yeah, and
it's amazing how.
I remember Alex Bevilacqua coming on Cricket World earlier in the season, but just talking about how he's enjoying that role and basically, if any of the blokes want to have a chat or just trying to show a bit more leadership and mentoring around the place. So
and that's the biggest thing with the club at the moment is we do get out and talk to the boys.
Yep.
If they've got a problem or an issue, they know they can go to talk to anybody at the club, and maybe resolve it or help them through it, you know. And they're all happy with it, you know. So, and the coaching group's been fantastic this year with that.
Yeah.
You know, you got Spriggy and Langers who just want to see the boys grow and
Yep.
and you know, perform well each week. And they've been fighting it out, you know, week in, week out.
Yep. You know. Yeah, that's right. And you know, they are, I suppose, the coaching group of people that generally enjoy the company of other people. You know, the addition of Brad Thompson.
That's it. Yeah.
You know, he does. He's very relatable.
Yes.
To the other guys.
Yeah.
And Langley's the same. You know, so.
Yeah.
I think Langley and Spriggy both country lads.
Yes.
As well.
Yep.
So, yeah, pretty down to earth, I think, which is certainly makes a difference. Well, I know you probably don't want it to come to an end, Graham, but
I've got to get out of here because I've taken most of the wickets.
Thanks very much for joining us and coming up.
All
You probably enjoyed the vantage point we've got up here, seeing all the wickets.
Point,
but I'll let you get down with your supporters and get on with whatever your role is. Hopefully you get to relax and watch a bit of cricket this weekend.
Well, I've got the women's to go to tomorrow to see how they're going. So they're a bit under. Well, I can't say undermanned anymore. Under person.
Back in our day, Crystal, when we were playing district cricket, the role of the president in the finals was to make sure there was a couple of eskies full of beer and.
Well,
and to be in the photo in the morning.
Might be some.
And be in the photo in the morning. That's right. Yeah.
Nah, that's not me. This is all about the boys out there.
Well, it wasn't about them then either, but they all still weren't the photos.
No.
No, but it's fascinating that the women's A grade final is the same teams as the men's.
Yes.
Rarely happens. Yeah, Subiaco-Floreat in South Perth.
South Perth tomorrow.
And they've dominated the A grade 50 over comp.
Yeah.
Subi haven't lost a game yet, so
well,
you just got to get Nicole Bolton out.
Well, that's it. Last time she played us, she scored 103. So, but it's like I keep telling them, it's only one ball. It's only one ball.
Those Boltons at Subiaco-Floreat just keep popping up, don't they? A bit like Staffords, they keep popping up everywhere.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting. I think because the WNCL team's away, I think, aren't they? The West Australian women.
Yes.
So that's probably impacted both sides. But South Perth are missing a few of their young stars. You know, Poppy Stockwell and Molly Healy and these sorts of players who've been given them a chance. You know, Georgia Wiley as well. So
that's it. But you want to see them, you know, move on and play.
It's great to see them play for Western Australia. Yeah, absolutely. So. Yeah, good challenge. Oh, well, Megan Banting at the top of the order as well. Just got to get her and Bolts out and see how you go from there. But
one ball. I might turn up tomorrow.
All it takes is one ball.
I'll turn up tomorrow and have a watch and see how it go tomorrow.
No, we'll be keeping an eye on the scores tomorrow, so we'll be putting those to air. The A and the B grade grand final. A couple of new teams in the B grade grand final. I think Wanneroo and Midland Guildford.
Yeah.
Not so much Midland, but Wanneroo's first year in B grade. So.
Yes.
They've done it well building from the juniors up there.
Good junior program up there at Wanneroo.
Yeah,
we've got 30 juniors under 14s running around at the moment. They don't play cricket. They just train and play against themselves.
Fantastic. Yeah.
So some of those girls next year,
great
depends on where they go.
Yeah.
It's a building block for the women. So.
All right. Well, we might take a quick break before the South Perth innings, but Graham, I much appreciate for you to come up.
Excellent.
Appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
All right. We'll take a break, hear from our all-important sponsors, and we'll be back for South Perth's innings. Play about 3, I reckon. Actually, you probably get away with 4. Thanks, mate.
Welcome back to the WACA ground. We've just seen the first ball of the South Perth innings begin. And as you can imagine, Subiaco-Floreat putting a bit of fire in it right from the first ball. They need to dismiss South Perth for less than 118 to take first innings honours in this game. David Cleary and Guest as well, Brandon Guest, are the two opening batsmen for South Perth, and they need to score 119 is their target. And the second ball through from Michael Hart goes through at waist height through to the wicket keeper Cambo. There's a game years ago called the Miracle Match. Can Subiaco-Floreat pull off another miracle here?
Well, I'm not sure if Hart is the equivalent of Dennis Lilly, but then again, by the same token, Cleary's not probably the equivalent of Viv Richards either. So anything can happen. Where there's life, there's hope. There's 118 runs on the board. That's the first target for South Perth. So anything can happen, and as I always say, where there's life, there's hope. So you just never know. Cricket's a funny game.
Next ball just goes through to the keeper. So Michael Hart bending the back right from the get-go here. There's nothing to lose now because they have to stop the opposition from passing that total. So they've got to put the effort all the way through.
Well, look at last week's game. South Perth bowled out for 111.
We thought they were done and dusted then.
Perth 55, South Perth, all out 160. Perth 8 for 214 chasing and just got beat. So, as I said, there's still a lot of overs left. There's 41 overs today. 90 overs tomorrow, so 131 overs, Moddy, so anything can happen.
So the last time South Perth won a first grade grand final was 1996-97.
Long time ago.
If they do their things right today, over the next remainder of today and the bulk of tomorrow, that'll be 2021-22. So we see Hart come in for the next ball, well defended, no run. No score after 4 deliveries on the Home and Garden product scoreboard.
Having said that, it's always, important that, South Perth finished on top of the ladder for a reason. Subiaco-Floreat finished second on the ladder for a reason out of all those clubs. So you'd expect a close game. So I don't expect this to be easy for South Perth by any means. And Subiaco-Floreat will keep fighting all the way to the end, Moddy.
Hart to Cleary. Watch through the keep, and that's the end of the first over. It's a maiden. So on the Home and Garden product scoreboard, South Perth no score after 1 over, and they are in pursuit of a target of 119 for victory.
Yeah, good start there by Hart. Batter unfortunately didn't have to play at too much, so
no.
You're looking at a small total, so you've got to get the batters to play. And I'd be taking my line towards the fifth stump line and bringing and attacking the stumps here.
Get the batsman flirting. Australia 2 for 98 in the Test match. Being played at Karachi. Steve Smith on 6. Usman Khawaja 51 not out. Batsman out Warner 36 and Marnus Labuschagne for a 9-ball duck. As we see the first ball of the second over. To the leg side, turned away for a single. So South Perth are away in their run chase with Brandon Guest getting the first run there to the leg side off the bowling of Connor Moldridge. He took 7 for in a match against Mount Lawley during the season. He'll be called upon to try and bring such heroics to the table again now.
Yeah, and Connor's father, of course, played for Claremont Nedlands in their final back in the 80s. So Connor would like to join that illustrious company. Unfortunately for Connor, his father did pass away, Peter, but he was a bit like Rod Marsh. He had more clubs than Tiger Woods. Mouldy. Very nice bloke, though.
In our broadcast last week, we did mention that it was 6 clubs for Rod Marsh.
Yep.
Need a big hat stand there as Moldridge comes in with the next ball angled just outside the off stump, and Cleary, I should say, defends that away on the offside for no run, scored no wicket for 1.
So very important. The complete difference between Hart and Moldridge is Moldridge has made the batter play, being left arm over the wicket, and Hart was outside off stump. They could shoulder arms to that. So needs to be always attacking the stumps here, because wickets are what's going to be important. And there's a great
Beautiful shot. Cover drive, and that is only for collection as it goes into the base of the fence for 4 runs. So South Perth now on to 5 with the boundary there. David Cleary is off the mark, and he has 4 to the board, 4 for 9 deliveries.
Classic off drive too. It was Moldridge pitching up, not adverse to that, because he has 3 slips in place. Ball moves, may get the edge.
Moldridge in, turn to leg, and the man down at fine leg we called on to return the ball back to the wicket keeper. 1 run to the score, no wicket for 6. So South Perth will be counting these off in ones. They'll be quite content to do it low risk and take as long as they need to.
Well, if you have a look at it, they got 131 overs to get 118, so it's not as if it's
not even a running over. Moldridge will try and have some say in against that, but that ball just allowed to be escorted through the keeper. After 2 overs, we have a score on the Holman Garden Product scoreboard. No wicket for 6, with Cleary 6. I'll get it right. Cleary 5 and Guest 1.
Just take a breath, Monty. You'll be okay, mate. We'll get through.
It's a vertigo from being so high up. We're used to balconies.
You should. We won't open the windows then. You'll feel very poorly after that. Moldridge there pitching the ball up. A classic off drive by Cleary to get his scoring underway. But it's not a bad thing to be pitching up as much as you can, so you can get a bit of swing and get any assistance that you need out of that wicket.
So Michael Hart starts his second over from the Printable stand end. Nice little area there, but as you're saying, you probably just move that in just a tick closer to that off stump and get the batsman even sort of flirting at the ball. He's got 3 slips in the gully and a point, as well as the man in the gloves.
You always like batsmen flirting with the ball. It's when they nick up and they attract the moth to the flame. That's the secret. The 3 slips in the gully in place, ready for anything.
Next ball, well defended on that occasion. Brandon Guest quite happy. David Cleary quite happy to let that one go along the ground on the offside for no run.
And it's amazing when you're chasing low totals. Sometimes you tend to bat like you're chasing low totals.
A little bit tenser.
Yeah, so it's never as easy as everybody thinks.
Hart's in. Oh, that one. Batsman went to shape up and shoulder arms. It looked like it got him in the chest. Sort of let it hit the body. And the ball went forwards for him, luckily. But the fielder's hoping that one might roll back onto the stumps.
Well, the Subiaco-Floreat boys thought about the appeal for LBW, but then they gave it up because I think it might have hit on the hip. We've got a bit of bounce.
Very high. Hart defended on the leg side, and no run. 2 to come in the over, and South Perth making a good fist of this inning so far.
Yes, and it always seems that when you're bowling to low totals, batsmen's bats can either look really, really thin and they're nicking up, or they're just broad.
Hart. Well watched through on that occasion. Cleary doesn't want to borrow that one and lets it go through the keeper. Not being made to play.
Well, Cleary's showing that his balance is very good because, with that forward defensive shot that he played, went out to mid-on, but the ball was pitched on middle and leg. So his balance in his head position is very good at the moment, so he's very comfortable with what he's doing.
Hard in again. Once again, there's just an outside off stump. Not really giving the batsman much to do, and a little bit of wasted energy there as the third over ends with the score on no wicket for 6.
Very tight bowling from Hart, but unfortunately that's not going to help. The quickest way to slow this run rate down and to stop South Perth moving on to the inevitable win is take wickets, and that's why you've got to get the batsman to start, playing at the ball, bring his line in a little bit close. He's obviously getting some movement because the keeper's taking them across from off stump and high, so he's getting movement. He's got to move his line across.
Connor Moldridge to start another over at the Lily Marsh stand end. Turned off leg. That's a simple single being run down towards fine leg. No wicket for 8. 7. Guest to 2.
Yep, so Guest is just picking him off there. Connor Moldridge just straying onto leg stump.
Get some update scores shortly. So here on the Holman Garden Product scoreboard, we're into the 4th over. The score is no wicket for 7 South Perth, with Cleary on 5 and Guest on 2. After Subiaco-Floreat dismissed for 118 in 46.3 overs. Jeremy Faturis 46. Hamish Mackenzie 38, the only batsman to get into the 20s. As we see the next ball from Connor Moldridge go through the keeper. And Eric Boda, the star of the show, 6 for 13 from 6.3 overs, with Liam Dallimore taking 2 for 36 earlier in the innings. Having a look at some of the scores in the other WA Premier Grand Finals. We'll start at 2nd grade, where Joondalup are playing Bayswater Morley at James Oval. As Moldridge comes in, and ball is defended back to the bowler. Bayswater Morley in the 2nd grade competition, they're 5 for 166 after 67 overs, with McPhee 60 and Wiggers 58. The top scorers at the moment, we got Fontana and Loiacono on 1 run each, and Birchall, the best of the bowlers there, 2 for 39. As we see Moldridge come in again, spearing just outside the off stump, but defended away to the offside for no run. In 3rd grade, we are at Brickler Park, number 1, for the match between Melville and Subiaco-Floreat. Subiaco-Floreat currently 6 for 78 in their innings, with Shivashankar 28 and Makova, who's 26 not out, the leading scorers there. Adamos is with him on no run. Downey 3 for 25, the best of the bowlers. In the 4th grade match played adjacent to that ground on Brickler number 2, Scarborough versus Willerton. Scarborough currently 2 for 98 in the 49th over, so only the 2 runs and over there the Willerton bowlers letting them get at this stage. Top scorer Macaulay 35 and 11 to 33. The batsman currently at the crease, McLean 21 and Costello on 5. And wicket takers there, Scott and Bridge. In the under-17 match between Perth and Willerton, the Ted Hussey Shield. Perth made 8 for 204 from their 50 overs. The leading scorer there was Turner with 83, and 3 wickets each aboard to Souza and Baker. In reply, Willerton are 5 for 99 after 33 overs, so Perth in the box seat there. 17 overs to go, needing another 106 there in that match, with Lee 28 and 3rd making 20, the top scorers there, and currently Filmer 2 wickets with the ball. And in the Tony Mann Shield, the under-15 competition, Perth versus Fremantle out at Fletcher Park West, and Perth in their innings made 125 all out, with the top scorer being Chethan with 29, and the leading wicket takers Walker, Campo and Amin all with 2 wickets apiece. And in reply, Fremantle 7 for 90 after 40 overs. So that one's not done and dusted yet. There's 3 wickets in hand and 36 to get there. So a nice tight game there for Fremantle with the bat. Campo 26 and the batsmen in there at the moment, Walker and Richardson, both new to the crease. And leading wicket takers Cranny with 3 for 18 and Perney with 2 for 16. And they are all the scores, or I should say in the test match at Karachi, Australia now 2 for 100 with Khawaja 52 and Steve Smith on 7. Now we can say they're the scores thanks to Walker's Pest and Lawn Management.
That's well done, Monty. That was taken forever. No, I tell you, some of those games are going to be very interesting tomorrow. The Bayswater Joondalup game in twos is going to be very interesting because, of course, Joondalup last week made 321. So whatever, obviously, whatever Bayswater get, Joondalup will have to make. But they've got the batting power in that two side to bat a long time into tomorrow. So that's going to be a great game tomorrow. And we keep saying, you know, they've got the Wiggers at Bayswater Morley, Jake Lewis, and a few other guys that have played A-grade cricket. You've also got on the other side Joondalup, you've got Jamie Burgess and a few of those guys playing as well. So it's going to be a great game.
Hart into the batsman's hip there, fended away, muffled shout from behind for LBW, but there was no chance of Guest being given out LBW that one. Hit a little bit too high. Score is none for 7 in the 5th over.
The keeper appealed and he'd already started to move down leg.
Telltale signs.
Yeah. Unfortunately, if you're gonna try and go for an appeal that may not be out, don't give the umpire any tells.
Last ball, the over hit straight back to the bowler. So after 5 overs, it's no wicket for 7 on the Holman Garden product scoreboard, with Cleary on 5 and Guest on 2. And that is the 3rd over for Michael Hart. He has 3 overs, 3 maidens.
Yep. First 2 overs were a little bit wide. Then he's adjusted his line and length there, so he's bringing it closer into the off stump. He's obviously getting a bit of movement because the keeper is motioning to go down leg a few times when the ball's pitched. So he's obviously getting a bit of movement with the new ball. Now that he's adjusted his line to that 5th stump line, we'll invoke the batter now to play and miss a few times, hopefully.
Connor Moldridge starts a new over, angling the ball away from the short sleeve shirted David Cleary, but he just defends the ball away for no run. Score is still no wicket for 7. So, no, in this scenario, we've got the rest of the day, we've got plenty of time. What would you envisage South Perth wanting to be somewhere around? We've got about another 30 odd overs to go.
There's the first wicket to fall. Just as I was thinking of what score they'd want to be, Connor Moldridge picks up the first wicket, a ball that's going across the batsman, and he just nicked up, and a very good catch at slip to get the first wicket down for South Perth. So they're now 1 for 7, and that's in the 5th over.
So, yeah, we're talking about that, aiming at that off-stump line or just outside. Connor Moldridge did that. We saw David Cleary just flash at that one and put it straight into the path of second slip, and the wicket has now fallen. Graham Stafford's got a little smirk on the edge of his lips. It's not into a smile yet because he knows it's a long way to go yet. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And the score is now 1 for 7.
He's still trying to get his guitar back, I reckon. Off banjo. But, hit the 5th stump line then, Connor Moldridge, and Cleary just followed the ball, and a good catch by Futuris at second slip there. Fantastic catch. And that's what, now that they have a wicket,
one makes 2.
Possible. Well, 1 makes 2 and 2 makes 3. You just keep going now.
Well, we saw that earlier on. We saw 4 for 116 become 118 all out, 6 for 2. So Subiaco-Floreat would love to see a grand vision of that replicate now. New batsman comes out and joins Brandon Guest. tactics. And Connor Moldridge chomping at the bit at the end of his mark, tossing the ball between hand to hand. He's ready to rip in.
It's amazing. All the kids I see playing that I knew their fathers, all their fathers are short blokes and all these kids are huge.
Looks like it might be Tim Hale coming in. A 51 last week in the semi-final. Held the South Perth innings together in that first innings. Moldridge coming in. Bang on target with that first ball, middle and off, and Hale defends back to the bowler.
And this will be interesting because now Moldridge being a left arm medium pacer facing a left arm batter, so it'll be interesting to see if there's any movement here away from the bat, if Moldridge can get some. 3 slips and a gully waiting in anticipation for that.
Next ball, let to go just outside the off stump. Through to the keeper in Ben Tredgett, 29 catches, 13 stumping, so he's not shy when it comes to claiming dismissals. 42 of them this year in first grade.
He can bowl.
Next ball hit on the leg side straight to mid-on. South Perth just sort of edging their way now, I think, towards the tea break, which is on the horizon.
Apparently I've been told 10 minutes to the tea break. 10 minutes to the tea break, and then staffs will be back into the commentary position.
Keen to snare a few wickets himself.
Well, you know, I was surprised last week when Bernie Baker said that he did bowl, to be honest.
Oh, there's a close one. A French cut played by Hale. It's gone for... Looks like it's only gone for a single in the end.
Yeah, it just bounced over the top of leg stump there. Unlucky for Subiaco-Floreat. Is that a little bit of luck that they're not getting at the moment? So it was a little bit unlucky.
So Hale off the mark with that one.
Not sure what's going on here. Must be afternoon tea.
It is
now.
tea. It's now tick past 3:10. So we're having a 20-minute tea adjournment here. And for his thoughts on this second session of play, let's go right back and say at lunch it was 3 for 57 for Subiaco-Floreat. Camber, a little bit's happened since then.
Oh, unbelievable, Moddy. We went to lunch 3 for 57 at that stage. Vaturis 27 not out, Mackenzie 12 not out. After lunch we thought that the bowling from South Perth wasn't as tight as it was prior to lunch. So for a half an hour, 45 minutes, Vaturis and Mackenzie took the score from 3 for 28 to 97 when Vaturis was out, caught Gannon, bowled Botha, and this signalled a absolute collapse. So from 3 for 97 when Vaturis was out to make it 4 for 97, a procession of wickets from Subiaco-Floreat to be all out 118, and the chief destroyer Botha, who bowled 7 overs 3 maiden, 6 for 13. He'd bowled 2 overs before lunch, none for 5, and then 2 overs just straight after lunch, none for 4, but that did not come back to what we thought, where the next 3 overs he's taken 5 wickets, and 3 wickets in 1 over in the 42nd over really put this game on its head. Subiaco-Floreat bowled out for 118. Currently South Perth chasing 1 for 7 in their first innings, and we know from previous experience last week they were bowled out for 111 in their first innings, so their batting lineup isn't in great confidence, although Hale made 50 odd last week. So anything can happen in this final session. Of course, 90 overs tomorrow.
More important to have money in the bank, or is it chasing it down?
In a grand final, it doesn't matter. In a grand final, whoever blinks loses. So you just keep going.
Okay, thanks for your words there on the second session there, Mark Campbell. As you said, Subiaco-Floreat 118 all out in their innings, and and it lasted 46.3 overs. And in reply, at the tea break, South Perth 1 for 8 from 6 overs, with the men at the crease, Brandon Guest on 2 and Tim Hale on 1. So what we'll do, seeing as though we're at the tea adjournment, we will take it back to the studio for a few words from our sponsors and a couple of interviews during the break, and we'll be back here around 15 minutes from now for the final session of play on day 1 of the WA Premier First Grade Grand Final between Subiaco-Floreat and South Perth. Hey Patrick. Yep, are you able to fill 15 minutes easily enough? Beautiful. So we'll come back somewhere around 3:30, probably 28, 29. All right, beautiful. Thanks for that.
You there, Paddy? How long this one got to go, mate? Yeah, can you cross now? And welcome back to the WACA ground for the last session of play of day one of the Premier Cricket Grand Final for 21-22 between South Perth and Subiaco-Floreat. What an eventful day we've had, particularly that middle session where Subiaco-Floreat had a dramatic collapse to lose 7 wickets in quick succession, but they rebounded pretty well. They've picked up the wicket of David Cleary already in the South Perth innings, so I just get the sense it's going to be one of those grand finals. But Subi-Floreat all out for 118. Jeremy Faturis top scored with 46. Hamish McKenzie 38, and Eric Boter the amazing figures of 6 for 13 off 6.3 overs. But South Perth had a short time to bat before tea and lost the wicket of David Cleary. Caught Faturis, bowled Moldridge for 5. Brandon Guest and Tim Hale are at the crease at the moment, so they resume as at 1 for 8 off 6 overs. Connor Moldridge, the wicket taker, and Subi-Floreat make their way out. And we welcome back Graham Stafford on to special comments. But Graham, a chance for Subi to sort of gather themselves a bit more when they go into the tea break and really put all their energies into the bowling efforts, the bowling and fielding efforts, because they've just got to put that batting out of their mind.
Yeah, look, I can't help to think that the coach, Wayne Clark, would have been, and the other support staff would have been saying, come on guys, you've just got to make them play as much as you possibly can.
Yep.
Can't be wide, can't let them get settled in, just keep them under pressure. Given the unbelievable collapse we saw, which I think we are all, and including certainly all the Subiaco supporters, would be just pretty astounded as to how things panned out. But look, you know, a couple of quick wickets here. If I could foresee South Perth somehow being 3 for 20 or something like, all of a sudden the game tightens up, a bit of pressure goes on. But of course, if South Perth, if this partnership of Tim Hale and Guest gets going, and they get to 1 for 50, say, well, all of a sudden, it's a prospect of a Subi-Floreat victory is almost out of the equation then.
I think a key player, as you said, but Tim Hale, we saw him bat last week. One of the only players really to actually spend a significant time at the crease on that day one. He made 51 out of 111, but he just looked like he was more assertive. He played with confidence against the moving ball, against the likes of Nicholas and Guthrie. It's one of the better attacks as well. But I think he's a real key wicket for Subi-Floreat.
Yeah, and he's facing up left-hander, of course, facing
Michael Hart. Yep, as we resume after tea, first ball, and he guides it past Gudley, and there's a chase on here for the gully fielder, and they come back for 2. So nicely off the middle of the bat there for Hale. South Perth into double figures. He's on to 3, and South Perth 10. Yeah,
I was just looking at Timothy Hale's record this year. 420 runs at about 38, so he's had a pretty successful year. David Cleary also had 450 odd. Daniel Moore, who I imagine is coming in next, he had a 440 odd run season too. So they've all been in good form.
This ball very confident on the front foot, Hale.
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen Tim Hale. I mean, he did play against Subi-Floreat, I'm sure, earlier in the year, but I haven't seen much of him. But listening to you guys last week, and he's obviously played extremely well last week.
Yep. And we saw a dramatic game, Moddy and I, up at Joondalup, with South Perth won off the last ball, with Hale severely tearing a hamstring during the innings. As this next ball, lifting outside off stump, let's go. But had to retire hurt, and they needed, I think, 4 to win at that stage, but he went in with a runner. So apparently the conditions of play in the competition is you can have a runner, but you have to wait. It can only be after 9 wickets have fallen. It's one of these obscure rules that cricket bring in, but and then the injury has to occur within the game. So he he went for a quick run, and there was actually a run out in this incident as this next ball. Lofts it towards mid on a simple catch! Well, just as we were talking, a key wicket, and I think that went to Aaron Lilly, I think, at mid-on. But gosh, that just seemed to jump a little bit off a length, but he, instead of putting a dead bat on it, he followed through, and the ball went straight to mid-on. Well, that's a massive wicket for Subiaco-Floreat.
Yeah, he just flicked that, didn't he, with his bottom hand a bit, poked it pretty much straight back to Aaron Lilly at mid-on, and Aaron actually had to jump off the ground. It was, but he's very athletic and very fit, Aaron Lilly, and he just held it all together and took that quite comfortably, even though he was stretching high off the ground.
Well, a big wicket there, 2 for 10. As I said last week, he was very, very solid. Tim Hale. And the challenge occurs. Well, one advantage with Cameron Gannon playing today is that we'll probably see him bat tonight.
Look, I would imagine he would come out pretty early, and I don't think that's him now, is it?
No. It might be Daniel Moore, but or Brandon Guest. We'll have a look in a minute. But yeah, but you know that it's a good opportunity for South Perth to utilise Cameron Gannon's services.
Oh, absolutely. Well, as I said, I think earlier in the day, he and it was Fraser Thompson in the game back in round 4 put on a 100 partnership, and Gannon made 79 in that game. So he's a very, very capable bat, especially at this standard of cricket. Yeah, I would imagine he'd be coming out pretty soon to make sure he at least gets a hit and is in the game for given all his talents.
What happens, obviously, with the replacement player rule is that Tom Lever, who is his replacement, who is a batter, you know, if Gannon gets out tonight, Lever can't bat tomorrow.
Yes,
of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so, but if Gannon's not out overnight, Lever can come in.
As him.
Yeah, as him. So it's a bit of a nightmare for scorers on my cricket, but that's what happens.
Yeah, so anyway, it'll be interesting to see, and a little bit of pressure goes back on South Perth now, so we've got this sort of yo-yoing effect.
Fascinating. So this next ball, and cutting in, and hits him high on the pad.
Yeah, that's heart generating, a bit of pace there, and he's very tall, probably about 6'3", 6'4", Michael Hart, very athletic, and he does get a quite good bounce, and usually a very accurate bowler as well. So his lengths have been just a bit shorter today, because well, I'm not sure what the reason is. He usually makes the batter play, but today he's been a bit wider, but has settled down now.
Daniel Moore, new player at the crease, waits for Hart. Tight in defence there. Bat next to pad, out on the offside. So the end of a successful over for Michael Hart, in which he removed Tim Hale. The score is 2 for 10 on the Holman's Garden Products scoreboard, chasing Subiaco-Floreat's 118. Well, we've seen 12 wickets fall today already, and it's got some remnants of the game at Richardson Park last week. Probably not quite as dramatic, but 22 wickets we saw fall on day 1 last week. Different to the game at Floreat, certainly.
Yeah, very different game, but hey, this is shaping up to be pretty interesting.
Fascinating
at
last
2 for
session.
10. And Subiaco-Floreat, well, if they could just get another couple without a lot more runs on the board, there'll be a lot of pressure on the change rooms and the players sitting in the change rooms waiting to pad up. For
sure. Moldridge continues. Throw this one outside off stump. No shot. So you can see the energy, or you can hear the energy through the effects mic of the Subiaco-Floreat players.
Yeah, it's interesting. Connor Moldridge did take 7 for 45, I think it was, against Mount Lawley early in the year, and he swung the ball a lot that day, and being a left arm medium fast.
Comes in again, this one on the stumps, nicely clipped off his toes, this time by Guest, down to fine leg for 1. Yeah, we were there that day, Moddy and I. We saw that 7-wicket haul. He swung the ball disconcertingly for the Mount Lawley players. They played him a bit from the crease, which is probably a bit to their detriment.
Yeah, one of the things with Connor Moldridge seems to me that if he's swinging the ball at his pace, he can be very difficult. But if the ball's not quite swimming, he does tend to pitch the ball up quite a lot. And if it's not swinging, he does tend to
Can be driven,
bowl a few half volleys.
This time it's Moore. Oh, that one's swinging in quite an amount. Just gets his bat down on time.
Yeah, and that's the perfect ball from a left arm quickie, isn't it? That if you can swing back into the right hander and then get one to go away just with the natural sort of shake going away. So that one came right back in, just right into the block hole, and Moore kept that out pretty easily in the end.
A little bit overcast at the moment as Moldridge comes in, and Moore makes it a couple of steps down the pitch, a la Jeremy Futura style. Tries to drive through mid-off.
Must have been looking at the Futura's coaching manual. Yeah, that's it. Well, that's a good shot. He's getting to the pitch of the ball and got that quite well. Didn't quite time it as he would have liked, but certainly did well enough to keep it away from the stumps.
Next ball from Moldridge. Good length and clipped out towards mid-on. They go for a quick single and a fumble there at mid-on, so they get through easily enough. Good assertive play there from Moore.
Yeah, that was a quick single, and it's gone to Big Tim Massey at mid-on, who's probably not the sharpest mover out there, but had a little fumble as he tried to pick it up. Yeah, well run there. That was a pretty easy single in the end.
Got some experience here in the slip cord in Subiaco-Floreat at the moment as Moldridge bowls to Guest. A nice length just outside off stump. Well left from Guest, but we've got Futuris at first, Monteleone at second, Hansbury at third, so plenty of experience there in that lineup.
Yeah, I imagine there'd be quite a bit of tactics being spoken between the experienced players, along with, and this is Jeremy Futuris' first year as captain, so, and he's done an outstanding job along with all the other more experienced players. So it's pretty interesting that here we are in a grand final with him captaining for his first year. So, and of course the one-day final and T20 final. Unfortunately, they went down to Melbourne.
Both spectrums of emotion. You know, the loss in the T20 final, and then they'll come back and they'll win the one-dayer as Hart approaches. Cut or attempted cut, misses through to the keeper.
It's a bad shot, isn't it? It was I mean, 2 for 12. You don't want to be flashing at short, wide balls. And the keeper took that. Ben Tredget took that above his head, so quite a bit of bounce in that. Probably, I mean, if you had got any bat on that at all, it would have flown over the slips, no doubt, down to third man. It's
been a remarkable year for Subiaco-Floreat, really. I mean, they've played in every final of the three formats and won the club championship as well. So as Hart bowls again, this one short of a length and just fended into the gully. But yeah, it's been a remarkable year of success for the players, and we spoke to Phil Gregson this morning about the amount of Sundays in a row that they would have played. It's a bit like going back 30 years, Stafford. All the Sundays that, you know, were played then, but these guys, no doubt if they win this game, it'll all be worth it, you know, the time they've sacrificed and given. But yeah, it's been a remarkable year of success for the club.
That has been, yeah.
So Hart again, and this ball full, well driven, but an awkward one for Lilly at mid-off, but he picks it up on the half volley.
Yeah, I was talking to Wayne Clark last week, and I think I heard him say that they had played 8 or 9 Saturday Sundays in a row.
Wow.
Leading up to this, and of course everyone was saying, "Oh, we need a bit of a break." But when we were playing, David, I mean, you couldn't get enough cricket.
Yeah.
I remember.
No, I think when you're younger, yeah.
The attitude seems to have changed in that regard.
Yeah. So Hart again, short, and he's just bowling possibly for the conditions, maybe just a little bit short of a length.
Yeah, I think he's just a bit short. I'd like to see him get it up another metre or so, maybe a metre and a half. Try and draw the batsman forward. They're just sitting back on him at the moment. I mean, he's bowling at a pretty good pace, getting quite good bounce, but it's just a little bit too easy, I reckon, to make your decision as to what sort of shot you're going to play.
Comes in from the Printerville stand end. This ball full, big appeal for LBW. He's given him straight away. Falling across in front of his stumps. Well, just as we were talking about their staff, the need to pitch it up, and that was very fully trying to clip it powerfully through the mid-wicket area and completely missed it. But the umpire there, Trent Steenholt, in no hesitation, he went up just after the bowler appealed, I reckon.
Well, that was very full. We just talked about the length and the shorter balls. Well, he fired that one in full and at the pads, and the batsman really just tried to flick that a bit to mid-wicket, I thought. So he's just played across, and looks, two of the Subiaco-Floreat batsmen, Goodwin and Monteleone, both LBW, pushing across sort of straight balls. So, and that's exactly what happened there too. Probably should just had a bat on it, but pushed across it. Well bowled, Michael Hart. I mean, he's
short, then pitched it up.
Yeah, so just good, smart bowling, and this looks like Cameron Gannon to me.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, Daniel Moore out for one. Brandon Guest, who opened the batting, is still there, but he's only faced 12 balls. And this is alarm bells for South Perth. You've got to say the tension is really building here at the WACA. 3 for 12, chasing 118. It's not going to be easy to score runs here. Gannon, we saw in the elimination final, staff, he went out and took charge of the game. 53, I think, off 54 balls, and he got the win against a good Melville. So I'm wondering how he's going to approach it now.
Yeah, well, look, he's a very experienced player, and been a very good Shield player, and still is. So all his experience, we'll just see how he goes.
So he waits for his first ball from Michael Hart. Short. Ooh, going right over the top of the stumps, that one, I think. But judging the bounce nicely there, Gannon. But another successful over for Michael Hart. He has 2 for 2 off 5 overs. And it's 3 for 12. Well, today we've seen 13 wickets fall for just 130 runs. So it's turning into one of those games where bowlers are tending to have the ascendancy.
Yeah, and look, it seems to be a perfect cricket wicket. There's certainly no gremlins in the wicket. It's just been some pretty good tight bowling, pressure of a final, a few nerves. All of those things combined, I think, are contributing to the sort of wickets because, I'm in the bowling pub. Both as effort for 6 for and against Subiaco-Floreat batters was outstanding, but Connor Moldridge now bowling his left arm.
Bowls to Guest, and he just plays it, just bobbles round on the crease there, kicks it away from the stumps. But Subiaco-Floreat have started to gain back the momentum in the field.
Well, I think I talked to you before and said, look, if it's 3 for 20, it'd make it interesting. Well, it's actually 3 for 12, so that's even better from a Subiaco-Floreat point of view. But look, at the end of the day, Subiaco-Floreat, they just need to keep bowling tight, making them play, as I'm sure the instructions were at tea time.
Moldridge. Nice ball, just on a good length outside off stump, let go by Guest. A couple of the junior finals coming to an end this afternoon. So in the under-17s, Perth made 8 for 204, and Willetton have been dismissed for 142, with the top score being Lee, who made 28. Filmer took 3 for 40 for Perth. Dorenzo 2 for 36, and in the innings there were 3 run-outs. This ball wide outside off stump. So, the advantage of good fielding staff in finals and all that training that they put in during the season.
Yeah, fantastic. Look, 200 on the board in a 17s game is always going to be very, very handy and very hard to chase. So.
Will Turner, a very promising player for the future. 83 today in Perth's win in the Ted Hussey Shield. In the Tony Mann Shield, the Demons also feature. Playing against Fremantle last time, Derek gave the scores. It was getting close. Just ball from Moldridge. Muffled appeal from Subiaco-Floreat, but I think going down leg side. Perth made 125 in the Tony Mann Shield, and Fremantle have been dismissed for 116. So what a cliffhanger down there. Both games are at Fletcher, so there might be a few lemonades flowing freely at Fletcher Park, I think, at the moment, staff. 2 wins for Perth, 15s and 17s, at their home ground.
Hopefully only for the parents and coaches, though.
Well, the players are allowed to have lemonade, staff.
Or a touch of water maybe for the, maybe mineral water, even or sparkling water, something like that.
Well, it's been
close.
a remarkable year for junior male cricket at Perth. I mean, they've won the 14s, 15s, and 17s. Incredible, really. Their last junior male premiership was back in '93.
Wow. Yeah.
So, congratulations. I mean, the junior program is obviously going very well there at Perth as Moldridge bowls. Nicely driven.
I think maybe that some of the areas are changing, aren't they? Like I know around Floreat and Wembley, those sort of areas, a lot of younger people moving into the areas and knocking down houses and rebuilding. So the population's changing, and I'm sure that's probably the case out Perth way.
Well, I think Carlisle, Lathlane.
Yeah.
You know, younger families are now moving in, and there's more high density housing, as you said. Whereas that was quite an old area, like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Lots of older housing and things like that. But Carlisle is a big suburb. And, you know, Victoria Park, I'm trying to think of where the boundary is now between South Perth and Perth. I've got a feeling it's Shepparton Road. But, you know, I think both clubs tend to share that, the players coming out of there. There's this next ball from Hart. Oh, an inside edge by Gannon and goes down to fine leg. Well, I don't think Cameron Gannon knew where that was for a moment, but 3 for 13. Yeah, so I think quite a few of those players, whilst if they play for South Perth Junior Cricket Club, which is a separate entity to the Premier Club, they probably go on to South Perth, but there's some that probably drift over to Perth. The boys going to Kent Street probably go either way as well.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Oh, look, it's unbelievably good effort by the Perth Cricket Club and the junior set up there. Fantastic. Augurs really well, doesn't it, for the future of those talented young players coming through into the grade scene.
as this next ball outside off stump from Hart, and I know that they've had the same person managing the junior program for many years now, Alan Singer. So plenty of experience there, and doesn't have a son involved. You know, I'm not saying that's the be-all and end-all, but it helps probably objectivity.
Yeah, oh, look, fantastic. What a great effort by him to be involved for all those years, and obviously whatever he's doing right.
Yeah, it's pretty organised, I think, down there, and they've had some continuity of coaches in that system. This next ball, well, that's a very, very short ball. I'd be surprised if that's not a wide. It is a wide.
Just think Hart, the previous ball was a bit short, and in his follow-through almost stumbled a little bit. I just got a feeling he might be having just a little bit of a problem with his footing there as he's bowled, but he certainly dragged that one way too short, and that was well over the batsman's head. But I think it's a good idea. I did speak to him the other week saying, because he was pitching up, saying, do you ever think about bowling one short?
This is next ball on a good length. Forward goes Guest, squeezes it out behind square for one.
Yeah, he's well. That was a little bit similar to Gannon's shot a minute ago, wasn't it? Not quite sure where it went then, and but managed to get it on the onside and get a single. So 3 for 15 now. We're just 10 overs down, 11 over, winning the 11th over. So this spell of bowling is not dissimilar to Gannon's first spell, wasn't it, where he bowled 5 overs for none.
This ball right on the stumps, strikes Gannon high on the pad, and he's not finding it all that easy out there.
He's getting back a bit of his own, isn't he, in a way? He's come out, and that one's got him high on the thigh. I think he might have just felt that one a little bit too through the thigh pad.
Well, the Demons, well, they've had again an array of emotions. I think last Sunday, the Perth A grade, first grade, men went back to drown their sorrows a little bit. So that was quite a long one at the club, but probably more happy celebrations. Oh, he goes for a big drive, Gannon, and completely misses outside off stump. But this afternoon, it'll be more of probably more of a family affair this afternoon, you know, when the 15s and 17s have a win. So
yeah, I would think so. And I know I did bump into Frank Scully in the city doing a little bit of work, and Ross Scully, of course, played a lot with Perth, and he said that Wellesley and some of the boys were inconsolable when they went back to Fletcher Park.
Next ball, short, outside off stump, but it's a good idea to share the sort of, you know, those emotions together, I think, rather than go home and be by yourself.
Absolutely.
Or whatever, and you're probably a bit sort of down or miserable around your family or whatever, you know, for a night or two, but you know, it's a good idea, I think, to sort of share that as a team. Win or lose,
Yeah, I think I absolutely. I mean, I always treat it that way. Win, lose. I played in 5 or 6 grand finals and won 4 out of 6 or something like that, and lost 2. But you treat it exactly the same. And you go and you just go, well, we were beaten by a better side. In most cases, that's the case.
Well, Perth, interestingly, have often lost to the side that's gone on and won the premiership. So last year they lost to Wanneroo just, and they went on to win. This ball, beautiful drive, a bit over pitch there from Moldrich. Guest gets a couple, or they go for 3 here on Lily's arm. Lily throws it back to his teammate. Good running from Guest, good pace between the wickets, and they get through for 3.
Well, that's the classic great cricket all-round situation. Slightly over pitch, beautiful shot through the offside, and Aaron Lilly, I mean, he got after that. He was doing a bit of a Usain Bolt out to the ball and got there really quickly, flicked it back to the other fielder, and all round it's just a great bit of cricket.
3 for 18. Guest on to 7. Gannon waits. He tries for the big drive inside edge, almost on the leg stump, and it just rolls out down behind square. Well, he's going for a few big drives, Graham. He's got the spectators' hearts in their mouths, I think, but he's trying to attack, but can't get hold of it.
He's just not quite in yet, is he? So his attempted drives have been inside edges onto the pad and rolling around that where the stumps are, around that general area. And yeah, he's. I suspect he's going to get one onto one in a minute.
Waits for Moldrich on a good length, lets it go, a bit more circumspect from the big fella.
That looked like it actually nipped and went away from him. So if he's driving at that, he's going to be in trouble. But no, look, he's obviously he can only bat tonight. So look, if he gets a start and gets going, he's very capable of getting runs fairly quickly too. So South Perth will be certainly hoping for that.
Next ball on the stumps, correct in defence, but yeah, he seems to have gone out with the strategy to try and put some quick runs on the board and take the pressure off South Perth, perhaps get them close to the target of 118. But can he get through this tricky period here where Subi have got the momentum? It's a fascinating battle. They've got one man at cover. They've got one at mid-off. There is a bit of a gap there, which he might be striving for. As this next ball leaves it at, let it go outside off stump.
That was quite a bit wider then, wasn't it? So, I mean, when you're batting and when you've first gone out there, it's all very nice being overly positive and trying to drive everything, and like Gannon has come out doing. But Moldrich is to bowl one really wide, then it's a great sider for you just to get a bit more feel for how the ball's bouncing and the pace.
Moldrich. He drives this time straight down the ground, and Moldrich gets a hand to it. It hits the stumps after hitting at Moldrich's hand. There was a yell, but I think an ambitious yell from Hamish McKenzie at square leg. I don't think it was very close, to be honest. I think Guest was back in his crease. That's the end of the over. We might hear from our all-important sponsors, and on the other side you'll hear from Derek Mott.
Do you want to come this way? I'll go 5. Come on, Mighty wants all wickets. Get Swanee up here or someone, for Christ's sake. We need a Subi.
Welcome back to the WACA ground. If you just joined us for the first time today, buckle up and stay with us, because this is getting interesting in this first grade grand final of WA Premier Cricket. Subiaco-Floreat all out for 118 in their innings in 46.3 overs. In reply, South Perth 3 for 18 after 12. As we see Michael Hart start a new over to Brandon Guest, and he lets the ball go through waist high through to the keeper. It's going to be a very interesting little session here up until stumps. Graham?
Certainly will. Obviously, South Perth must get a partnership going. Just like Subiaco-Floreat only had the one really serious partnership of 70 out of that 118. And as soon as that unfolded, well, the whole innings did. So
So Hart steams in again. Dug away there by Guest out to the offside. And it ends up in the gully. No run.
Yeah, 3 for 18, Martin went into the 13th over. So they aren't finding it any easier than what the Subiaco-Floreat batsmen did against the really good bowling attack of South Perth. So the Subiaco-Floreat bowlers, Michael Hart in particular, has been exceptionally good. And Moldrich from the other end also bowling pretty well as well.
The longer they stay accurate, the longer the pressure lasts as Hart comes in again. Well, hits the batsman on the body, probably high on the thigh pad actually, but a very ambitious shout for LBW, and it's been turned down. The Subiaco-Floreat slips Corden, very hands on hips, umming and ahhing about it, but yeah, a little bit too high.
Too high.
Yeah.
I think the main reason everybody gets a bit excited about it, he shouldered arms and has come back and hit him fairly high, probably above the pad, and would have been going over the top, but you get a bit excited when someone shoulders the arms and it comes back, especially when you're 3 for 18.
Cameron Gannon having a chat with his batting partner. The next ball goes through a little bit more outside off, about the same height, but yeah, shoulder arms, pirouette round, look at the keeper taking the ball. Nervous times.
Yeah, and Michael Hart got that LB a few overs back after bowling some short balls, and I think that's probably what he needs to aim to do, try and get one right in at the base of the stumps, you know, the WACA sort of length, and then he will get some success if he manages to hit the pads without a bat being involved. But that one was definitely going over, and his length is a bit tiny bit too short at the moment.
Guest has been there for 54 minutes at the moment. 7 from 23 balls. He faces another one from Hart. Doesn't have to do much. Ball goes through to the keeper. That is the end of the 13th over of this innings on the Holman Garden Product scoreboard. It is 3 for 18. I'll get it out right.
Yeah, I'll get to Bunnings and get your Holman products. I do a whole lot of stuff. Wally Edwards, of course, the man behind Holman Products.
You get a nice hose and you squirt the neighbour's cat when it gets on your front lawn.
Yes.
Pesky thing.
I bumped into Wally down the Floreat Oval a couple of weeks ago. It's the first time I'd seen him down there for a long time, because he only lives a couple of streets behind Floreat Oval. But he's the man behind Holman.
So Connor Moldrich starts from the Lily Marsh stand end, floats one outside the off stump. Cameron Gannon leaves it. Gannon's looking a little bit shaky, a little bit, he doesn't know whether to defend or go on the attack and try and knock some runs off, does he?
Well, I think he's come out with a very positive mindset in terms of batting, and he hasn't had a great deal of success. Each time he's gone to drive, he's miscued him, he hasn't quite got him. So I reckon he's one of those guys that if he gets one in the slot and puts it away, he might be off and running. Yep. But he's just struggling a little bit at the moment. The bowling's been very good.
Moldrich, left arm over to Gannon, hits on the up, it's over the top of the bowler, and that is going to roll into the boundary rope just beside the sight screen at the Lily Marsh stand end. That's 4 runs, 3 for 22 the score.
Maybe that's the one I was just thinking about.
Yep.
A bit full.
The starter.
He has hit that in the air a bit, didn't quite wait for the ball to get to him, but he's hit it very well, and it's gone down the ground over the umpire's head basically. And
seen it float for a while. I was just waiting to see what line the ball was tracking.
Yeah.
Moldrich in again to Gannon. Foolish length ball. He's hit on the offside. Goes for a quick run, and the batsman will get through. The ball hits Gannon on the way through as he passes the stumps. 3 for 23 the score, and Gannon moves to 6.
Yeah, look, he's looking very positive on anything that's pitched up. Look, it's beautiful conditions now, isn't it? That sun's come out again. It's quite bright out there now, Derek. So,
sun coming, the wind coming from the west, a nice little breeze. It's the next ball from Moldrich, up in the slot, and Guest knocks it away on the offside. No run.
Yeah, so Connor Moldrich, he's trying to keep the ball up there to let it swing a bit, and Gannon, of course, got to it on the half volley and put that one away, and the follow-up ball was a similar sort of shot for an easy single. So he's trying to get it up there, trying to give it an opportunity to swing, and he'll keep doing that. That's the way he bowls.
Moldrich to Guest. It's up in the slot, and knocked back to the batsman, to the bowler. Decides to throw the ball at the stumps. Batsman's in his ground and backing up well behind the stumps there was Ben Tredgett, no run. Score remains 3 for 23.
Yeah, 3 for 23. Well, I guess this next hour or so is going to be very interesting, and
Bit of cat and mouse between the two.
Yes.
So the next ball just outside the off stump. There's no need to wave the wand at that one, and it goes through to the keeper. And after 14 overs on the Holman Garden Products scoreboard, it's 3 for 23 South Perth, needing a further 96 runs to take first innings honours. Get the feeling it's not going to be a straight out first innings result here. We're going to get into 3 or 4 innings in this grand final.
Yeah. Well, let's hope it goes down like that, because it'll make it a very interesting.
It's going to be exciting. We can't have it drift off.
You can't have last week's game and then come to a complete whitewash. So anyway, I'm going to take a break, and Mark Campbell's coming in to pop on the headphones.
So Michael Hart starts a new over to Gannon. He swings a bat, nice cut shot, and that is going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. So Gannon's off and away. He's on to 10 now with that second boundary for him, and it is now 3 for 27. So almost a quarter of the way to the total.
Yes, and Marty, good afternoon to the listeners, and good afternoon to you. I tell you what though, Gannon has made his intentions known here. He's going to go out there in an all blaze of glory and try and get this win this afternoon, I reckon.
He's going to get 40, or else he's going to lift one straight to a fielder. That's the impression that I seem to get here, as he stands waiting for Hart, bowls it. Oh, he's just kept that out. He's hit the ball, it's hit his leg and ricocheted away just beside the stump. So good bowling by Hart, and Gannon lives to see another day.
I've got to say, Subiaco-Floreat have had not an ounce of luck here. A couple of these inside edges have bounced past the stumps, and you know, they've had a couple of players that were bowled in the Subiaco-Floreat innings, and I reckon some of them got bat on it and didn't make any
deflection
difference. Yeah.
So Michael Hart comes in. Gannon lets the ball go. Goes over hip high as it was climbing still on the way through to Ben Tredgett.
I tell you what, 2 for 119 the test match, Australia, on the Karachi Road.
Karachi Main Highway. Usman Khawaja 59. Steve Smith 18 currently. Warner 36 and Labuschagne at number 3, making a 9-ball duck.
Run out too on the Karachi Highway without the lines.
One lane highway as Hart comes in, short ball, and Gannon just rocks back and lets the ball go over where his head was once and through to the keeper. No run.
Not sure someone who's 6'5" would really worry about a short ball, because it's got to be that short to get head high that the bowler's got to pitch it in his own half of the wicket. I mean, you know,
bit of energy exerted for that one.
You need someone who's tall at 6'5". You need a quick Yorker, a sandshoe crusher, they used to call them.
Hart comes in. Gannon drives the ball. Deflected in the follow through. Score remains 3 for 27. Batsman out. Cleary 5. Hale 3. And Moore 1. We have Brandon Guest at the crease on 7. And Cameron Gannon a rather brisk 10 so far.
And 2 4s in that 10, so not wasting any time, to be honest.
He's going to flash the blade. Let's see if he's going to do it now as Hart comes in. Nope. Shouldered arms. Quite content to see out the rest of the over. It's 3 for 27 after 15 overs, with Gannon on 10 and Guest on 7. And at the end of that over, Michael Hart has the figures of 8 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 9. And at the other end is Connor Moldridge, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18.
And looking at that, you would say that Hart's bowled better, but Connor Moldridge actually got the batsman playing at more balls.
Yep.
In that 7 overs, and he's coming in again from the Lily Marsh stand end on, well,
and he stops 2/3 of the way through. He's got his fine leg still running down in the position. You got to give him, he's keen. Now, take two. Muldridge in, fuller length ball. It's been driven on the offside. Good diving effort there by Aaron Lilly. Only keeps that one to a single. The throw back wasn't perfect. Ben Tredgett was trying to field it around his ankles, but it's only the one. But it could have been four.
Absolutely, good shot there by Guest. Aaron Lilly made a lot of ground and fields very well, does Lilly.
Yes, all the games we've seen, he's been like a hare in the field, just running around, full of energy.
Well, fielding is an attitudinal thing. You either love it or you don't, and those that don't love it
especially on hot days.
Well, they're in for a bit of a shock, because that's what happens in cricket. You field for more than you bat and bowl.
Muldridge to Gannon, turns it on the leg side down towards fine leg, and they can amble their way through for a single to make the score 3 for 29.
Yeah, a little bit of scoreboard pressure. 118 is still up on that board, and 3 for 29 and at this stage of the game. Still a bit of scoreboard pressure for South Perth to absorb. Another wicket here will make it very, very interesting.
Muldridge approaches the crease. Nice full length ball. Guest digs it out. No run. 3 for 29 in the 16th over. We still have, it's 41 what South Perth will face before stumps. So still another 25 after this. Plenty of time for South Perth to score runs. Also plenty of time for Subiaco-Floreat to take wickets as Muldridge bowls the next one outside the off-stump line. Through the keeper.
Yeah, good lines from Muldridge. He just needs an off-cutter to pitch on off-stump and just going away from the batter, so they're reaching out for it to nick it, really. But Guest is playing a very good innings here. There's a bit of pressure on Guest, and he is stepping up to the plate.
Muldridge comes in. Oh, beautifully guided. It was almost a dead bat. Steered that ball past second slip, about 2.5 slip, and has trickled away for a boundary to release a little bit of pressure there and brings the score up to all threes. 3 for 33 with Guest now in the double figures. He's on to 12.
It's a Richie Beno +1.
1.5 Richies.
No, it was 2 for 22 is a Richie Beno. Now we've got 3 for 33. But soft hands by Guest on that occasion and just ran the ball down for 4.
Muldridge to Guest. Straight back. Just dabs it away on the offside. No run. So after 16 overs, it's 3 for 33 on the Holland Garden product scoreboard.
Yeah, Muldridge 8 overs now, 1 for 23. He's giving the ball a chance to swing and pitching the ball up. But Guest equal to the task there, because that was a great shot from Guest, just guiding it down, 2 slips in the gully, plenty of room, use soft hands, and very valuable at this stage. 4 runs to South Perth.
Run through some scores from around the grounds over this next over. Thanks to Walker's Pest and Lawn Management. It's all angry down there at lunchtime, enjoying the lunchtime fare. And here in this game, it's 3 for 33 South Perth in the 17th over, with Guest on 12 not out and Gannon 11 not out after Subiaco-Floreat were dismissed for 118. Vaturis 46, Mackenzie 38. And the star with the ball, Eric Boter, 6.3 overs, 2 maidens, 6 for 13. Not going to get enough time to get a second grade score in. Pace and 1 per delivery.
All about timing.
Hart comes in. Gannon lets the ball through to the keeper, no run. In second grade, we're at James Oval. Joondalup taking on Bayswater-Morley. Bayswater-Morley at last call, 7 for 203 in the 80th over, with McPhee 60 and Wiggers 58, the best of the batsmen there. Ross Loiacono's on 26 not out, and Jack Daniels there, no score as yet, he's only just come to the crease. And Birchall 3 for 46, the best of the bowlers there. So it comes in. Gannon, edge is it? Gannon stands his ground and scratches his mark. And the umpire says, I agree with the batsman, he's not out.
Worth a shout there, and Jared Daniels playing in the Bayswater Morley seconds today in the grand final. Going to be a new father. Just released the information that him and his partner are expecting. So it's great news for Jared.
Good news to hear. In third grade, we've got Subiaco-Floreat versus Melville at Breckler Park. Subiaco-Floreat are currently 8 for 107 in the 64th over. Makova 41 not out, leading the way there, and Sivashanka 28. 3 for 40 for Ross for Downey there. So next ball's watched through to the keeper. In fourth grade, next to the third grade game is Scarborough versus Willetton on the number 2 ground at Breckler. Scarborough 5 for 137 in the 64th over. McLean 53 not out after Macaulay 35 and 11 to 33 earlier in the day. Also amongst the runs, Aaron McCall 3 for 36, the leading bowler in that match. As Hart approaches the crease once again. And Gannon watches the ball through, no run here. In the Ted Hussey Shield under 17 final, Perth defeated Willetton. Perth making 8 for 204 with Turner 83. And the best of the bowlers, D'Souza and Baker with 3 wickets each. In reply, Willetton 142 all out with Lee the top scorer 28 and 3 for 40 for Filmer there. And in the under 15 Tony Mann final, Perth also won that one. They made 125 with Chetan on 29. And in reply, we saw Fremantle all out for 116. So a win for Perth in both of the junior finals. We'll go back to the studio to take some all-important sponsor messages, and coming out of the break, it'll be David Clear with Mark Campbell.
Hey, Dougie. How are you, mate? The king of the tash, Dougie.
Welcome back to the WACA ground. Thanks very much to Derek Mott. And the sun coming in and out of the clouds at the moment, but still very bright. And Matthew Sculthorpe into the attack for Subiaco-Floreat with the score 3 for 33. Bowls to Guest. He pulls, and he's caught it first slip. That seemed to come off the bottom of the bat. It sort of half played the shot, but Sculthorpe, what a start to his spell. He's got 1 for none. Well, the score now 4 for 33 as the tension builds at the WACA ground. Well, Cambo, that was an interesting shot, and I was looking at it mid-wicket and I saw the ball being caught by first slip.
I couldn't understand what Guest was trying to do then. He looked like he was into position to play the pull shot. Didn't go through it, just left the bat there. And the ball just ballooned off the outside edge of the bat, straight into first slip. I think that might have been Futuris.
Yep.
Took that catch. And more simple catch you'll never wish to see at the WACA ground, ever.
He done well to guide it straight to first slip, but Futuris taking the catch. Sculthorpe 1 ball, 1 wicket there for him. So Guest did a good job. He'll be looking to the heavens at the moment as he comes off the ground. He's done some hard work there to get through the opening bowlers, but out for 12 off 36 deliveries. Gannon is on 11, and we've got a new player coming to the crease now. Let's just see who that is.
That was an amazing shot.
Yeah, probably expecting maybe Boater, Sean Stewart even. Could be Stewart actually. 4 for 33. Well, special guest this afternoon, a man who's overseeing the game here at the WACA ground and has managed the competition for the last several years. Done a fine job and getting a lot of cricket being played, and that's Luke Douglas. Good afternoon, Luke.
Good afternoon, DC. Mark, g'day.
Hey, Dougie, how are you, mate? Good to see you. You look like all you need now is a couple of lights on your shirt, and you look like a walking billboard. You got that much advertising on that shirt?
Got to represent the organisation.
That's it.
Mark.
Absolutely, but it's good to see you, Dougie. You've done a great job this year too, mate. Just quietly.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate
getting everything sorted out.
But well, a pretty tense grand final, Luke, at the moment.
Yeah, I think we've had the script written perfectly for the last couple of weekends with those two semis and then the state of this match at the moment.
Sculthorpe in first ball, outside off stump. But it was unusual, like short of a length first ball and almost pulled out of that pull shot halfway through. But a new batsman, Sean Stewart, the captain. But yeah, last weekend's semi-finals, remarkable, both going to the last ball. I can't remember ever that happening with those two semi-finals.
No, certainly my time, I've never seen anything like that. But it's probably a measure of the competition and how even it's been week to week throughout the whole season for all 16 teams.
Sculthorpe, Stewart forward through to the keeper, and we've been saying all year, like, it's been very hard to pick a premier. It's been so open. South Perth obviously shot to a bit of a lead at Christmas. But then they lost a couple of games, lost outright to Midland Guildford. And we're thinking, what's going on here? But they came back strongly in the last one or two games of the season and then won beat Melville in the elimination. And they thoroughly deserve their spot on top of the ladder and in the grand final as Sculthorpe comes in. Stewart leaves this one alone. Yeah, but it has been pretty open.
Yeah, it's certainly some clubs have had strong months, like South Perth in that late November, December period, our Subiaco-Floreat post-Christmas really well, and Midland Guildford even towards their charge towards the finals, and it's been really pleasing to see a number of clubs that have been out of the six in the last few years make it this season and shake up the competition.
Just wait till after this ball.
Sculthorpe into Stewart. Forward, big stride out of the crease there and perfect in defence out to the offside.
Is that because, Dougie, is that because of the fixturing with the difference in the one-day games, two-day games, when they're played, when they're not played? Some teams will be better one-day suited, some teams better two-day suited?
Yeah, there's probably some element of truth to that where some clubs may probably are looking like they're gearing more towards white ball cricket at the moment. Certainly Mount Lawley dominated in white ball cricket all bar the one-day grand final.
This next ball, edge wide of third slip there, down to the boundary for 4. Well, a little bit unlucky there for the bowler, but just got enough of the bat on it to pierce third slip and gully. And a score 4 for 37 at the end of Sculthorpe's first over, which was successful, getting rid of the Brandon Guest.
But yeah, to your point, Mark, I think over a 2-season period, every club should play every other club in a one-day match and a two-day match. So there might be some vagaries season to season in the draw, but it does balance out, and certainly some clubs do take advantage of that on their strengths.
I wasn't saying that. I was just saying that where the fixturing is, so say you might play, 3 one-day games in a row. You might have a team that's very good at one-day cricket. They'll win those 3 games. Where another side who may not be as good at one-day cricket, will be better at two-day cricket, might lose those 3 games.
Hart into Gannon. Hit him on the pad. Big appeal for LBW. Umpire Steenhold is unmoved. So he was stuck on the crease there, Gannon. But again, maybe the bounce here at the WACA, taking it over the top of the stumps.
Yeah, so that's what I was more thinking of. Like, if you have a glut of one-day games in a row, the teams that are good at one-day cricket will get a jump on the teams that aren't so good at one-day cricket. But then if you played 2-day games in a row, the 2-day sides will get a jump. You know what I mean? That gives you your months where teams dominate, and they could be not because of the way they are at the time, but just the way the fixtures go with one-day cricket, 2-day cricket.
Certainly.
Well, Gannon here redoing his strides up and dropped his gloves on the pitch. I'm just maybe recomposing himself, or perhaps waiting for the chatter to die down, one of the two.
Oh, there wouldn't be any chatter from Subiaco-Floreat, would there, Crystal?
Good Western Suburbs boys.
Couldn't imagine any chatter from Subiaco-Floreat ever.
Comments from the stalls. There's this next ball. Drives powerfully. Gannon right through the covers. Gosh, he unleashed with that one. And maybe that was a bit of a response to Subiaco-Floreat. Were a little bit dejected when that LBW was turned down. You could see the delay before the next ball, but what a response from Gannon. Magnificent shot. Probably the shot of the innings. 4 for 41.
I think Gannon's just decided that if you're going to complain about an LBW, cop this right between the eyes, boys.
So he's looking dangerous now. 15, not out as he waits for Hart. Full, drives powerfully, but straight to mid-on. Yeah, this is a crucial part of the game. I think this is what Gannon wanted to do when he went out there. He just wanted to quickly gather some runs and take the pressure off South Perth.
And this is Hart's 7th over in a row since the tea break,
Yep.
so he may be getting a little bit fatigued as well.
Well, Luke, it's been a big season, and again, you'll be pretty happy as we wait for this next ball. On a good length, just defends out to point, no run, but be pretty happy again with the amount of cricket that we've played through the season. It's been a very hot season as far as temperature goes, but we've hardly lost anything to rain. Yeah, just with the last 2 years with COVID, etc., the amount of cricket we've got in has been fantastic.
Yep, that's it. I think we've lost 2.5 games in 2 seasons, and that was a semi-final, grand final back in that 1920 season, and having to shut a round down halfway through last season.
This next ball, short outside off stump, left alone by Gannon. But yeah, the decision to reduce the season by 2 weeks is worked out pretty well in retrospect. I mean, there's been a few clubs affected by loss of players, but it hasn't been astronomical. And it feels about right to finish at this time.
Yeah, certainly there could have been a more conservative approach to not shorten the season and see how we go and try and ride our luck. But we wanted to mitigate risk at every opportunity.
Sticks ball, correct in defence, Gannon. Yeah, and I think and people know, like we've just been speaking to people today, everyone seems to know someone around them that's been affected by COVID at the moment. So you get a sense that it's becoming more expansive. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. My brother tested positive yesterday, so it's so it's getting closer and closer. And look,
are you a close contact or a casual contact with your brother?
I don't see my brother very often.
Some advantages to that.
No contact there.
That's it.
Yeah.
But the week we made that decision, that first week of February, 11 of the 16 clubs were affected in one way or another with a positive or a close contact based on those rules at that time. And that was the great unknown. Was those close contact rules are really prohibitive to finishing a season.
Sculthorpe, correct in defence, goes Stewart. He looks confident out there.
So, look, March 12, March 13's where we landed, and I think it's absolutely fantastic that we get to play 9 grand finals across all competitions this weekend to finish the season off, and that's that key bit. We're finishing a season off. We're not left in a position where a club can't get a team up in a grand final, or they play with 5 or 6 players out that compromises the integrity of the competition. Yeah,
for sure. Sculthorpe into Stewart. Yorker digs it out. No problem. Yeah, or the situation where you just have to suddenly stop, as per 2 seasons ago, and call the top of the ladder the Premier, which I don't think really anyone wanted.
No.
But if you're in England, that's the way they play it. First past the post if you're in England, but thankfully we're not
there. If you
play
soccer, maybe.
Yeah, but that's also the thing when we looked at changing the season around, and some options were shortening finals, playing a top 4 rather than a top 6. But the key parts of making that decision in itself were we started a season on the basis that everyone knew they were going to play a top 6. So it was in our best interest, if we're going to shorten the season, to shorten the length of the home and away part of the season and maintain the integrity of the finals, because that's what everyone had planned for. If we change to a top 4 or a top 2 and play the whole of the home and away season, it ruled more teams out quickly, and it wasn't as fair.
Next ball from Sculthorpe. Again, Stewart right in behind it. Defends out to the offside.
Did you find, Dougie, that there were some clubs that benefit from shortening seasons that may have been on the wane, may have dropped out of the finals, and consequently teams that may have been getting a roll towards the finals going, oh, well, we've got 3 games or 4 games, or no, you only got 2?
Yeah, well, 16 clubs had 16 views, and there's one club that called me and said, great decision, but subjectively it's a poor decision for us because it now mathematically ruled us out of finals.
Yeah.
Next ball, and Stewart taking a big stride forward again and defending well.
Unfortunately, in administration, though, you can't please everybody because everybody's going to have a subjective view on any decision that's made by the administration. We're just trying to make sure that the integrity of a competition's prevailing.
That's it, and it's the beauty of being the administrator is I have no club, I have no team, I have no allegiance. And
you have no friends.
That too.
Bit harsh, Camber.
And all 16 clubs are really good through the stakeholder part of that.
I'm sure Luke will have ongoing relationships for years to come.
Yeah, he will. But I'm just saying it right at this point in time, as administrator with that mandate, he has no friends.
I think you know what happens in these roles, having done it for a while in the past. But you know, if you're consistent, and people will complain initially with decisions that they don't go for their club, but people respect the fact that you're applying the rules on a consistent basis. I think you may not necessarily get the warmth and love at the time, but you get some respect.
And I think that's it.
That's the key.
We don't make decisions to make friendships or to benefit anyone. They're decisions made to maintain the integrity of the competition and to do what's best for all involved.
No friends, see? It freely admits it now.
Don't go looking for friends, Mark.
They're all Cabinia Football Club, mate.
So, Hart to continue. The score 4 for 42. Now, South Perth need another 77 runs. Well, in fact, 76 ties. Good enough for them. Finishing on top of the ladder, but 76 runs to win this game on the first innings. But Subiaco-Floreat needs 6 wickets. This next ball short outside off stump.
We've just had someone text in, Mark, saying I'll be my friend, so I've got at least one, mate.
So you're the only person that can come on radio and get offers, Dougie, because I reckon it's a tash. I reckon the moustache is dragging people along to you, mate.
It was there for a reason, mate. I was actually supposed to be doing a charity walk tonight, me and a few mates, raising money for Ronald McDonald House, which unfortunately got postponed. So we were all going to put some outrageous facial hair on our faces and try and raise some money. I think between the 4 of us, we'd raised 4 or 5k.
Brilliant.
Fantastic. I reckon you could have raised 3.5k if you got the mo shaved off.
The one season I did play at Freo, I think for Ladies' Day and for breast cancer awareness, we did raise $250, $300 to have my mo shaved off in front of everyone, and I can't say I enjoyed that.
Well, Mo's have become quite fashionable these days.
Did the top lip know what was going on, mate? That hasn't seen the light of day for a while.
No, nor should it.
Next ball from Hart to Gannon. Beautifully driven straight to mid-off. He's starting to middle him now. Lily an aggressive throw towards the batter's end. But we had a text in, sorry Nick, a while ago now, but he was watching Liam Dullymore bowling at the WACA, one of my favourite Premier cricket bowlers to watch bowl from behind the stumps. Has a lovely bowling action for an outswinger. That's correct. 0429 913 913 if you'd like to text. Join the conversation. We're with Luke Douglas, competition manager here at WA Cricket. Enjoying this tense grand final clash. This ball just outside off stump and left by Gannon. And Luke, it's probably been a challenging 12 months. I mean, with COVID and the financial constraints of WA Cricket, a few positions had to be let go, and you know the competitions unit was affected, and it probably meant even more of a workload on you. But you managed to get through professionally for a couple of years, but at times I'd imagine on a bit of a shoestring. And he's bowled him. This next ball from Hart, Gannon playing back, and he's played it onto the leg stump. Well, what a massive wicket for Subiaco-Floreat. That's the end of Cameron Gannon. And he was just starting to look a bit more comfortable. But another twist to this game, 5 for 43 on the Holman's Garden Products scoreboard. And a massive wicket there for Michael Hart. Sorry, Luke, I was just in the middle of a question, but Cambo, that was a massive wicket for Subiaco-Floreat.
Oh, that has turned this game back on its head again. This is going to game have more twists and turns and snakes and ladders and a game of Twister, because now 5 for 43. Yes, they only need 75, but with five wickets in the shed, I tell you what, she's going to get tight towards the end of this day, and tomorrow 90 overs. Look out.
But Luke, just continuing with that question, I mean, the competition and the grants and things like that at the Premier clubs, I know initially there was a cut which was well understood last year to the grants by the clubs. They understood the situation, but generally the quality of the competition hasn't seemed to be affected too much
No.
by that.
And yeah, with the grants were unfortunately cut as part of the initial cutbacks 18 months ago. However, WA Cricket did make a guarantee that if there was some leftover funding at the end of the last financial year, that the clubs would be the first to be topped up, and they ended up receiving parity funding from the 1920 to 2021 season, and are pretty close to that again for this season.
Yeah, good.
And we've been able to, as much as possible, keep the competition running as normal, and that's been sort of my team's aim for the duration of this pandemic, is to try and keep cricket going, try and resource it the best we can. We have struggled in some areas, and it's obviously well documented that umpiring numbers have fallen and are struggling, and we're hopeful with a review we're doing at the moment that we'll be able to increase resources, increase staffing resource, and get numbers back on the park significantly for next season. But I think barring a couple of minor things, if you went to a game 2 seasons ago and you went to a game this season, you wouldn't have noticed much difference.
No.
I think it's important to note that in many ways it's never been a better time to play Premier Cricket. The decks are generally a lot better than they used to be. The anecdotal feedback we get, the captain's reports, the umpires' reports show the decks are better. 90% of games are being live streamed. The standard of umpiring at the top end is exceptional. Everything's improving. Facilities improving. We've seen a number of clubs with new club rooms or new nets. Centre wickets have been updated. It's been a good time to play Premier Cricket.
So Michael Hart bowling to the new batsman. Full delivery. Tries to drive and straight to mid-off. As we thank Mark Campbell and welcome back Graham Stafford. And the tension builds, Staff.
Yeah, well, it's got a bit of a ring about it, similar to last week, hasn't it? It's 118 on the board. Last week, 111 South Perth. Here's 5 for 43. Of course, Perth all out 55, which was just crazy to even think about it. 5 for 43 and another wicket. You're starting to get closer to those crazy figures. It's hard to work out, isn't it?
It is. So Michael Hart, 3 for 14 off 11. You'd have to start to question when he's going to have a break. Moldridge bowled 8 overs, 1 for 24, and Sculthorpe has 2 overs for a wicket. So Tim Massey might be called into the attack soon. The Sculthorpe bowls full, and Stewart drives, no run. And Luke, some modifications obviously with the level 2 restrictions brought in by the state government, but unfortunately we haven't been able to have an Ollie Cooley or a Karen Reid medal night this year, but there will be a live show, I believe, for the count.
Yep, we'll be doing a live show, I think it's Monday the 28th for the Ollie Cooley, and the Karen Reid the 29th of March.
Yep.
Both shows will be somewhere between an hour and a half, and we'll essentially be doing the vote count.
This next ball, Stewart, beautiful straight drive off Sculthorpe, assertive on the front foot, and that races away to the long on boundary. Superb shot from Stewart. It's 5 for 47.
Well, they say that's one of the harder shots in cricket. I'm not so sure it is, but it's magnificently on-driven. Then as good as you'll see. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, so we'll be hearing your dulcet tones, Luke. You're live on video, or?
Yeah, we're looking to do a live video on the digital media assets of the Premier Cricket Facebook page, Instagram page, and a bit of like a Brownlow sort of event with some footage and interviews and things like that.
Nice. Next ball, shorter this time, not allowing Stewart to drive through to the keeper.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be a tightly fought race for the Ollie Cooley this year. There's been a number of outstanding performers in the first grade comp, and I think there's probably 8 or 9 players who are certainly in the running to win it.
Well, if you've been following 91.3, Luke, Derek's been keeping his own Ollie Cooley, if you like. I don't know what we'll call that, Derek Cooley or something. But yeah, it seems like his votes are very, very tight at the top, and we don't think that'll be a very high vote count. we think that maybe 15, 16 votes will win it, but
You know, I can't tell you.
oh, it's fishing,
Come on,
fishing.
Yeah.
But,
Come on, I want to get some money on. Come on.
so so we think because players that did very, very well early in the piece, like Bancroft and Hinchliffe, got probably votes early, but then went away to the Big Bash, and then other players caught up. So it'll be a fascinating count, I think. Sculthorpe, well in behind it.
Yeah, and it's difficult because it can be a bit of an all-rounders medal at time. With the one-day matches, a twofer and a 40 may get 3 votes, whereas 100 in a 2-day game may be relegated to 1 or 2 votes if there's another outstanding performance in that game.
Yeah, good all-rounders is a bit like the old midfielders in the AFL, isn't it? You know, just if you're any good as a genuine all-rounder, you can really do very well in the Ollie Cooley.
Sculthorpe and Stewart again, solid. He's really looked solid since he's been out there, to be honest. Given the fact that he's come off a broken thumb and has missed a lot of cricket, he's looking very solid.
Yeah, 5 for 47 and 22 overs down, so just going at 2 and over, very similar rate to the Subiaco-Floreat side. So there are a lot of similarities, aren't there, in the 2 innings?
Yep, so we're going to have the KPMG just bring in the metal briefcase with the votes, Luke, on the camera. Or just get one of the staff to bring in a leather satchel or something.
Yeah, leather satchel, mate. I think we're not that invested in security, mate. No, but it should be good. It's something different for Premier Cricket. We want it to be interactive, so I'm hoping that clubs tune in and we'll read out a few comments and quotes and questions on the night.
Well, lovely shot here. Bayswater Morley been pretty good on the Instagram and Snapchat at a few counts, so they should be pretty active.
Basie have a good record on Twitter on all the Cooley medal nights. Fairly raucous at their table as well usually, but I'm interested to see how they handle it this year.
Do they get angry on the table? Or?
Angry, I reckon angry but tuning in, I reckon.
Well, Angry's sitting down in the crowd, with John Davis.
I don't think Angry's missed a first grade grand final in my time.
No. He'll be enjoying this one. Michael Hart short, tries to pull this one, and I don't know, maybe off the arm or the glove or something there. Boater, I don't know if he thought he was going to be batting today after taking 6 for 13, but he's in at the crease now.
Well, you'd think he'd be feeling fairly confident about the game of cricket, wouldn't you? If after a 6 for not many off 6 overs or so. So
he's pretty ambitious, trying to hook Michael Hart at 5 for 47.
Yeah, and it was a pretty good ball too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
To try and hook, it just got him caught up a bit.
So he's off the mark on 1, 5 for 48. Oh, this one past the outside edge, lifted off a length from Hart.
That's a good effort ball, wasn't it then?
Ooh. Geez, that was a tough ball to play, but conditions still a little challenging for batting out there.
Yeah, it's look, Michael Hart. Well, this is what's his 12th over.
Yeah.
12th over on the trot. He did it for tea break in between, but that was a really good effort ball, and that took off and took the batsman by surprise.
70 runs to get for South Perth as Hart comes in, and a slower one there, and almost carried back to the bowler, but dropped about halfway through.
Yeah, very smart bowling by Hart. He's had an exceptional spell, and quite like Gannon's earlier spell when he opened the bowling for South Perth. It's just been very tight, making the batsman play, and probably more so in the second half of his spell, Dave. I think he's a little bit wide in the first few overs.
This next ball. Oh, it just squirts off a thickish outside edge, but it goes down behind point. A long chase on here. They come back for 2, maybe come back for the 3rd. Yeah, good running from these two. Boater quite quick between the wickets. There's the 50 up for South Perth, 5 for 51. Well, Luke, again this year, the roster system where we were out at a different club every week certainly worked very well. So we appreciate all of WA Cricket's support in that regard, and all the clubs as well for hosting us so hospitably during the year. It was great to go out to Creswell. The first week they opened their club rooms, so that was good timing. But yeah, we've been around to all the clubs. But the rostering system on Cricket World and then on Saturday afternoon certainly worked well. So that's appreciated.
Yeah, we're really appreciative of the work that Sport FM does to promote the competition and give it the airway.
This ball, quick single. They come in from mid-off. Try at the stumps. Would have been close, but it bounced well over the top of the stumps. And they get through for a single. Well, that's the over. Well, Luke, thanks very much for joining us, mate. We appreciate you coming up. All the best for the rest of the grand final.
No worries.
Probably see you at the presentations.
Yep. Perfect. Always a pleasure.
Thanks, Luke. Luke Douglas there. And we cross back to the studio here from our all-important sponsors.
Welcome back to the WACA ground, where we see South Perth in their pursuit of 119 for victory here. They're currently 5 for 52 at the start of the 24th over. You're going to love DC on the way out. As we swapped over, he says, "Oh, just give me a Ollie Cooley medalist, please." And he doesn't give it, but he wants me to give it. Very cheeky.
Well, I'd say, sounds like your guess might be as good as anyone's as to who's going to win it.
We'll give it to you after the next ball. With no conviction at all. Sculthorpe comes in and defended away for no run. Well, I've actually got a tie. I reckon it might be Sam Fanning and Clint Hinchcliffe.
Oh, there you go.
So Hinchy and Sam Fanning, I've got them both as 16 votes. And then I've got Hamish McKenzie and Fraser Hay in a tie for third. Just a couple of votes behind, but a very, as I mentioned before, very tight field. It could be anyone of 10 or 12 within a couple of votes there, you know. That's the next ball from Sculthorpe. A swing, and that was very close to getting through the gate there. That was just kept out by the batsman and, Eric Boda.
Yeah, he seems to be incredibly positive about the way he's going to go. I know he's full of confidence after six, but that was a fairly rash shot.
Bashes out of 30 now, he'd be a hero. But well, you look at the quality of the field, and you've got to allow for the fact that you can't think like an umpire in certain scenarios how they would rate a performance in a one-dayer for the 2 and the 1 vote. So a little bit subjective. It's just a guide, but I just think they might have 2 medals to give out this year.
Well, that's interesting. The Sculthorpe in his follow through was cleaned up by the batsman coming through and went to ground, and he's getting up a bit gingerly.
He's smaller.
He's certainly smaller, but that was a very quick single taken, so quite clearly Boda and the skipper of South Perth, they're pretty keen to just keep the board ticking over, and be interesting to see Sculthorpe's looking a little bit ginger walking back to the end of his mark, but I'm sure he'll be okay.
If he came back into the fray and got a wicket this over, I don't think he'd hurt much after that.
No. Well, he's certainly no match for both. He's a pretty solid unit, isn't he?
It's 5 for 54 in the 24th over here. 2 balls to come in the over. Sculthorpe runs in. He looks a bit better now. Gets the ball in. Hones that in on the off stump, and that was a very well directed ball. Knocked away on the leg side for no run. 5 for 53.
So with the Ollie Cooley, will I do my best Mick Molloy impersonation and say put the house on him?
No, it's that tight. No, I think, as they said, there's probably 12 or so guys that have been flirting around whole season around the leading bunch. Sculthorpe, no run, and you look at guys like Fraser Hay and Blake Reid are probably taking votes off each other. Sam Fanning hit some very big scores, but when you look at it, there are other games when he got to 30, he'd go big, but if he didn't get there, he wouldn't play a major part at all. So he's got games in the votes in the games where he's gone big, obviously, and
Yeah, it'll be
Mackenzie's got a lot of wickets, but he's got Jeremy Fatura scoring runs on him, so he's probably had a few pinched off him as well.
And Goodwin's made a couple of hundreds as well, so in some of those probably games when Hamish has done well. But yeah, look, it'll be whoever wins it will be well deserving. There's no doubt about it.
Exactly.
In a pretty tight season of cricket all round.
And as I said, the guys the bigger name players going off to the BBL sort of brings a few more up to the fore. As new over Hart with the short ball and just wafting the bat out there on that occasion.
Well, that was well outside off stump, wasn't it? Short. And
yeah, Sean Stewart just...
Was that Sean Stewart or both? They both look quite similar, don't they? Had a big waft at it anyway, and it was...
Boater.
Yeah, it's well outside off stump, so
Periscope.
pretty ambitious to try and get that over mid-wicket. But he's definitely going to have a crack. There's no question. That looks certainly the way he bats.
Taking guard now as Hart comes in for another ball. Oh, that's a big shout. And up goes the finger. 6 now for 53 on the board. And we see the end of Eric Boater. LBW Hart for 3. And Graham Stafford, I'm pretty sure you can say that was plumb in front.
That was hitting all 3. No, that was another great piece of bowling, isn't it? Very similar to what he did earlier on in the innings when he picked up an LB decision. He'd bowled short. Bothers had a big crack at trying to hook a ball which was probably unhookable, and then he's just fired one in really quick at the pads, and that's a great piece of bowling, and that's his 4th wicket, I think, isn't it, Derek, now?
That is his. He's got Hale, he's got Moore, he's got Gannon, and now he's got his 4th, yes. So Michael Hart stepping up where both was in the alternate innings. He's coming out and saying, I'm going to be the man to deliver. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. He's in his 13th over and 4 for 19. You can't be disappointed with that.
Oh, look, he's been a terrific bowler all year. I think he's taken 29 wickets prior to today in the season, at a healthy, handy average of around 16. So he's been a very good bowler all year and handy all rounder, in fact. But this looks like Bevel Aqua coming out to bat.
Yep.
No one else stands at 6'8", so it's got to be him. Ponytail hanging out the back, so it's got to be him, yeah. But
we know he loves to swing the willow too. He's not bad with the blade if it's needed. So
yeah, well, at 6 for 53, I mean, we're just going through this incredible scenario similar to last week. At 6 for 53, chasing a very moderate 118. It's anybody's game, and look, someone throws the willow here, gets a few 3 or 4 fours, and
scatters the field,
changes things quite a bit. But I don't know. There's a fair bit of pressure on all the batsmen coming in.
Feels good to call a wicket at last. DC had 8 of the last 10. Bevel Aqua's first ball, he stands firm and defensively hits that ball on the leg side, no run. 6 for 53.
6 for 53 in the 25th over coming up, and
still got another 17 after this one, 16 after this one.
Oh, I wonder will Subiaco-Floreat be batting again?
Well,
like similar
someone
to
up the back of the box gave a prediction, and they thought that we'd been to a 3rd innings tonight.
Well,
I'll give you a clue. It's not DC who's not on.
Oh,
And a short ball there, Hart bowling a short ball there. Wide as a wide. That's a wasted ball. He really just tried to dominate Bevel Aqua there by zinging one in short. Why?
Yeah. Well, I think I think Michael Hart. I mentioned a few overs back that he seemed to be just having a bit of trouble with that front foot, and a couple of times he's gone back, scratched that mark. Both times after he's bowled a very wide short ball that's turned out to be a wide. So, but look, he's put in an outstanding effort today.
Will it be more circumspect? Yeah, that's a bit better from Hart. As I say, Bevel Aqua turns it to the leg side. Well, and the mid-on comes herring up to stop it.
That was probably a bouncer to anyone else, but that's only got up chest high to Bevel Aqua. But no, very good effort by Michael Hart. He's really put in his, 25 over 13 overs, is it? He's bowling now, so terrific effort.
13th over, 4 for 20, 6 maidens.
Yeah, and the other bowling from the other end, Moldridge and Sculthorpe have been good. I would have thought, I imagine, given the way the game's gone, no spin has taken part in the game.
No Hansbury, no
No.
Mackenzie.
And I think Massey may well come on before them.
Oh, foolish ball on that occasion. Bevel Aqua drives it back, hits it towards the offside. Mid-off has a shy at the stumps, and Ben Tredget backs it up. There's nothing in that one. No run.
Well, there's a lot of action going on, isn't there? Whether it be, I mean, the fielding's been outstanding on both sides. And although I think there was a catch went down early, didn't the when Subiaco-Floreat
first
was batting.
over.
But other than that, the ground
on.
fielding's been outstanding, and and the bowling, has been right up there the whole game from all bowlers.
So Michael Hart comes in again. Bevel Aqua hits the ball on the leg side, beats the mid-on fielder, and that is going to make it all the way for 4. So the pressure valve released a little bit there as Bevel Aqua gets off the mark. He's on to 4, and the score is 6 for 58 on the Holman Garden Products scoreboard, and we've hit 25 overs in this innings.
Yeah, look, that was, I think, Michael Hart. He's bowled a few short balls, and again, he's tried to get one right in at the pads, but Bevel Aqua was well and truly up to it. He's put that away beautifully, beautiful on drive for 4 wide of mid-on, and he'd be very happy with that one just to get off the mark. And with the score at 58, still 60 runs shy of the...
lot to go.
It's a long way, and so it's going to take a serious effort by both players out there at the moment, Stewart and Bevel Aqua.
So if you just joined us, Subiaco-Floreat all out for 118 in their innings, and in reply South Perth, Cleary was out for 5, Hale for 3, Moore for 1, Guest for 12, Gannon for 15, and Bota for 3. The score now 6 for 58 as Sculthorpe comes in, hits on the up and ends up on the half volley, going to the gully fieldsman who traps himself over the ball and saves the ball going through for runs.
Yeah, good bit of fielding that bite. Went pretty quickly to Chris Hansbury in the gully. Well picked up. So, I mean, that had got past Chris. I suspect that would have run down for 4. But I think both these batsmen, if the ball's up, they've really got to probably go for the bigger drives and try and get a few boundaries to tick that score along a little bit. Take a bit of
Sculthorpe, beautiful ball hit off his bowling right down the ground, and then bang into the picket fence for 4, 6 for 62.
Yeah, another magnificent on drive by Stewart, and again, you can't see a better shot than that. The second one he's played, and they've been identical basically, and as good as you'll see. Beautiful.
Either side of the sight screen.
Yeah, just again the bowling. We saw this with Sculthorpe in the one-day final. Whilst he bowled some very good balls, he also gets a little bit full sometimes, and that was the case then.
Stewart on 17, watches the next ball go through to the keeper. No run, 6 for 62. Stewart 17, Bevel Aqua 4.
Yeah, I mean Stewart has had a reasonable season with the bat. Just only the 251 runs, but he did miss some games. But he had a higher score of 74 not out, so he certainly hold the bat, and he's looking pretty good out there, I'd have to say.
He waits the next ball around the off stump line and defended back to the bowler, no run.
He gets really well forward to those balls up. That's a beautiful...
Covers it all up.
Yeah, beautiful forward defensive shot, full face of the bat there. And when Sculthorpe's over pitched a couple of times now, he's hopped into him and played beautiful on drive. So interesting to see if Sculthorpe might try just a shorter ball, although he's not the quickest bowler going around. So it's on a WACA wicket like this.
Could end up anywhere though.
Yeah, it's probably leave that to the bigger, faster bowlers. And big Tim Massey, I reckon, is the guy. He's probably the quickest of our bowlers, or our bowlers, I should say, Subiaco-Floreat bowlers.
Us,
yeah.
Tim Massey doing Alex Bevel Aqua's shoes up for him.
I
should have done the laces to get the old trick.
Tied them together, yeah.
Sculthorpe now coming in. Big lunge forward by Stewart, just smothering that off stump region, and defends away to the cover fieldsman. No run, 6 for 62.
Pretty generous by Tim Massey to help Bevel Aqua with his places. as you say, I think if he had tied them together and as part of the run-out tactic, that would have been handy. But in fact, Tim Massey, just saw him rolling the arms around. He might just be due to have a bowl because Hart's had a long spell.
Sculthorpe digs it in a little bit shorter than the regulation. Just put away on the offside for no run. That's the end of 26 overs at 6 for 62 on the Holman Garden scoreboard. Stewart 17 and Bevel Aqua 4. And after that over we see Sculthorpe 5 overs, no maiden, 1 for 14.
Yeah, and Tim Massey just taken the hat off, wandering down to the printable stand end, and he certainly is going to bowl the next over. It's been a tremendous spell by Michael Hart, Derek.
Get some scores through from around the ground shortly.
Yeah, it's perfect conditions here at the WACA, and nice sea breeze blowing. The flags are fluttering pretty solidly now on the
Have been for most of the day.
Yeah, they've been, but just seem to have kicked up a little bit now, so it'd be quite pleasant out there now. I think the temperature Dave Clear mentioned earlier on was around 28, 29 at the highest, and I suspect it's down on that a bit now. And yeah, well, Tim Massey, let's see what he can do. As I say, I think he's probably the quickest of the bowlers.
Bevel Aqua standing, waiting. Goes to swing hard and he gets an under edge and belts it straight into the turf. He was eyeing off the dirt bank, which used to be the grass bank on the parkland side, but it went all but about a metre from where he was.
Or clearing that and into Queen's Gardens, possibly, but well, he's made his intentions quite clear, so...
he's trying to knock him out the attack right from the get-go.
Yeah, Tim Massey's going to have to be right on his game. He's a pretty inexperienced bowler, but he's got a bit of pace about him.
Aim for the stumps, you reckon, as Massey gets that ball up to Bevel Aqua, defends back to the bowler, no run. I get the feeling that if Massey keeps it up in the slot, eventually he's going to knock one of those blue stumps over.
Yeah, well...
Bevel Aqua wants to go for it.
Well, it's interesting that both... Gannon came out and appeared to be very positive, trying to get on with it, and then we had both come out the same, and now Bevel Aqua, so hasn't been that successful so far.
Massey to Bevel Aqua, fishes at that one, and doesn't get a bat on at 6 for 62. Let's have a quick look around the grounds for the other senior grand finals going on at the moment. First off in second grade, Joondalup versus Bayswater Morley at James Oval. Bayswater Morley in the 89th over 8 for 245 with Loikono out for a 50 after McPhee made 60 and Wiggers 58 earlier in the day. 3 wickets for Zach Birchall, the best of the bowlers in that one. So Bayswater Morley in a good position there on the scoreboard as Massey to Bevel Aqua hits the ball on the offside, no run. In third grade, the match between Melville and Subiaco-Floreat at Breckler Park 1, and after 72 overs it took to get rid of the Subiaco-Floreat side, 128 all out with Makova the best 41, and Atkinson and Downey with 3 wickets each. In reply, Melville no wicket for 6 in the third over. As Massey comes in to Bevel Aqua and he watches that ball outside off stump, no run. And in the other senior grand final going on, it is fourth grade on Breckler Park 2, Scarborough versus Willerton. And Scarborough all out for 152 there with the top scorer being McLean with 58 and McCall 35. The best of the bowlers, Aaron McCall 5 for 38 and Harry Gregson 3 for 10, so they won't be able to get him off the mic on Monday morning on Sports Breakfast. As we see Massey come in for another ball, Bevel Aqua drives it to the mid-off fielder, no run, and that is the end of the over here, and the score 6 for 62 on the Holman's Gardens product scoreboard.
Yeah. Pretty tidy over there by Tim Massey to start, and I'm going to take a break, and here comes Mark Campbell.
So we've now hit the 5 o'clock hour, so we're into the latter stages of today's play, and Mark Campbell, we looked at it about an hour and a half ago, and we thought that Subiaco-Floreat might have been in a bit of trouble, but mate, they're almost right on top here.
Well, yeah.
Just.
Well, even Stevens, it's 6 for 62. There's not a lot of runs to make. They haven't got a lot of runs to play with, only 118. But by the same token, there's only 4 wickets left in the shed too. So, and looks like a change of bowler coming up as well now.
Hamish McKenzie, the spin's coming in. Yeah, I reckon it might be Subiaco-Floreat 55-45 if you had a percentage prediction. I think
a 55-45.
Just in front at the moment, but a couple of big overs by South Perth without losing a wicket would put them right back into it. But Hamish McKenzie's got the ball in hand and he's giving a few rips. He's ready to come into the action here. 57 wickets in first 11 cricket for the season and another 6 or 7 in T20, so he knows where the stumps are.
Oh, absolutely. And Sculthorpe, 5 overs, 1 for 14, did the job that his captain needed. And of course, Hart, that second spell, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 23. Oh. That's going to go a long way to winning the game for Subiaco-Floreat.
So Hamish McKenzie has the ball in hand. At the other end is Sean Stewart on 17. 6 for 62 the score. And another 56 for the tie, 57 for the win for South Perth. Being the minor premier, they only need to tie to claim the honours. As McKenzie, first ball, he bowls it just outside the off stump. A little bit of tail back and it's just missed the off stump. Oh, nervous start for Sean Stewart.
I tell you what, Sean Stewart wanted to have a look at the bowling and almost had a look at the ball straight onto his middle stump. Change of the field here. Long run up for a spinner. Left arm Chinaman really for Hamish McKenzie.
So McKenzie comes sauntering in. Left arm over. That was a full bunger. Not taken well enough there by Stewart. He knocked the full toss back for a single and lifts the score to 6 for 63. Could have done a little bit better than that.
Well, obviously you just want to have a bit of a look, and McKenzie there just missed the length required. This will be interesting.
This will
Watching
be
him,
interesting.
Bevel Aqua at 6'8" to combat the Chinaman.
McKenzie in the Bevel Aqua. Oh, that has just gone, missed everything. Stumps, bat, keeper, and that's going to go for 4 byes. 4 runs. It's off the bat of Bevel Aqua. So actually didn't miss the blade there. So Bevel Aqua onto 8, 6 for 67. Chance gone begging, but yeah, nice tough one though.
Tough chance for Tredgett, the keeper, but well, it's a grand final, so they should be taken. But a tough chance.
McKenzie now in again with his tail up to Bevel Aqua, and he just knocks the ball back to the bowler. No run.
As we keep saying though, Subiaco-Floreat really haven't had any luck today in the field at all. There's been, half chances missed. There's been balls missing the stumps when they've been almost played on and things like that.
Bevel Aqua on 8, faces McKenzie. Ooh, that was a very, very unconvincing stroke. It's gone off to the leg side and fielded at mid-wicket. No run, 6 for 67. McKenzie revving up the ball between the hands. He's ready. He wants Bevel Aqua. He comes in for the next ball. Gives it a rip. Bevel Aqua down on it and just knocks the ball away. And that'll be the end of the 28th over. It's 6 for 67 on the Holman Garden scoreboard. And after this break, it'll be David Clear with Mark Campbell.
back to the WACA ground. Thanks very much to Derek Mott. And a full ball in Massey's next over. Just bunted out to cover, no run. So the tension continues here at the WACA ground. 6 for 67 with Stewart on 18. Looking very solid. And Bevilacqua on 8. But a fascinating over from Mackenzie Cambo. Most of the balls, there was one full pitch ball, but that was just a single to it. But the other 5 very, very well bowled.
Yes, and one missed everything. Well, Bevilacqua got an edge to it, but...
This one's short. Cut away nicely by Stewart, all the way down to the boundary for 4. Yeah, pitching short, Massey, and beautifully executed by Stewart. He's into the 20s, 22, and it's 6 for 71, I think. It was 67, yeah, 6 for 71. 47 more for South Perth to win on the first innings. Or tie on the first innings, 48 to win. I should keep it correct.
Yes, we want to make sure that it's very correct, Crystal, because 6 for 71, this is still anybody's game.
It is anybody's game. Toss a coin.
It's a fantastic game of cricket.
Yeah, brilliant game of cricket. The clouds building up here. I don't think there's forecast for rain tonight, but it's just a cloudy evening in Perth. But it's building up over the west there as well.
Wouldn't that be interesting?
Yeah. So Massey and again bowls to Stewart. Oh, he drives it inside edge, squirted down to fine leg for one more. So 72 the score. Just have a quick look at the weather radar even.
It's interesting action that Massey's got. He strides in, runs in, and he just looks like he places the ball off the wrong foot. Not quite sure.
Yeah, it's pretty front on action.
Yeah. Never seen him bowl before, live, so good to see him today, and yeah, it's a bit different.
No rain on the radar, reckons, but I don't know what those grey things in the sky are.
They could be clouds, Crystal.
Hold no moisture, apparently. I might have to redo my Year 9 science. Anyway, as Massey comes into Bevilacqua now, forward, out to cover, but it is got significantly darker out in the middle all of a sudden. I don't know if they can turn the lights on in a first grade game.
Yeah, not sure. And, you know, I know your weather app is all things powerful and it's on Google and it's an app and all that sort of stuff, but cloud cover comes across and they're dark clouds. It usually means that you might get some rain or they might be too high to rain. But I'll tell you what, if you're a betting man, it wouldn't be a surprise if there's a couple of drops tonight.
Yeah. Massey and again to Bevilacqua, short, and he still plays it off the front foot. Well, when a man's 6'8", you've got to really pitch it in short to get it up round his ear holes.
And when he's 6'8", he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Just quietly.
So they have got a deep point out now, so a bit of a defensive position there rather than wicket taking. But run saving position, Subi in a challenging position here. They have to save runs and take wickets, but Massey at the top of his mark. Bowls to Bevilacqua. Yeah, up-ish shot, but it doesn't carry all the way to Lilly at mid-off. So the end of the over from Massey. Just the one short ball that over, 6 for 72 after 29 overs. So I'm just trying to work out the target overs today, 41, so 12 more to go if we get them in, Mark.
Yeah, without the light. I don't want to keep harping on this point, but Chris Hansbury, 7 for last week, and hasn't been seen, hasn't been sighted.
No.
It's like, hang on a minute, you got 45 to 46 to play with. A guy's taken 7 for in real quick time last week. Where is he?
So Mackenzie comes in, Stewart in defence. Well, I think fair enough. Mackenzie over 60 wickets in all formats of the season this year, but it's a no ball. Mackenzie holding his arms out while the umpire is watching the crease, and Hamish, you aren't watching the crease, and he's arguing the point. I'm not quite sure why you would be arguing for a no ball. You're not looking at your own foot when you're bowling. I mean, this is just ridiculous, really.
It's because he's been called for a foot outside the tram line. Not
no, he's talking about his front foot there.
Was he?
Yeah, yeah. So anyway, Mackenzie bowls to Stewart, full delivery. Oh no, I was umpiring up at Guildford Grammar last year in a game, and one of the guys, young fellas, tried to argue with me that there was a no ball. He said, "I've never bowled a no ball in my life." I said, "Well, you have now."
Isn't that obvious?
So this ball floated up, and I found that a little hard to believe that he'd never bowled a no ball. He said, "It can't be a no ball." I said, "Well, I was watching the crease. You were bowling." So
it's an amazing thing, and I'm finding. I don't know about you, Crystal, but I'm finding the older I get, the younger people want to have a crack at you about stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, hang on a minute. When I was your age, I'd sit in the corner in a change room and just listen to everything.
Yeah.
And not say a word.
And there's another no ball. This will be interesting. Todd ran over 400 games of cricket, and now he's talking to Futurist Mackenzie, saying, "Well, what's going on here?" So, you just can't afford in a grand final to get distracted by these sorts of things. Todd Rand wouldn't be calling them if they weren't no balls.
Well, exactly right. 400 games. He's probably seen a few bowlers in his time.
This one floats. It's on the peg. Big appeal for Robbie W. Well, he's happy now with umpire Rand. He's given him out. And that's the end of Stewart. Well, he's lucky that wasn't called a no ball, I tell you. 7 for 74, but Stewart, who was looking very, very solid, has been given out. He was playing back and across, and I knew that was going to be close, but it was just a matter of whether the umpire was going to give him out. But a traditional leg spinner from the left-hander and trapping the right-hander in front. So he's out for 23, and the score on the Holman's Garden Products scoreboard, 7 for 74.
And could it be, Crystal, that we will go to tomorrow with another nail-biter, as we have had in the last two games of obviously the semi-finals last week, and what we've seen here at the WACA in previous grand finals?
Yep.
It could be the cliffhanger going down into the last hour again.
Well, if we cast our mind back to the grand final last year up at Lilac Hill, Wanneroo made, what did they make, 108?
Yep.
And Claremont Nettons just fell short. So that was this grand final looks to be turning out in a similar fashion. So Tim Monteleone having a chat to Mackenzie now, along with Futurus. I'm sure they're just saying, look, just focus on the bowling.
How about settling down and just get the wicket?
And now Hansbury is talking to Rand about the no ball. Look, it's just like...
It's just a no ball. We'll move on.
Why even discuss it?
It's just a no ball, boys. Move on. It is now past. You've got a wicket. Let's get on with it. Pretty much. You got 3 wickets to get in a A-grade grand final. Don't worry about where your foot's going.
Okay, you understand if I look through the binoculars at the popping crease there,
yep.
A lot of the paint's been scuffed away by the bowler's foot marks. But Todd Brand wouldn't call a no ball if it wasn't clear. I won't go on too much about it, otherwise I'll start to get frustrated myself. I'm losing a bit of focus now.
Well, you're starting to sound like a frustrated. You're starting to sound like a frustrated umpire, Crystal, which is a bit surprising, to be honest.
Well,
you're starting to sound like all those years you've played cricket, coached cricket, and done well at cricket. You really wanted to be an umpire.
I've done a little bit of umpiring, not a lot. I don't think it's going to be a career for me, but
missed your calling.
I don't think my reflexes are good enough to call those LBWs, call behinds.
How quick do your reflexes have to be? You just got to put your finger
on. Got to be quick. Anyway, Mackenzie short and pulled away powerfully. That was a real half tracker. Fielder coming around, beautifully cut off, and they'll come back for 2. It's been a drama packed over this one. 7 for 76 in the 30th over. Jacob Mulder come to the crease. Fellow leg spinner. He's on 2 and Bevilacqua on 8.
Now, is this son of Brett Mulder?
It is indeed. Played some cricket with Ireland.
Yes.
Previously. As Mackenzie floats this one up beautifully. Pitch ball and Mulder playing him from the crease. Dangerous practice. Well, that's the end of the over. Successful one for Hamish Mackenzie. And these days you don't collect your hat from the umpire. But Todd Rand just standing near the pitch there, making sure there's no more discussion, I don't think, and then looking around at the sky. So I think he's wondering about the light.
He's probably got his your weather app out there to see if there's any rain in them.
Well, There's nothing on my app. But it is particularly dark. Michael Hart, is he warming up again? Is he going to come back into the attack? He's had about, what, 2 overs break.
2 overs?
With Tim Massey bowled 2 overs. This is an interesting move. And it'll just be interesting to see umpires Steenholder and Rand, whether they do anything about the light here. It's probably okay. It's one of those subjective things in cricket, Cambo, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I don't think they have their light meters out there, but they, under the laws of cricket, they deem if players are safe in the conditions. Hart bowls, and he tries to cut and misses outside off stump. Bevilacqua. Now this is where you, I can't even say earn your money. It's an amateur competition, but this is where you earn your stripes in grand finals. If you can stand up in these scenarios, you're thinking Bevilacqua, if he takes his side to victory here, you know, he's really stood up in the pressure of a grand final. Mulder's played at a good level, international level of cricket. So Bevilacqua's played for his state as he waits. He drives powerfully out to mid-on, but straight to the fielder. A good length ball there from Hart, right on line.
Is this the last roll of the dice, you think, to try and get the wickets tonight with Hart coming back to bowl? He's been looking the most likely to get wickets from a Subiaco-Floreat point of view, and it could be the roll of the dice to get these last 3.
Well, they had the choice of keep Massey going as Bevilacqua waits. I think there's a nice forward defence out to deep cover, and they'll get one here to get the new player on strike. All the 7s, all 3 hockey sticks. 7 for 77. But I think 9, 10, 11, Cambo. They're probably looking the extra pace. Maybe Hart can pick him up quickly, but Mulder's no slouch with the bat. Don't worry about that.
Well, of course, his father played one of the most famous first-grade innings in history here.
Oh, he did
about
indeed.
20 years ago. 76 not out of a partnership of 176 for the last wicket to win a game on the 4th day.
Yeah, well, one of the most incredible grand finals I've seen at any level of cricket, to be honest. As Hart comes into Mulder, forward. He does like to give the ball a bit of a whack. Jacob Mulder, nice to get on with it.
So many twists and turns in this game to come yet, with 90 overs of play tomorrow. Hopefully another 10 overs tonight. Weather permitting. So
30 gone, 41 to be bowled. Yep.
Lots of twists and turns yet.
2 slips and a gully. Mulder waits for Hart. Forward hits him on the pad, but very high, I think. But very affable young man, like his father, for similar attributes.
It's an amazing thing now, Crystal. We're sitting up in the commentary box, and all these people that we play cricket with are having kids who are playing cricket, and we're commentating them.
It's their turn now.
Yeah.
We've had our turn.
We've had our turn, but it's an amazing thing when you see all these people with their kids now playing and we're commentating them. It's fantastic.
Hart, a Yorker, but he's hit it out to mid-on, just wide, and takes a quick single. Well run by Mulder. He gets 3 for 1. He's on to 4 for 7 for 78. Well, there's his father walking around the boundary as we speak, helping out. He's in the coaching staff for South Perth. And that's the end of the over from Hart. It is actually even darker now than I think it was last over. So it's probably not so bad with the spinners bowling, but
and I guess we can't put the lights on. That would be because it's not one-day game or T20 cricket. It's a normal game, so the lights possibly won't go on. Mackenzie coming on to bowl another over. Hopefully this time he'll be able to forget about what he's doing with his front foot and just get a couple of wickets. That's what his captain needs right now.
As Mackenzie bowls to Mulder. Forward, hits him on the pad. He's well down the pitch. And Mackenzie appeals about 4 times. And umpire Rand says not out. So
my immediate reaction to that when I saw it live was that was out. It looked like it was very adjacent. Height wasn't an issue.
It shot through low, but I mean, we're on a bit of an angle here, to be honest.
I got the last one right. I thought the last one was plumb as well, and he gave that one out. But
this scenario, like the umpires in their stripes as well, it's, you know, the whole season's on the line here, and they've got to make a call, snap decision in the heat of the moment. Mackenzie again to Mulder, back and across, cuts powerfully, but straight out to the fielder. It was almost an opportunity for a boundary, but Bevilacqua just picks up the ball for Mackenzie. It's very generous of him.
Yeah, well,
stage of the game.
That was Mackenzie's wrong, and I think the first one was his toppy.
Yep.
And
it must have been close. It looked close as Mackenzie into Mulder again. Shortish pulls just over the head of mid wicket. They'll get a couple here. Racing around here is Sculthorpe, and he slides in behind it, hands it over nicely there to his teammate, and they get 2. 7. South Perth edge a little closer. 7 for 80. They need 39 to win on the first innings. Subiaco-Floreat need 3 wickets. It is getting darker, isn't it, Camber?
Oh, mate, Crystal, I'm agreeing with you. and at our age, we shouldn't be out at this time of night. But it is getting darker. Those clouds are getting heavier.
This one floats up by Mackenzie. Good length. Hits him on the pad. Stifle. And another no ball. Well, Mackenzie heads to the clouds. He's just got to get back to his mark here and maybe, again, having a chat to Todd Rand. Maybe he's just saying, like, how far over am I? He just needs to move his mark back a little bit.
Just to our left here, as it comes over Queen's Gardens, there's a big black bank of clouds coming in. And, well, it looks like very much rain, but your app is all powerful.
Yeah, so most unusual for a spinner. He bowled 3 no balls in his spell so far. He's taken a wicket, but you can see just the nervous tension. Anything that happens, he reacts to. But in his third over, 1 for 12. Floats it up, good length. Cuts and misses, cuts it straight into his foot. So near the stumps.
I tell you what, Mackenzie has some tricks, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, so I really enjoy watching him bowling, you know, just this season. You don't know which way it's going to turn. Floats it up, and his flight's very good. He's a little bit different. He comes in off about 8 or 9 yards, or metres for those that are a bit younger. This one's short, pulled away powerfully, but straight to the mid-wicket fielder. And that's the end of the over. Todd Rand walks towards his fellow umpire, Trent Steenholt. And whilst they have a chat about the light, I'm sure, we'll take a break here from our sponsors, and you'll hear from Derek Mott on the other side.
Welcome back to the WACA ground. We've got Michael Hart continuing, and I think we've got minutes on this ground as opposed to overs. It's Hart's first ball to Bevilacqua. There's a big shout, and the fingers up! He's been adjudged LBW. He's looking forlornly down the wicket at the umpire, but it's too late. The fingers up. The decision's made, and that is the 8th wicket to fall. Alex Bevilacqua, LBW to Hart for 9, and now it is 8 for 81 on the Holman Garden Product scoreboard. Mr. Campbell, this is going to be a very interesting remaining part of today.
Absolutely. As long as we can get through the rest of today, my prediction was that there could be a start of another innings by the end of today. But Hart, fantastic effort by this young player. That's now his 5th wicket.
Yep.
And has bowled exceptionally well. And as we said earlier in the call, is this the last roll of the dice to get these last 2 wickets tonight and set Subiaco-Floreat on their way tomorrow?
There's no doubt we're going to a 3rd innings, probably a fourth one, the way that things are headed here.
It's going to be fantastic tomorrow, Marty. You better be here early.
I'll be here when the
90 overs.
when the crows are crowing first thing in the morning. The roosters.
You opening up with the security guards, are you, Marty?
Oh, mate,
Next tomorrow.
it's a great day for cricket tomorrow.
So
Finale of the season.
Ringrose, Dallimore. I don't think it's Lever.
Well, Lever's not involved today, so
No,
he's
he's
a
not involved.
replacement player for tomorrow.
Yep. So it's
He
gotta
might
be
get into the
Ringrose
second innings, but
Ringrose or Dallimore.
so Michael Hart at the end of the run, he's done the boater. He's negated his effort today, almost today, as comes in. First ball blocked away on the leg side. A very anxious defensive shot. 8 for 81 on the Holman Garden Product scoreboard. Liam Dallimore negotiates his first ball of the innings.
So that leaves Ringrose to come in next. And I'll tell you what, he'd be a little bit nervous at the minute.
Well, the prediction's about 75-25 at the moment. Subiaco-Floreat stocks have gone up in the last few moments. Michael Hart looking for wicket number 9 for the innings. Oh, left on that occasion there by Dallimore. It was an educated leave because the ball was well outside off stump through to the keeper. No run. 8 for 81, chasing 119.
I'm just hoping that the clouds keep moving
It's actually
across.
brightened up a little bit just in the last few minutes. It's not quite as bad as it was probably 2 or 3 minutes ago, so we could get away with the whole day yet.
It's an even light, that's for sure.
Hart in to Dallimore. Oh, that's all popped off the top half of the bat, almost the shoulder of the bat, and out on the offside, but no fielder could snaffle that one up. 8 for 81.
I tell you what, I just thought that was popping straight to gully then.
It looked like it was up for a long time, but
It was,
not long enough.
3 slips and a gully in place for anything that Dallimore edges here behind the wicket. So all to play for, 2 wickets to get.
Hart to Dallimore. And Dallimore defends well back to the bowler. No run. Score remains at 8 for 81 in the 33rd over.
And South Perth still need 37 to tie, 38 to win, with 2 wickets in hand.
South Perth, of course, the minor premiers. If the first innings result is the deciding result and they tie, they get it as the minor premier. Hart from the Prindiville stand in to Liam Dallimore, outside off, shouldered arms, not having a bar of that one. That's the end of the over. 8 for 81 on the Holman Garden Product scoreboard. And now they've got to contend with another Hamish Mackenzie over, I should say.
And a wicket maiden there for Hart, and he's really putting in a great spell of bowling here for his team.
2 umpires in conversation. They're walking together now. Last time at the end of an over they walked away from each other. They're now going to the Prindiville stand stumps. They're looking down towards the Lily Marsh stand end. And they're just looking to see what the vision that the batsman would have at that end, obviously, with another over in potentially occurring. Deep in discussion. We've got Jeremy Faturis having a chat, and the batsman standing next to both of them, all of them. Trent Steenholt with the hand over his mouth, arms folded. Todd Rand having a look. And they've offered the light, and South Perth, as you'd expect, has accepted it. And that'll be the end of the day's play, one would suspect, because although it's actually brightened up a little bit, potentially, it's deemed to be not good enough for play to continue, even for a spinner. From the Lily Marsh stand in with the score on 8 for 81.
Yeah, I think it's very surprising, really. Hamish Mackenzie, he shouldn't be saying anything to the umpires because he needs to just concentrate on his bowling. But yeah, it's a bit disappointing. I would have thought with Mackenzie bowling, wouldn't have surprised me if the next over they had with Hart bowling.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a sleepless night for a couple of batsmen, for sure, tonight. But unusual. I mean, let's face it, the normal knock-off time would be 5 o'clock, and we've already gone half an hour past that. So, and there was still another 8 overs to be bowled. So I guess that's because the quicks have bowled all day. And Mackenzie's bowled a few overs. I think the Subiaco-Floreat fielders are looking a bit befuddled out there. They really can't understand it. And I guess in their shoes, that's how you'd be feeling, because you're on the verge of
You're in for the
possibly,
kill.
in for the kill. And they're obviously very disappointed. Like Futurus, the captain, Monteleone, and Chris Hansby still talking to Todd Brand at the moment. The experienced players saying, well, what's going on? Why not play a few more? Anyhow, the umpires have made up their mind. They make the decision. It's not a player decision anymore. It's totally up to the umpires. And the players coming off the ground. And it's been an amazing day of cricket.
Exactly. It started off with South Perth winning the toss and sending in Subiaco-Floreat into bat. And in the end, they were dismissed for 118 in 46.3 overs, with Futurus 46 and Mackenzie 38, the best of the batsmen there. And Eric Bota, 6 for 13 from 6.3 overs, turned the game on its head. We saw 4 for 116 turn into 118 all out. So the last 6 wickets falling for just 2 runs. South Perth lost a wicket just before tea. And after the tea break, they've lost another 7 to be 8 for 81. Sean Stewart at the top of the scoring chart there with 23. And then the next best is Cameron Gannon, who made 15 in the middle order. And almost negating Bota's effort at the moment, Michael Hart, 14.2 overs, 6 maidens, 5 for 26.
Yeah, it's been a... Well, I mean, you guys were at Richardson last week, Dave and Derek, so this is just a repeat, basically, of that, or near enough. Most unusual for a final for this to be happening, although I did hear you talking about the final last year as well. But to play on the WACA and to be only making scores of 108 for 80, 81 is very surprising. It's not like you've got Dennis Lilly and Bob Massey swinging it all over the place. I mean, you haven't got any incredibly outstanding bowlers, but all the batters really, although Futurus and Mackenzie in that first innings put on 70, and when you look at that in respect to the rest of the batting, it's pretty amazing.
It's turned out to be a pretty critical partnership, to be honest, in the context of this game today. We've seen 199 runs scored for the loss of 18 wickets. But I was speaking to Luke Douglas off air, and he was having a chat to a few of the players at lunchtime. And at tea time actually as well, but the curators and the players felt that the pitch quickened up after lunch, and also that it did a little bit off the seam and was swinging in the air. So it sounded like the bowlers were getting some assistance from the conditions, not exorbitant, but the fact that the pitch probably quickened up a little bit. And we've spoken before about this pitch is a little bit different to most of the Premier Cricket pitches around. The fact that it is harder and provides more pace and bounce. So it's been challenging for the batters, but Futurus and Mackenzie showed what's possible when that first hour after lunch, Staff, and maybe when the pitch did quicken up a bit, the ball started coming off the bat pretty well. And I think South Perth probably didn't adhere as much to their strict line of length as they did in the first session. They bowled superbly this morning, there's no question. And certainly Bota showed what happens if you put it in the right areas.
Yeah, well, this was an outstanding effort, 6 for... and to bring about the collapse of Subiaco-Floreat from where they were at to lose, six or 7 wickets for practically no runs is just ridiculous. It's freaky, but an outstanding bowling performance and some great catching too. Cameron Gannon took 2 sensational catches, and the slips diving full length either way, and outstanding catches. So
what an athlete.
Terrific. And in this innings, Michael Hart's been the destroyer with 5 for, and he's been outstanding as well. So the bowlers have been on top, and I really don't think there's any excuse for the batting being so poor, apart from that one partnership.
Yeah. I don't think, and I don't think also that batters aren't quite used to the conditions sometimes when the ball does move around a little bit. We've seen it happen in the Ashes, you know, taking it to a higher level. The ball moved around most of the Ashes series, and some of the scores were very, very low. But yeah, so anyway, maybe Derek can give us a call to the card today, and maybe some final scores from around the grounds, and then we'll wrap up, I think, for the day. They've taken the stumps out here and put the covers on, so I don't think there'll be any more play tonight, and I don't think the light conditions are going to improve. So, Moddy, if you'll take it away.
No worries. Well, we started here with South Perth winning the toss and deciding to bowl first, and they started off very strongly, dismissing Subiaco-Floreat for 118. The batsman out, Tredget for 14, Goodwin for 1, Monteleone no score, for Tourist 46, Mackenzie 38, Lilly 6, Hansbury 1, Hart no score, Moldridge no score, Sculthorpe for 1, with Tim Massey not out on no score. There were 11 extras, 8 of them leg byes, and the bowling figures: Cameron Gannon 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 19. Liam Dallymore 16 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 36. Simon Ringrose 3 overs, no maiden, none for 13. Alex Bevilacqua 11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 29. And Eric Bota 6.3 overs, 2 maidens, 6 for 13. So South Perth came in with the aim to get 119 runs to achieve the first innings honours, and they're currently 8 for 81 after 33 overs. Cleary out for 5, Guest was out for 12, Hale for 3, Moore for 1, Gannon for 15, Stewart 23, Bota for 3, Bevilacqua for 9, and the not out batsman at this stage, Mulder on 5, and Dallymore yet to score. And for the bowlers, Michael Hart 15 overs, 7 maidens, 5 for 26. Connor Moldridge 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24. Matt Sculthorpe 5 overs, no maiden, 1 for 14. Tim Massey 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 5. And Hamish Mackenzie 3 overs, no maiden, 1 for 12. In the other matches, thanks to Walker's Pest and Lawn Management, we have Joondalup versus Bayswater Morley in the second grade final at James Oval. After 90 overs, Bayswater Morley finished on 9 for 255, with McPhee 60, Wiggers 58 and Loicono on 50, all raising their bat during the innings. And the best of the bowlers, Birchall 3 for 46 and Burgess 3 for 34.
It's interesting, Moddy, that game. They looked like they were going to score more than that at 2 for 150, but good comeback from Joondalup. There should be a good chase tomorrow.
In third grade at Breckler Park number 1, it's Melville versus Subiaco-Floreat. Subiaco-Floreat were put in the bat by Melville, and they were dismissed for 125. The Lions with Makova 41 and Sevashenka 28, the best of the batsmen there. And with the ball, Downey 3 for 40 and Atkinson at the end 13.5 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 11. So very economical bowling then. Needing 129 for victory, Melville currently no wicket for 8 after 6 overs, with Atkinson and Whitelaw both 4 not out.
Pretty tough old day, staff. 70 odd overs to score 120 odd, so it might be tough for batting there. Breckler, we'll see tomorrow when Melville take on that total.
Yeah, look, I just think outstanding bowling by the Melville guys, the experienced bowlers, so against a relatively inexperienced batting lineup.
And there might be an injury there too, but they've already bowled, I think, either Porter or Kerr Shepherd. Perhaps there was a half over bowled.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting. And
Kerr Shepherd.
Oh, Kerr Shepherd,
or Porter, yeah. So they shared an over. So one of those two.
Well, one of the keys for Subi-Floreat's bowling is Tom Muscata, who he has played a bit of first-grade cricket and taken a few wickets as well when he had a few opportunities. Very fit.
Big game, was it last week or the week before? 6 or 7 wickets, I think.
He got a 7 for, I think, another 7 for. But he got married last weekend and missed the semi-final. And I was a bit dirty on him. He didn't front up on the Sunday. At least have a bit of a bat or a bowl. But anyway, he.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision to get married during the cricket finals. But anyway.
Yeah, and especially in his case, he's a captain, and he'll be a very important. If he bowls well tomorrow, it might give him some chance. 120 odds, not a lot on the board.
And of course, in the 4th grade, beside the 3rd grade game at Breckler Park number 2, Scarborough were put in the bat by Willerton, and they were all out for 152 with McLean 58, McCauley 35, and 11 to 33, the best of the batsmen there. With the ball, Aaron McCall 5 for 38, and Harry Grigson 3 for 10. And in reply, we see Willerton at stumps. They are no wicket for 3. Needing another 150, 140, 150 to win.
That's another game where Scarborough looked like they were going to make more runs than that. They had a good start in the first session, but good comeback there for Willerton, and we won't probably hear the end of that on Monday morning. Harry Grigson.
Well, Tuesday
morning. three wickets for 10. But again, a fascinating day tomorrow at Breckler
Scarborough
Park.
were 1 for 90 at one stage, and I thought, well, they're in for a big day, but typical 4th grade game. You can expect anything to happen.
Yeah, and Aaron McCall, experienced 1st grade player, of course.
Chris Elliott.
And Chris Elliott, so yeah.
And they are the score. Oh, we've also got the under-17 and the under-15. Perth winning both those games. Perth defeated Willerton in the under-17, Ted Hussey Shield. And in the under-15, Tony Mann Shield, Perth defeated Fremantle. So well done to the Demon Juniors there, taking both of those matches out.
Both games at Fletcher Park, so I'm sure there'll be festive times at Fletcher Park at the moment as they celebrate their victories. That's right, yeah. The lemonade and potato chips tonight.
And, fantastic effort by Perth Cricket Club, the junior area. Outstanding for them, and great for their prospects in the future if some of those kids are coming through as real talents.
And that's all brought to us by Walker's Pest and Lawn Management, from Angry, a happy station sponsor.
Well, we'll keep you up to date tomorrow. We'll be back ball by ball tomorrow morning, of course, from 10:40. But also tomorrow there'll be the 2 women's grand finals in Premier Cricket, the A grade and the B grade. So A grade Scarborough, so funnily enough, Subiaco-Floreat taking on South Perth in the women's A grade final, 50 over comp. I saw Nicole Bolton here this afternoon. They went to a celebration of 90 years of women's cricket in WA, so that was on at the WACA today, but she'll be a key in that game tomorrow. Subiaco-Floreat going to that game undefeated. That's at Floreat Oval. And then Wanneroo, first year in B grade, first year in senior cricket in the B grade grand final up against Midland Guildford. So
that's good to hear.
That's up at Kingsway Reserve. So we'll keep you up to date with all the scores tomorrow. Don't forget the WACA Premier Cricket YouTube channel, live on YouTube with the video coverage of this first grade final tomorrow, with our commentary included in that. So, Staff, how do you see this game going from here? Obviously, the first innings is going to be decided pretty early tomorrow morning, and then what's going to be, looking beyond that, what's going to happen after that?
Well, I could start by saying I have absolutely no idea what's going to happen tomorrow based on what's happened today. I could also say, well, from a personal point of view, I hope it's wrapped up quite quickly. But look, who knows? I think the key is Mulder, batting, very experienced player. Subiaco-Floreat need to bowl really well early, keep a lot of pressure on the 2 batters out there, and hope to get them out. If they get them out for less than 118, and of course there's still 37 to tie. Yeah, who knows? I mean, Subiaco-Floreat could come out to bat. They won't have Gannon bowling, obviously, which is he did bowl extremely well today. But they've got the gun in Botha, who has come on and taken 6 wickets, much to probably everybody's surprise, because he wasn't probably considered one of the main threats. But he's come on and done an outstanding job. So he's still around. The way Subiaco-Floreat folded up this afternoon when they batted after a reasonable recovery, after a poor start, good recovery, and then boom, fell in a great heap. So who knows? I mean, this game could still be very much up for grabs as an outright victory.
I think it will become live in the second innings for quite a long time tomorrow. And I think a lot will depend on who wins on the first innings, because that'll force the other side to try and make the game. If Subi take a couple of quick wickets, South Perth, if they're really going to try and make the game, bowl Subi out, be attacking, and Subi just want to bat for most of the day, then takes the pressure off them. Whereas if South Perth get over the line here, Subi have then got to come out, make very quick runs, give themselves enough time to try and bowl South Perth out. So it'll depend a fair bit on that. We've got a couple of last-minute SMSs come in. Bit of talk about umpiring. Come join us next year, DC. We could do with a few more umpires. You're a welcome addition. That's from Nick W out at Girraween. I'll take that on board. Thanks very much, Nick. And a bit of a technical one here from Paul in Beachborough. The light is not offered to the batters, and they have no input into umpires' decisions re fitness of play.
That's correct.
Suggests the commentators learn the law. So that's from Paul in Beachborough.
Oh, well, I thought we covered that. But
you reckon you covered that?
The umpire.
Right of response?
Well, I covered it. I don't know about Derek, but I covered it. It's absolutely, totally in the umpire's hands, and they deemed that the light was a bit poor, and given it was 5:30, half an hour past the normal knock-off time, it's probably not such a bad decision. There are, 7 overs due, but given that Quicks had bowled all day, neither side got through the overs quick enough. Probably as you would normally if you had spinners bowling 20 overs or so.
So we finished 8 overs short today, but thanks very much for the SMSs. Hope you enjoyed the coverage today. If you were watching on the YouTube channel or just listening to 91.3 Sport FM, a special hello to Minnow tonight. Hope you're resting up, mate, and in some comfort. Thanks very much to Mark Campbell for your efforts today, and Graham Stafford on special comments, and to Derek Mott, my co-commentator this afternoon. Thanks to our special guests today, Phil Gregson, of course, from Subiaco-Floreat, Graham Peterson, otherwise known as Banjo to his friends, from South Perth, who enjoyed that little period where he took about 6 wickets in half an hour, and Luke Douglas from WA Cricket as well.
I think we should ban Banjo for tomorrow. Don't get him up here again from a Subiaco-Floreat point of view.
Graham Stafford on security.
As the WACA ground staff just bringing out the full cover by the looks, discussing the clouds. But I think beyond looking out west, there's a bit of light.
I think they're just protecting the shield deck, maybe as well.
Yeah, well, it's not going to look good if it rains tonight and they haven't put full cover on.
No.
No, you wouldn't like to see the game abandoned right now. Subiaco-Floreat boys wouldn't be too happy, and South Perth would obviously be extremely happy just to get it over and done with.
You have limited ground staff on games like today. They've got 2 out there, but I think one of the other employees has gone out there to give them a hand. If you're lucky, it's not windy. Oh, it's a little bit of wind there, but
not that bad.
If it's really windy for 3 staff to do it, it's a bit tricky. 1 in the tractor as well, so. They've got 4 out there.
Yeah, it's amazing when you get those incredibly windy days, watching about 20 people trying to hold down those covers when the wind gets under them. And it's quite dangerous too, so they need to know what they're doing.
Well, I think during play, the players are supposed to help out, but this is at the end of play. So anyway, the players are very fortunate to be playing a game here at the WACA ground, and something they'll never forget. All right, on behalf of Sport FM, David Clear signing off. This afternoon, we'll be back tomorrow morning, 10:30, ready for the first ball of play. Back to Patrick Morosevich in the studio. Thanks very much to Patrick for his efforts today as well. Good on you, Paddy.
Good work, mate, once again.
I think Ethan's in tomorrow, isn't he? Yeah. All right, mate. Thanks for your help.